Hello everybody and welcome to the NECCB stream for some more Valorant action. I'm Cairo, one of your casters, joined by the wonderful, the amazing is Fernando Torres in his prime hairband form. Oh, he's not got his hairband on, sorry.
Oh dear. Yeah, Hazard JC will do, but yeah, I'm happy to be on the broadcast once again. We're going to be covering the Challengers Navy games for you guys today, or at least the first one, Mountain White versus RPI, or RPI White versus Mount Union. Sorry.
Yeah.
So this should be a good first game. It's interesting to look at these two teams and where they sort of sit at the moment in two sort of different places at this point in time. RPI White on provisional pole with that 1-0 record at the top of the bracket. But how long will that last for? Not too sure. They're going to be going up against Mount Union today, who've played a considerable amount more games. You know, they have played more maps, they have more time under their belt, but will that reflect in this matchup? We'll yet to see.
I don't know if maybe you've got, I think mine has been updated more, has it? I'm not too sure. But for me, it's RPI White actually have a 2-0 record.
Okay, well, that has since changed since I was having a look last night. When I was looking last night, RPI White were 1-0.
Yeah.
They had a round differential of 15 rounds, and well, going 2-0 in the first series that they played, that's a very strong start, right? So you look at that and you think that they're a strong contender. The fact that they're now 2-0 just continues to show that, basically. I think the thing that I'm thinking is that, you know, Mount Union, they're in a struggling position. They're just trying to get those points on the board, move their way up the group. And, well, the position that I looked in, their map differential was 3-2, and they only had a round differential of about 4. So a lot tighter, maybe struggling to get those ones over the line. RPI White looking a lot more clinical. Maybe this matchup is a little more unbalanced than I had previously thought.
It's fine, man. Don't worry. The Mount Union one is still similar, I think, from what you're saying. I don't know, but the point that is that again, these two teams are on different trajectories right now. But I mean, they could after one game be on the same trajectory 2-1, which could be a completely, I guess, toss up. If you're saying that you're predicting RPI White to be one of those favourites, everything could change in the flip of a switch. But Hazza, we need to get introduced to those teams, and first up, University of Mount Union.
Yeah, so looking at this Mount Union side, the lineup for tonight is going to be Watson, Fraze, Birdser, Namyag, and Blackbird. Watson being that IGL player, the captain for the team, mainly playing on Cypher with a 56% win, whereas Killjoy only 40%. On the opposite side, it's a different story. We'll get into that a little bit later. Fraze maybe flexing onto the duelists a little bit. There's a good spread across the board, and you know, we'll get into this later, but Watson's the one key player that I want to focus on for the time being a sophomore. Of course, they're going to be bringing, you know, some confidence onto the scene, I suppose, and it looks like they'll be leading the rest of this team to try and do their best tonight against what will be a tough test in RPI White. What are your first thoughts about this team, Kara?
I mean, the IGL is always... We've casted so many games, and I always love to talk about a good IGL. And I mean, I think the thing that's interesting about Valorant is they have specific maps where we kind of focus more on IGL. I'm thinking more Haven, Bind, where there's a chance to kind of bait and switch and do all those kind of things. Whether the UMU have that and they're kind of in their locker, different story, but I'm really excited to see exactly what's going to happen with them. But on the other hand, we will introduce, well, I guess we can see the blue corner, the red corner as the logo comes up, RPI White.
Yeah. I mean, the red or blue corner, the white corner, maybe, I guess. Their logo doesn't really want to say that. But RPI White on the flip side, Diggy being their IGL, has a flip of the win percentage. This is something I wanted to mention. So Killjoy and Cypher, both of their more favoured agents out of the two, but their win percent is much better on Killjoy than it is Cypher. So both of these players sort of filling similar roles in the way that they set themselves up. You know, Watson on the other side and Diggy for RPI White, but you know, having slightly different playstyles, and maybe we'll see that come through in the way that they try and set these teams up. Shinneman, Swift, Kinjin, or Simon, Swift, Eggy, and FSD will finish out the roster. But yeah, just overall, looking like a clash of styles maybe tonight. And, you know, Diggy obviously has a lot of promise. This is a roster with, you know, plenty of players in it as well. Not just the 5 that you're seeing on the screen here as well. I was thinking Kingian would maybe be dropping in today with their Jet gameplay. But no, we're not going to be seeing that tonight. These are the 5 players that are registered and the 5 ones that will be in the server. So it's a tough test either way, and you know this is a team with a lot of confidence right now, especially like you said, coming off of that recent win.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, Hazard. This is the thing, and I think, well, I guess Mount Union, they'll be looking to upset RPI White. They'll be looking to kind of try and pull them down to their level almost. I'm not saying that as if the levels are much different. It's so early in the season. We can't really. We have to kind of put that kind of point across, is that we're making these points based on trajectories, not rather than what we've seen, because there's not a lot in what we've seen so far, if that makes sense, Hazard. But with that being said, I have to say, I think we are ready for our map ban.
Yeah, and I mean, this is always going to be an interesting one. Like you said, some maps favour the IGL more than others. I think the main reason that I mentioned Watson there is they're sort of leading from the front in terms of stats, right? You know, 28% headshot as well, leading far, head and shoulders above the rest of their team. I guess that's the perfect pun that you could try and drop there. But how will their style fit into this game? Looking at the bans, Haven and Split, swiftly out of the door. So no real trickery going on there. UMU not really thinking they wanted to try and deal with that one too much. Icebox and Ascent then fill in those first two roles. UMU wanting to get it done on Icebox, you know, maybe a little bit more offender-sided, a map where they can really try and take that aggressive control, maybe reflective of the way they want to try and set up. Fracture and Bind also going through the bans. So really, these maps that you were speaking about here, Kyra, with Breeze obviously being the decider, not maybe falling the way that you would potentially expect if this was going to be a matchup of mind games, and more one to just be one out on raw aim and, I guess, stylistic approaches. Icebox, Ascent and Breeze being three maps, I think, that are very popular at the moment.
Interesting, Hazard, because I mean, I don't think we've casted a best of three now without Icebox and Ascent, if I remember correctly. I might need to do a little bit of stat checking when we go towards our next cast next week, but that's kind of crazy that we're seeing them prop up again, and it leads into earlier statements and earlier arguments that keep propping up because we keep seeing these maps, is that if teams want to go for the comfortability of playing Ascent, playing Icebox, you're kind of letting your opponents get that little bit of a kind of niche advantage almost, because at the end of the day, everyone knows how to play Ascent, everyone knows how to play Icebox, they keep cropping up, so I'm really interested to see how that works out.
Yeah, and if you look at the way that the bans fall, I suppose Ascent is maybe the more favoured out of the three if we do end up going all the way to Breeze. RPI White having that as their pick starts to make you think a little bit, you know, are they maybe squandering a potential advantage? I suppose at this level, everyone knows how to play these teams. These are just going to be the maps that it falls down on, and that will become visible through the gameplay. So I think we will now be going into that first map of Icebox and having a look at some of these picks that we're going to be seeing coming out from those players. So you're already hovering at that Killjoy as we maybe expected. And, well, another one of Watson's picks being the Viper, of course. This is something that they're looking to maybe lock in. Blackbird going to be on that Sova. Some very common choices here that we're seeing. Phrase, though, will be flexing over onto the Chamber. And this isn't something we've really seen from them so far, being, you know, more happy to fill in on maybe like a Reyna, or you know, one of those more offensive roles, I suppose. But Namyag's going to be doing that instead, typically a Sky player. So it's interesting the way that this comp has sort of come to fruition. On the other side as well, Killjoy getting involved instead of a Chamber or anything more offensive.
It really is interesting, has it? I mean, Chamber is kind of slowly creeping into the meta. I think it was it Liquid's team comp yesterday? Or maybe Fanatics. It was Liquid.
No, it was the Liquid comp, I think, that we saw on Breeze, I believe.
Yeah.
It's a lot more fluid, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Adding a lot more maneuverability. Neon obviously being able to run around. KO.
Yeah.
Bringing a lot to the forefront of the game, and these things aren't things that teams maybe considered, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not expecting to face up against all of these niche choices at once, and
yeah.
maybe it can throw you off. I think this one, definitely a lot more meta. We're seeing, you know, 4 out of the 5 that we would usually expect. The usual suspects of Jet, Sage, Sova, and Viper. But yeah, Killjoy in the mix, certainly an interesting choice.
Yeah, it really is interesting, the fact they start on the attack, where you'd probably, looking at that comp, more favourite on defence, 2 Sentinels, and that forefront. That's kind of what I'm basing it off of. I mean, it depends on how comfortable UMU are on the attack. I mean, that it could really be a niche pick here, that works out for them, which I'm going to be interested to see. It'll be good for flank watch, etc. That's the best thing, because Sage, as much as she has a Sentinel, she's not good at closing down those flanks if they come through.
Yeah, I think the thing with Killjoy, though, is you have to be very grouped up into one position, right? To get the most out of that utility, so it'll be interesting to see the way they run it. With that being said, FSD takes that first gunfight against Birdster, drops him down and lends an early advantage here to Mount Union on the offense.
Our drones have been traded, and look at this, all the defenders closed out because of that earlier pick on towards the RPI jet. The plank being initiated up high, Hazza, which is a very interesting one indeed. And look at this, Phrase has hit back. Finally, the jets have been traded.
Yeah, Phrase playing on that chamber, showing what their raw aim can do on, well, they'll usually be a duelist player, and it translates pretty well with those first few shots connecting. Interesting plant, like you mentioned, going to be up on that ascended level, and while the classics are just raining in right now, there's also a defuse coming through. Will get shut down, and it's just Watson to try and dig their team out of this hole, which look to get deeper and deeper as the round goes on. Almost flawless except for that one casualty. University of Mount Union, they get that pistol round on the board.
But the thing is, though, Hazza, the jet did so well, got the initial entry pick, was already dropped onto low HP, so was almost cannon fodder at that point. And then, well, the thing is, though, they entered into sight, they created the space, well done from FSDD. And on top of that, I think we need to talk about that plant.
Yeah, it's a really nice plant, actually. Teams sometimes just trying to get that one down if possible. Only problem is there are the risks associated with it, right? It's risk and reward. If you're able to pull it off, then it can be a huge round definer, but if not, you're really going to struggle. That Sage Wall being the perfect combination to try and get it done and, well, utilize to maximum effect. That Aldrone coming in straight again into the early stages of this round, and University of Mount Union just look to be carrying on that momentum, trying to burn it off quite quickly. The only problem with this is it does mean that Phrase will be able to collect that orb towards the other side of the map, not maximizing the ultimate orbs that you can get in these rounds where you have that sort of severe advantage in terms of weaponry, can potentially come to bite you later on. But for the time being, it is going to be that 5 versus 5, and, well, Kara, there's a big flank coming through.
Yeah, but they're all going to get picked up by that bot, Hazza. Remember that turret bot you said earlier? You have to be all grouped up to be caught out by a Killjoy, and already it's happening. Diggy has picked up the Reyna. Look at that Swift. Look, oh my god, all the kills are coming through. It's all up to Watson, and look at that. There's no electricity happening in this round. Down in the dumps, almost like rubber, Hazza. That's what the Watson's stuck on. And with that being said, we now see 2-0.
Yeah, Watson conducing those shots, but now they're going to have a Faraday cage of sorts to conduct a few more of these bullets. Actually opting for the light armor here, as I think they're just trying to make sure that this defense has the best set of weapons brought up for them. But on the flip side, we're going to be seeing all 5 of those Spectres coming through. I was thinking on the previous round, that team coordination for a triple flank might just be able to catch one of those players off, but it really wasn't to be. Very staunch defense once Mount Union had taken that control. Now it'll be interesting to see how they try and play into this round with that disadvantage early on.
Will be interesting here. Hazza already. Bird still trying to get aggressive. There is information gained by the defenders onto the player and TVs, but we need to watch this lurk that's coming through on towards the B main. Birdster hitting first on towards Swift, but FSDD's trying to see if they can catch Birdster off guard. Not to be, but Eggy will, and they'll be able to drop out. But will it be enough? Hazza, Diggy has made their way on towards the site. The snake bite's coming out here, and the Viper wall has came through from both sides of the teams. But can they get the spike down? This is the thing, though. There is the alarm bot to go out to alert just in case they try and swing, but it's not going to come. And well, there we go. The spike has been planted.
Well, spikes down that recon dart will give a little bit of information as to where Diggy's playing from behind yellow. These players grouped up, that's what you really want to try and do. Establish those strong crossfires on these rounds, but there is utility to slow this down. And well, Namyag's got caught out in a really bad place. This levels the man count out. 3 apiece for these players. They're going to want to try and get this spike diffused, but there's no real, desire to do so. Eggy managing to get a little bit done in the site, and with Blackbird, it's stuck in that position. It's tough, and Phrase walled off by the barrier orb on the flank. Mount Union, they should be able to convert the bonus.
No, surely not, Hazza. Not like this. The spike's getting ready to blow, and just like that, we'll basically waste all of the rifles that were on the site, and on top of that, Phrase's rifle. So Hazza, what we should expect here is all the eco on the side of RPI White should be in the dirt.
Oh yeah, it's more than just in the dirt. It's down in the dumps, under the ground. It's going to need a spark, some of that sort of molten heat below the core to try and make its way back out onto the surface. They bought all the way down to 0, most of those players only really having a few hundred credits left in the bank, whereas those Mount Union players, they have some money left over already. They're going to lose all those weapons, but it doesn't matter. It's a nice reset. They've got some Vandals in hand now to try and make it work. Early tag from Birdster will keep FSD on their toes on actually a follow-up headshot. Finishes them out and takes them out of the round straight away. Mount Union, they have the advantage coming into this one, but could yet be squandered.
Well, I mean, potentially Hazard, the Rez could come online, but right now Birdster's coming online. There we go. The Rez does come through after getting a kill. Eggy will continue the rampage, shutting down Blackbeard. Here we go, the spike initiated. Oh no, the ultimate shut down. It's an absolute waste. Hazard is down to 4 versus 2. Make it 4 versus 1, and it's just Watson stuck out of the site.
I mean, we said in the pre-game about leading from the front, but it's time and time again now that we're seeing Watson be that sort of last line of defense for their team. Frantically scrambling to try and find anything on these angles and manages to connect enough shots to drop Swift. Eggy with a triple, though, will seal out the round. Like you said, it was an unfortunate investment there from the Bladestorm in the hands of Birdster. Some extra utility they're not going to be able to sort of put into this round potentially.
Yeah.
An operator brought up instead will reign supreme if they're able to pin this down. But yeah, a big loss there. Although on the flip side, Mount Union did invest that res. So throwing that away early on could be, you know, potentially a big pickup there for RPI White on a round that they weren't expected to really get much out of.
That's true. That's true, and it also dropped 2 rifles as well. So there's some eco damage being done there, Hazard. I believe there is some trying to be done by the Viper in towards mid. I don't know if they're going to come out of that orb. Yep, Shinneman has actually decided to go through while the push coming through. Oh, lovely Hazard. So beautiful on that look. Picking up 1 there. There's a Hunter's Fury invested as well, and they're actually going to get a kill off it. Great investment so far here from UMU.
Yeah, you know, on the icebox, there can be so much opportunity for a lurk. Shinneman playing that so well with their pick, just carving that one out, breaking the team in 2, and right now it's just enough to keep them on their toes. Swift even just finishing off those players as aggressive territory has been garnered towards this side of the A site. Birdster just checking left and right to see what they can find. Watson trying to support them in this role, but just as the peak comes away, Swift rears their ugly head once again to just make those problems even worse. Mount Union right now, maybe on the back foot, but they look to have RPI White in a chokehold. They're just going to have to back up and save those weapons. Birdster left alone. Cairo, it's so much momentum in this game right now, but it's shifted the complete opposite direction to what we would have anticipated in the post-game. Or pre-game, sorry.
Oh, Birdster!
Okay.
I just ready to see what's happening there. That's a nice little eco boost there. I think it's 150 a kill. I mean, Hazard, you maybe know a little bit better than I. But
yeah, something along those lines. I think the real damage there is weapons off the board. That's 2,900, right? Plus the heavy shields as well. It's almost 4,000 credits that you've taken straight out the back pocket. With that being said, Mount Union, just look at the credits that they have available right now. I don't like to dwell on the economy too much in these games sometimes. One of the more important things to note would be there are Viper's pits on both sides, so it'll be interesting to see if that's going to get invested early. Doesn't certainly look like it on the defender's side, but yeah, that's going to be a real difference maker there for RPI White potentially. And not only that, the fact that they get to keep that operator as well could yet to land some important shots in this following round.
Well, there's already been a great amount of, well, I guess chip damage done towards Freeze in this early round, which is fairly good when considering if they want to enter in towards A, if they decide to actually rotate that way. I mean, they've already done that initial damage. I think there's quite a lot of damage actually done to the Reyna as well. I hadn't noticed that. But it looks as if the eyes are all on B, where there is a Viper's pit to be committed, Hazard. Don't know if they'll do it this round. Think that could maybe be a next one by a judge up. Maybe a little bit of an eco buy, shut down the A site, force them towards B. But we'll need to see how good the B committal is. But the operator's there, Hazard.
Yeah, I think that's the big one. Birds are taking that initial contact. Actually, Watson probably has the space to go for a Viper's Pit if they wanted to. With that second one coming through, though, maybe just holding back for a little bit. Another avenue to maybe work this retake. Birdster already, though, on a triple. These players with no way into the site. That barrier orb now lost. No opportunity to try and shut things down. A flank and a Bladestorm goes in with the knives. Watson steals that one away at the last gasp. Birdster's wings maybe clip a fraction there in the closing stages, but the key factor is RPI White. They have that first round on the board now. It felt like they were putting in a lot of chip across the board, you know, round by round, just trying to nudge their way forward. But eventually, they have that binary first round on the board.
Was that 8 kills in 2 rounds for Budster? That's really good.
Yeah.
And
that is not too bad.
Yeah, and the KD in those 2 rounds is 8-0, which is pretty mad when you consider that. But right, the point I was kind of saying is, I think maybe Hazza, I don't know if this will be called, I think if they maybe stick the Viper on A, shut down the A kind of push from the middle, put the op and maybe someone else to support them on B, that could be a really good setup. But at the same time though, it looks as if it is going to be a B hit.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Having that Viper's Pit available, it would be nice to see a few more proactive plays come out here. And actually, Tour de Force going to come through from RPI White, stationed over towards the A side of the map. So you'd maybe anticipate a little bit more presence towards B. That being said, right now, the only one that these RPI White players have seen is that Viper in the form of Watson. A couple others will slowly converge towards site, but Spike yet to be committed. As that wall does eventually go down, we will see it, but very, very slow in the way this plays it. Oh, that's a beautiful shock dart. Watson actually gets it eventually with the spam, but that combination of using the snakebite to increase the damage by 2, doing so much work there, and leaving them in a standoff where the spike isn't planted, it's just going to make these problems worse. The longer it goes on for Mount Union, the more difficult it will be to get that bomb plant.
Oh no, does FSD get that kill on towards the B site with a knife Hazza just while that rotates coming through?
It's just a fake though. FSD keeping all of this presence is allowing the rest of their players to funnel their energy towards A. Tour de Force is stationed and waiting to maybe try and pick them up. How much damage will it do? That first trademark will definitely slow the push and find that one for the time being. But very nicely dealt here by these players, and it's that switch up in pace that we wanted to see. Namyag's only going to make it worse. 10 seconds left on the clock. I don't think we're going to see that plant come through at all. Matter of fact, RPI White have found another.
RPI White with a really nice collapse on those remaining players has a... I mean, see the thing is though, that's twice I've seen Swift just kind of get a little bit overconfident. We saw him jumping off rafters where he got picked up by Watson in an earlier round, and that time jumped up with the knife. I don't think that was the best idea. He should have just been staying frosty with the rifle up, but that's a little criticism considering that he's going 8-6 right now, Hazza, you know what I mean? The thing is though, University of Mount Union have just had a couple of wobbly rounds. They're going to need to stabilise themselves, because if RPI White actually start to kind of collect themselves and start to put those rounds together as they have done for the past 2, then we can really see things go the other way. And if it goes towards like a 7-5 half, I'd be really happy with RPI White.
Yeah, RPI White right now, they're going to want to try and keep that advantage as much as they can. You can't let your head slip and open the door up, because once that door is open, there's going to be some real issues here, and Fraze manages to get another one. It's going to help their team out just a little bit. Mount Union not looking so good thus far. RPI White showing why they're that stronger team in the group stages at this point in time. So it's a very slow round. After those initial picks, you've got to be scratching your heads and wondering what you can do, especially on the lower weaponry. Right now, RPI White just waiting to see if they can find any kind of an overstep to punish. But actually, I think Shinema might get caught out here, and we see that exactly. The only weapon brought up for those players gets lost. And now they've got to force their efforts to be moved towards the A site once again to see if they can get anything out of this. And well, Namyag's laying in wait already. Finishes things off. Eggy dropped. It's just Iggy, just like that. Mount Union, they get another.
Yeah, they do, and it was just great. They're just getting those initial entry picks. They're manipulating the map to their to their kind of benefit. And one thing I've got to say, has the discipline on UMU to not overstep, to not overpeak. Fair enough. They caught who was it? I think it was Blackbird and mid, sorry, just under tube. They actually really did well to just kind of, well, just not really. They just kind of isolated the gunfight. If there was maybe one more, they would have get taken out. But all in all, UMU aren't really overstepping. There's a little bit of aggression on the sites, but nothing too great. So I'm really liking that right now from UMU.
Yeah, I feel like I needed to give my head a little bit of a wobble. I wasn't really too sure which team was which as I was watching this moments ago. I feel like you know, they're almost playing to the same caliber here. The game's so tight at this point in time. Birdster finds one, and I just can't quite get that one through the middle of the tube. That's where the Vandal will reign supreme. You're just able to have so much more spammability in those situations. Birdster caught out, but the spike is left away, and well, if FSD gets caught out here, it could be a real issue. They do. Resurrect will get baited out to level out the amount of players on both sides, but I think now Mount Union, they're a little bit more clued into this rotate. If that flank comes through immediately, could cause some issues for RPI White. And this game, it's so momentum based. We're starting to see that shift a little bit.
We are starting to see that shift despite being initiated, but there is a lockdown to help out here. Lovely info dart here by Blackbird to actually pick up the first kind of information on towards Eggy. They will retreat and they know exactly where these players have gone. There it is, the lockdown being initiated. There's no one coming in from behind Hazza, and already the gunfights are being won out by the attackers. But as I say that, a lovely double kill coming through there. But can they shut down the lockdown? Yes, they can. It's down to a 1v1 operator versus the rifle. Who will win out? No, the Hunter's Fury. Hazza, they're going to try and swing it with the Vandal. Will they get pinged out? No, they won't. Time ticking down. Who's going to win out? It's going to be Swift with a lovely clutch there. The momentum being stopped. 3 rounds in a row for Mount Union, but now RPI White finally hit back.
I think you always felt in the 1v1 there, as soon as that Hunter's Fury comes out, there's really not much that FaZe can try and find to get that round over the line. You really need to be sticking at least half there and using the distance between the two players to your advantage as the defender. Once that ultimate comes through, it's almost expected, right? You can see it at the top of the screen, you anticipate it, but Swift plays that about as well as you're able to in that situation. FaZe goes for the pressure, but the gun duel is one out either way. Birdster taking that first pick, and well, you can see why that's their name, because they really do have the wind in their sails right now. Jet being the perfect pick to match that as well. Aldrone will collect a little bit of early information to push these defenders back, but well, they're gonna bite, and bite down they do. RPI White find that response, 4-4. Early stages, just loving this presence towards A right now. FSD gets caught out though. That's a difference maker that the operator can be.
I wanted to see here, it's 2 versus 3 though. Hazard, the spike still hasn't been planted here. Oh, that's lovely from Eggy. Been able to somehow creep all the way through. Bloodsword's looking, and it's going to be the last remaining player here for the defenders of UMU. Can they get the shots off? No, they can. That's so unfortunate here. Hazard, Eggy will shut down. Will they pick up the operator? It looks like they're going for it. Oh no, they're not. They're just. Oh no, they are. Oh, they're just teabagging. Enjoy it, Diggy. Enjoy it.
Diggy getting dug up there as they're digging up the operator from the player on the opposite side. Birdster floating around in towards the site, but eventually getting shot down. And that's 2 birds with 1 stone. Operator out of play, has to be rebought, but it's going to be scalped into the hands of the attacking side. And well, maybe this time they're going to see if they can punish any kind of an overstep. It's interesting to see Diggy picking up this role, you know, this more offensive role, I suppose, in the way that they're set up on the Killjoy, and well, Birdster is going to have to fall out of that one again. We've seen the operator used, you know, on a Sentinel before, and it looks like they're just making it work, shutting down these players. It's a firing range right now.
A fine death.
It really is a firing range, Hazard. Plant has been initiated once again. It seems as if they're doing everything in the utility front to kind of defend that spike, which is fairly well done. It has, I think we're nearly on for our 3rd res for the attacking Sage of RPI White, which is something that we don't usually see. I don't know if that's true. I'll need to maybe double check that one. But Eggy just slowly lurking out here towards the generator position. Nobody wanting to kind of peek out yet. It really seems as if the retake is coming through really, really slow here. And finally, Eggy will swing, pick up Watson, pick up Blackbird. Well played from RPI White. 8-3 Hazard. Can it make it 9?
Last round
I
in
think,
the half.
you know, looking at the way that this round is setting itself up, you would think that they are the most likely victors to come away on this occasion. Going to be scraps, pots and pans that UMU have to try and to work with here. Birdster isn't going to be able to use that favoured operator that we've seen them be so effective on so far. Wasn't enough to shut down the site on that occasion. Well, that 3 rounds it's something. It's a lifeline for them to try and work with. Much better than coming into this half like we've seen some teams working with absolutely nothing. I like the use of the Viper's pit there from Watson, and actually, that's a very big pick. Diggy gets taken out. IGL sent to watch from the sidelines instantly. Blackbird with a very nice opener. Ult's still available to try and go for a res here if they want to, RPI White, and much more control for to be collected, but it's the control being taken and then squandered away by Shinneman as they push towards A, and that's going to have opened things up. You were speaking about the discipline, but UMU, that is a serious overstep.
That is a serious overstep indeed, and well, I mean, RPI White, they have the quality to actually punish it, Hazza. I'm really loving how things are kind of turning out this game. A little bit of drama, you know me, Hazza. I love that kind of stuff. The Viper's pit is unfortunately not going to get shut down for at least another 10 seconds, I believe. We're waiting for this to fall down before the push comes through. There is an info dart, and the 3 players are actually spread quite far apart here, Hazza. But no, look at this. They're actually just going to push through. They're going to try and shoot towards those feet. There we go. Watson's been picked out, and we'll get 3.
Watson! What?
That is absolutely crazy. We're talking about electricity. We're talking about maybe a little bit of, I guess, life, but that has to be some absolute shock therapy for RPI White in that round from Watson.
It definitely was. Watson just sort of dipping their toes in that Viper's pit to keep it alive, and well, that triple there at the end of the round is going to be keeping the hopes alive for these Mount Union players. A great showing from them there to sort of flip around their performance on the half. I think they'd maybe been a little bit lackluster in areas, but, you know, pulling that out the bag is the best case that you can really give for leading from the front, which is what we want to see. Going in at 4-8 in comparison to 9-3, curses aside, is going to be a lot better of a look for these UMU players. If they're able to pick up a pistol round on that favoured side and use that aggression to their advantage, having that double duelist setup, this could be huge, and FaZe is just going to open the scoring with a lovely pick onto Diggy.
That could probably have given the life from Watson. I'm not going to make any more electricity jokes, but we have to say this right now. It seems as if UMU have the life. Indeed, they're getting all the kills, but can Eggy do the work from above? Doesn't seem to be. They're going to have to come off the top rope here with the RKO. It's not going to happen, it's going to be completely turned over. Budster, the entry, making a space, getting the kills, triple on the round.
So with a really nice pick onto Eggy there to close things out. Eggy with egg on their face, you could say, playing quite passive in the way that they set up there. On the pistol even, I mean, it felt like it was on the bonus. The amount of confidence already that we're seeing from this UMU side is perfect. You need to have that about you. You need to just be able to snap that mentality and really just drive to keep yourselves in it while you have the advantage. Converting the bonus, though, would be big. They're going to have the anti-eco right now, so this one is favoured for them, definitely, especially the fact that this A site is looking gaping open right now for them to try and attack towards. Smith with a Marshall to potentially try and do anything, but is, well, actually, not just good for a tag, good for a whole pick. RPI White with the first opener of the round. Shocks to maybe do more damage. Blackbird falls as well, and, well, this is looking problematic for UMU. A quadruple flank coming through with Birdster only on a Sheriff. What can be done?
Looking like my pork after my dinner last night, pulled apart, looking
There's
a little
no
bit...
way.
This is surely not going to happen. This is surely not going to happen. Not like this. Not like this. Shinneman coming round from the side, absolutely sideswiped, taking out their counterpart. 9-5 on the round. Yeah, interesting stuff. RPI White will shut down that anti-eco, which, if we're being honest, is probably just as important as winning out a bonus.
I don't think I can really overstate how important that round is to be picking up for RPI White. I mean, it wasn't exactly like their backs were against the wall. There was zero pressure whatsoever riding on that round, but they pick it up. I said Eggy had egg on their face, but the egg rests across the faces of the UMU players right now. They're thinking about reinvesting, but it looks like that's going to be rectified to only a half buy. Birdster with a Marshall of their own to see if they can find anything early on. Those snapshots will let these RPI White players know that the weapon is in play. Shinneman holding a nice off angle, just readjusts to maybe try and go for it. That recon dart could do huge work, and well, actually it is! Sets up Namiag for a great double, and just like that, the momentum shifts once again in a game where you really can't call where it's headed at this point in time, Cairo. FSD with a nice flank surely shuts down FaZe there and will do so. But UMU not looking too secure in this round at this point in time.
I don't know yet, Hazard. They do have time on their hands as that clock does start to tick down. Swift coming through with that key info to identify 2 players on yellow box. Lots of chip damage coming out, but it's Birdster to shut down the opposite number. As I say that, though, it's only 2 remaining attackers left. It's down to a 2v2. It's down to a 2v1. Make it no. Hazard 9-5. Make it 10-5. Do you know what? Chip in a few more RPI White because they don't look as if they're stopping.
They certainly don't. UMU not really much of a buy to contend with there, but they got the spike down. The first opening few picks on the round for Namyag, doubling up almost on the amount of picks that they've got so far. Interesting really to see the way that they're setting up here, UMU. Looking at the lineup, you would maybe have expected Namyag to be on a different role, maybe an initiator, and that's potentially reflected in the performance here, not really looking like what we were expecting to see from them, I suppose. Only 5 and 12. Having great impact on the previous round, but the team just not capitalizing off of it in the post plant. RPI White showing their pedigree there to just try and work things out. Another big tag, though, comes through from Blackbird, and Shinneman is just going to have to back all the way up towards the site. Defense right now looking good for UMU, and with that Killjoy in play as well, it's just more layers that have to be broken down here by UMU to try and get a word in edgeways.
Who's going on this one out? Oh, we're just seeing here that tag will probably help out whoever's wanting to take the gunfight in towards mid. Thing is, though, has it? A rotate hasn't came through yet. FaZe takes out Eggy in mid, but FaZe shut down to 26 HP, and the Jet still hasn't moved from A, which is quite interesting here. Again, the spam comes through. I don't think they actually know that the push is coming through. Plenty of delay. Lovely stuff from RPI White, using the snake bites, using that Viper Wall. Make sure players are on low. Well, not low HP, but just kind of deny that. And look at this, they're actually going to have to rotate, just as the Jet rotated to B. They're just avoiding each other almost. A nice little kind of wind hazard coming through there just to deny that line of sight from mid. And it looks as if the execute is going to be on A.
That's holding down this angle, just seeing if Diggy's going to overstep, but I don't think it will come through. The rotate does eventually, and it will be as the spike gets dropped. Bit of an overcommitment there from RPI White. Looking at their team, I was thinking the way that they're set up, Killjoy, Viper and Sage, there's so much control that they should be able to have over the map, yet they've let this one slip. A couple of gunfights taking place towards that spawn position. Birds are on the op. You've got to favour them in this situation. 1 HP for FSD. Surely not! A crisp headshot from them to shut down the opposite number. Namyag has a response to bring Mount Union that step closer, as we've seen rounds go both ways either side of this half so far, both being defusals for RPI White. So yeah, it's just the way that they're setting up right now, giving a lot of control and respect to UMU, a team which, looking at their previous scores and round differentials, maybe sort of seeming like they're struggling to finish their dinner, get things over the line. And that respect that RPI White give them, maybe giving an opportunity for them to have more space than they maybe should be.
Let's play.
Potentially. I mean, they should just get me in the team. Has I never pass up eating my dinner. You know that. I love eating my dinner.
I had some nice dinner earlier as well before the broadcast.
Someone
lentils, spinach, some chicken in there.
All
hearty food and energy really that you need to try and make the most out of, right? You want that energy in your stomach, and right now, UMU, they've got plenty of it. That tour de force in play, going to be a little extra tidbit for them to try and work with. Has to see what can be navigated as far as this Viper one-way is concerned, but so standoffish the approach from both of these teams, taking a lot of control, I suppose, in those more passive areas. RPI White just falling back so much, and it's so standoffish the way that the two teams interact with each other. Really, really difficult to call. Will we see that combination come through once again, though, from the snake bite? Shock Dart doesn't get followed up, but the spike is dropped, and that's the most important part. Watson is going to lose their life on that occasion. UMU is taking that bit of early control. Not Watson, sorry. It was the Viper on the other side of Shinneman. But Hunter's Fury try and navigate this. But yeah, the delay's coming through. And well, actually, the barrier ult could be here for a defuse.
Oh, here we go. The Hunter's Fury comes through. The spam as well has a... And look at that. It's been halved. But the time has got really, really low. Namiak went on an absolute rampage. What's it helping out? Those two players, like a duel in the night, somehow managed to close it out. 7-10. And, well, as we were talking about momentum-based game. And this really seems to be now on the side of UMU. Or, interestingly enough, on Icebox with the attackers, Hazza.
Yeah, so... Coming into this, we saw that this was UMU's pick, so this is the one out of the potential 2, if it is that swift of a series, that we can expect to see them really put up a fight on, and they've looked good so far this half. A couple of rounds off the back of that fumbled anti-eco was the only real opportunity that we saw RPI White to get anything done. They've gone for a stack towards the B side of the map this time on those sheriffs, but aren't really going to be able to find anything. The one round they were able to pick up initially off the back of Swift getting things done with the Marshal. What can they do this time? Their position honed in on a Namyag. Just let off the leash. The dog is going to be chasing after them and swiftly puts them down. Another post-plant situation. RPA White locked out and without the key. FSD's got a couple knives to work with. Diggy's good for one as well, but an uphill battle to try and find this one.
Yep, like a rabid dog taking bites elsewhere. As I say that, they've been put down. Has a Diggy with the Sheriff putting down the law right now. Watson's taking out their opposite number, and like that, finally we see, well, I guess that the attack squad finally find their last man, which was Diggy. And right now, it just seems as if RPI White, yep, there it is, Hazza. Literally, as is about to forecast it, we are seeing them finally put in the time out as things were starting to get out of hand. They were losing their footing and just letting UMU get really, really close. And they are on that kind of, well, I guess half buys. No, they've got full buys just because it's been a timeout that they can't buy out the last 2 remaining rifles. But if you are RPI White, sorry, I should say, if you are RPI White, what are you saying in that kind of, that timeout right now?
I think right now, this just has to be a momentum stopper more than anything, right? Even if you're not able to win the next round, they need to slow things down because it is shifting away from them right now. We spoke about momentum. It's very, very key in Valorant. Other tactical FPSs, you know, there's opportunities where buys can shift back and forth, really, but for the most part, you'll have multiple stabs at breaking that down. In Valorant, once one team gets away and builds up that economy, there's no chance to really shut it down without seriously picking up some rounds of your own. There's way less passive damage that you're able to do than other titles, for example, right? You have to be taking those players out because the loss bonuses aren't the same. In this situation, RPI White, like you said, they have a full buy now, right? They have an operator in their hands. Birdster has one on the attack as well. They need to show a little bit of that patience. A little bit of not trying to overstep, not trying to go for any crazy plays, and, well, just waiting to see what kind of hand will be shown. FSD in a great position right now to pick off that first player, but Blackbird, once again, using the owl drone, that bird in the sky that they're using to navigate this space, isn't going to clear out FSD, though, and that is the key pick on the start of this round.
Key entry pick onto, well, one of the key fraggers here. That's the Renegon Hazard, the one player that can be self-sustaining, the one player that has been really consistently showing up in that kill feed, and it is from the Jet, the operator player, which again can really shut down one site all by themselves, although they do have 2 players to support. It looks as if Birdster's maybe looking towards mid. Nope, as I say that, of course, the caster curse comes through, and it will be a B. Hit the two players that are kind of almost in front, trying to be that hit squad, trying to be that entry, are going to go straight through, down B long, making sure to check all the corners, and finally they'll find themselves on the battleground, on towards the B arena.
They've given away so much information in trying to take the space here. I feel like UMU, every take that they try to put forward here, whether it's successful or not, they give up so much information. Birdster on the flank with the operator, seeing what they can find. Blaze committed though, and Eggy will drop through the underneath of the tube there. They're able to get another. Shinneman able to put down work of their own, but it's already up to a quad. Shut things down. Spike need to be committed here, as it is yet to do so in the 1 versus 1 now. Operator versus operator. That angle will be held. But does the peak come through, and will it be enough to collect both of the shots squandered? Bladestorm still in hand to try and work with, but as those cloudbursts come through, the gap will be closed, and FSD finds it. A triple for them onto Birdster, and that timeout eventually pays off. If you were going to hold a weapon off the back of it as well, it would be that operator. Going to do heaps and bounds here to try and keep that economy afloat. It will still be a little bit of a janky buy, I believe, from these RPI white players, but just shutting down the beast that we had seen from UMU at that point in time is so pivotal. I said a little bit as well, I don't mean to just be going on about this economy, right?
Yeah.
They need to try and shut it down, and look, it's close to being on the knife's edge at this point in time. There's not too many credits left. If RPI White get this one, I mean, well, it's already going to be match point, but if these players have to rebuy for UMU, it's problems either way, because the funds just simply aren't there. And the ults also sit with the defenders at this point in time. Things starting to go their way.
I was literally just about to open with my first point being how many ults were on the board for the side of RPI White, but already 2 players are dropped and 1 ult shut down. Make it 2 ults shut down. Make it 3 players shut down. All down to 2. It's all up to the Jet and the Killjoy. I don't think they want to waste a lockdown here. Has a FSDD. They're not going to waste that operator. Has a, you know, that's the spike down, but they're going to be able to collect it quite easily as FSDD has to check every corner, doesn't want to lose this one out, constantly holding angles, and Namyag lays in wait.
Yeah, maybe I called that one a little bit preemptively there. Diggy picking up the spike. Could have been potentially a round turner, but it looks like right now FSD's just going to have to turn that head 180 degrees, tuck their heels in, and head off towards the back of the A site to save this operator. Namyag with a really nice trade on that round, and just looking like they're full of confidence right now. That's what we wanted to see. I maybe questioned the way that they've been playing a little bit, but on this attacking side, they look revitalized. A completely different player, and much preferring that offensive style. Maybe something to look back on, you know, in the VOD review or whatever from UMU, the way that they're setting up on their defense. Maybe they need to try and bring a little bit more of that aggression with the double duelist. It would be the expected cause of the two, but Birdster, that is a very big pick to be making. Not only is the operator no longer in play, I mean, the money wasn't there for the rest of the players, so there's nothing you can really do to try and work this one, right, Cairo?
Yeah, you're really going to be able to struggle in this one, Hazza. But the thing is, though, the operator always helps. I mean, say for instance, people start to kind of into the site, and I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying, like in the worst case scenario, they start into an op, then that could be a round 1 just because you had that operator in the pocket. Unfortunately, players relegated to that lower buy. The hit is on A, so it's going to be a full 5 kind of hit or retake on towards A. Will they even know Hazard? Or they will, obviously, with that info dart, maybe. I'm not too sure. They'll hear all the kind of sound calls, the sound cues, but will anybody be good for 1? I'm sure they're not going to waste any ults on this round.
Well, if you're UMU right now, you want to keep it as clean as possible. You know your other team is on an eco, and will have to try and work with what they've got, and that's why we see them grouping up as 5 here. The call comes through from the IGL. Diggy rallying the troops to try and make their way back into this one, and it's them who's going to take first contact. With that being said, the picks just rain on through. A mountain of kills from those players, and it ends up flawless. Only around the way now, UMU claw their way back from the depths. That ice pick goes straight back into the cliff, and they continue to pull themselves on that upward trajectory.
I really like that. The ice pick goes into the ice cliff and ice box. Nice little wordplay. I know I'm kind of like making it obvious for the viewer, but I'm just appreciating.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I try my best. Improving every day, you've got to focus. But right now, the team that looks like they're improving the most is UMU. I wasn't expecting this game to be so close. The round differential that RPI White had put up before was, you know, greater than that of 1 round of 13 rounds itself, right? Enough to take away a map. It was of 15 coming into this.
Ooh.
So you really expected it to be a bit different, and that pick will do worlds of good. It opens up the mid area, so there's the potential for a flank now. We're going to be seeing that Viper's pit will be posted up with Shinneman towards A to stop that push from coming through, but you've still got to try and hang a player towards that mid position, and that will be in the form of the Sage. Eggy just looking around to see what's happening. Information just not really sitting with them right now, but UMU, they know nothing about this op. Gets taken down. Namyag, that entry lost. Eggy with an ult of their own. There is a refrag, but right now, very, very cagey. And we go once again into the post plant.
4 versus 3 Hazard with ultimates still available for both sides. Namely, the Viper's Pit, the Blade Storm and the Lockdown. But I think the Lockdown's probably the most important, and there it is, it's committed. Freeze holding a tight angle with that tour de force, but nobody's going to challenge him. They're going to challenge Birdstorm. That's not to be advised. The operator coming out. Snake bites to delay time, and maybe Watson has a lineup here as there's only been one shot out, one player detained. The Viper wall to actually deny lines of sight. Will they have enough time? Yep, it's just going to go
It misses
right
the shot as well.
Oh my god, Hazard, that's absolutely huge. Freeze far too slow. The defenders win that round. They move on towards this map point here. Hazard, absolutely huge from RPI White.
Oh, that's so tough. It has to be noted though, those few picks from FaZe at the end will ease things off just a little bit. It means a couple of extra players, they're gonna have to rebuy here for RPI White. That means that if they don't pick up this round, they're going to be in a really tough spot. The loss bonus has been completely reset by them getting that defuse. If the score goes to 12-11, there's every chance here that we could be seeing UMU push this to overtime. For the time being, though, they've got to take it as it comes. Ults don't really favour RPI White right now. Blackbird with that amazing owl drone in once again. So standard, but so much value. Eggy getting shut down.
Huge.
Things could start to shift here, Cairo. This is really big plays that we're seeing come out from UMU, although, FaZe, you can't overstep like that. FSD punishes.
Oh, that's huge. Hazard have shut down Namyag with the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, not getting Watson, and the spike will be planted. A little bit of chip damage onto Blackbird. More chip damage, down to 13 HP actually. The Guardian could even do the work, but Birdstar elsewhere is doing work of their own. 2 versus 3, but this is very winnable. They know the players' positions. The Blade Storm committed. Shinneman wins that fight out, and they shouldn't have. Well, they pick up Blackbird. A little bit of spam maybe. If they were just a little bit lucky, they'll see it. And now it's down to the 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper. This is for UMU to stay in the map right now. Snakebite's committed. Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, that is the pitcher's throw there from Watson. Bonked straight at their feet, and Shinneman was just like in a melting pot at that point in time. Lava, weak at the knees, and they could do nothing but collapse right now. That feels like what we're seeing from RPI White. They had a commanding position at the half, and they've just seemed to collapse. They buckled under pressure, and now it's only just going to be that Soul Vandal in the hands of Diggy to try and really find anything out of this round. Choice weaponry across the board for these players. UMU in a much better position, and you can track it all the way back a few rounds ago to FaZe just getting that extra damage on the board at the end of the round. Puts a difficult situation for Swift to try and work with, and it's FaZe once again that finds them. Advantage set in early on, and RPI White will have to concede more space as we've seen them back off time and time again. That problem will only get worse as they're eroded away. The ice begins to melt, and those picks of Mount Union just look to be getting stronger and stronger, turning them into slush almost.
Well, we'll need to see how this slush puppy will begin here, Hazard, as well. It looks as if FaZe has again picked up his key position of Kitchen, and he's just going to look in there once again. The Empress has been invested. The Blade Storm available, I think, for RPI White. I'm not too sure if that's maybe just an overlay bug, but Namyag, do they know? They don't, and that's an upgrade there for Shinneman. That's absolutely huge. Spike being committed. They have to all look in different directions here. That is UMU, because they don't know where players are. Yes, the Blade Storm is actually committed right now. Diggy is there, but it's FSDD that's went up huge, but traded straight away. 3 versus 3 in the post plant.
Shinneman has a good flank here. If they're able to find FaZe towards back yellow, this could be huge. Not sure if they expect it. No! FaZe with a great readjustment on the end of that one. Diggy tried to take them down, but they can't get it done. UMU, they push it to overtime. RPI White don't quite have the bottle to get it done in regulation. I said, well, maybe UMU will struggle to finish their dinner. Could it be the complete opposite case? RPI White struggling at this point in time, not really seeing too many numbers across the board. Birds are 30 and 14 with a 2 KD. FaZe putting up plenty themselves. Confidence beginning to shift, and just like that, we see an 8-4 half go the complete opposite way. Operator in the hands of Birdster could be a potential round changer here, but for the most part, I guess even footing, and we'll have to see who edges this one out.
OT Hazza. This is it, the 2-round shootout. Let me see how many rounds of that shootout we'll see as well. UMU, they're going to start on the defense right now. Nice little info dart through mid, but this is where the push is actually coming from. And already there's been a trade come out from both sides. I believe that is a Sova on either side. No, it's not. It's the Jet and the Sova that's been traded out. Oh no, Watson nearly catching out Eggy there. Hazza. That would have been absolutely huge, getting rid of that sustainability. But it's Watson that we need to watch. Swift's taking out Fraze. Shinneman getting that opposite number. It's down to the 3 versus 2.
I never like these mid pushes, Cairo. When the players can sort of get themselves pushed in a little bit, and just as Swift waits for that cloudburst to run out, it gives Birdster an inch, and with an inch they take a mile. Shinneman found, and now it is just Swift left alone in this kitchen position. Spike drop yet to be reclaimed. Has that first opening engagement with the position revealed, eventually collects the headshot. Triple on the round, it'll have to be a quad to seal it now, just hunting with Owl Drone to see what they can find. Hunter's Fury brought online. Birdster just sneaking around the side. Surely Swift expects it. No, knife out, just running. Backs all the way up. You've got to turn around. He's behind you, Birdster, with a triple of their own. But goes one better in the clutch. 13-12. UMU. Right now, they're going to be at an advantage.
Well, they certainly are, Hazza. They're on map point. They're on OT point. This is absolutely huge for them. But another thing we have to comment is that, well, UMU were pretty emphatic on their attack. They were putting rounds together constantly. But at the same time, they won the same amount as RPI White. Easily we could see a bounce back. But the fact they won on their defence is the biggest point that we have to point out.
Yeah, and I think coming into this, with UMU having played more games as well, more maps as a team, as the opener is collected by FSG, that operator getting a bit more showtime on the defenders, as we've seen it used by both teams to great effect so far. Maybe just having those extra reps. UMU look a little bit more confident in the late stages, playing well together as a team, but they're going to have to demonstrate that in perfect quantity right now, because there's a lot of utility coming in. Watson's feeling the full effects as Shinneman takes them out, and that advantage firmly now with RPI White in the retake. Left on the shoulders of Blackbird and Namyag to try and find something in this one. The two players who were sat towards the bottom of the scoreboard, what can they do? Locked all the way out, barrier orb up. It's a surefire round.
Certainly is, and it's a flawless round. What a way to answer back. We go into another round of the 2-round shootout. Hazza 13-13. Who's going to win this one out? Maybe it will be another draw. We go further into the depths of overtime. Remember, folks, if you don't know, you have to win by 2 rounds in overtime. It has to be an advantage of 2 to win out the map right now. And also, every player gets 5k to spend on their guns, on their rifles. And on top of that, they also get 3 points off their ultimate. So Hazza, what do you make of that?
Oh, what is there to make, I guess? We see Birdster on the operator again. So the defenders still just trying to utilize this as much as possible. And RPI White, I want to see that drone come through. We're going to see it come through, of course. From Blackbird, as we have done time and time again. Birdster just trying to hide away from it. And just like that, it's that extra space that they need. That great movement to just be so aware of the way that the round is playing out, to keep that operator alive and breathe life into a team which have been struggling a little bit as of recent. UMU get that opener on the board, and RPI White have to go back to the drawing board of sorts to see what they can do in this one.
I want to see what pictures are being drawn up. UMU again taking the advantage. We're going to see a defender-sided OT. Blackbird, I'm looking in towards mid. I'm not going to say the word that we're all thinking, but Namyag is going to tell us the actions that they want to do. They're going to pick up that jet, and already Eggy has answered back, but that info dart's just not good enough, Hazza. It hasn't picked up Fraze, and Fraze doesn't know where the other player is. The shock dart almost picking him up. Will they get the Sova? No, he won't. Swift will take him out, and with Hazza's laugh, you know exactly how that one went. 2v2, make it 2v1. It's all up to the Sage of Eggy. They've been fragging out Hazza. Almost 3 reses, I think we said, but no,
spotted.
not like this. Not like this. Eggy doesn't even know. Blackbird missing the first initial shots, but will shut them down.
Yeah, I think in that situation we saw RPI White trying to go for the cheeky plant on top of the boxes there again, but not quite seeing that one through. RPI White, yeah, backs against the wall. Actually, there'll be a timeout invested as well. Diggy understands now that their team has not only lost that first encounter once, but twice now in a row in the overtime situation. So they've got to try and pull this one out the bag from that less favoured defender's side where we saw them struggle so much in the previous half. Cairo, right now, what needs rectifying about this RPI White lineup? Because they've been a little bit lackluster in spaces, and UMU, is it just their brilliance or the way that they've been setting up? On that previous round, it didn't look to be going their way, but they still managed to find it.
Well, one thing that I will say is I think UMU are just punishing the aggression of RPI White. If you throw it all the way back to the first half, the reason why they were playing so well is they managed to convert that bonus, and then they just kept punishing with sheer aggression, sheer entry skill. You think towards, I think it was FSTD when they were attacking in that first kind of half, they were really, really shutting down their opponents, and that's just not happening now when they're attacking in overtime. I don't know if maybe UMU have cottoned onto it, have started to find that winning formula and like kind of manipulating towards RPI White, but this defending round is so big, and already we're seeing almost a similar kind of default style setup from UMU, but we'll need to see exactly what happens in the round.
Two teams on different trajectories at this point in time, but it's UMU who are leading in this tug of war. As I say that, FSD with the opener, as we've seen time and time again. Diggy piles on the pressure. That team talk obviously doing something to try and muster them up around here and level the score as we are in overtime. Watson has a response though, and just like that,
huge.
It's the punish coming through once again. Another overstep, and that could be just enough to give them a lifeline which can keep them in this contest and will actually just seal the deal before they have to get any more dirt on their hands. Watson leading from the front, and we find ourselves once again in that post plant. Viper's pick committed. Blackbird looking for an additional pick over the top of it. They get it. The score evened. Now a great opportunity for them to get it done. Watson finds out on a triple as well, Cairo. Diggy left alone to try and keep their team alive.
Oh no,
but it's not to be. The quad comes through from Watson, and just like that, UMU, they find that map pick. RPI White struggling so much, and what we'd expected to see just never comes through. That confidence that we were maybe anticipating, maybe reflected in the first half, but just off the back of that sort of last round, UMU getting a little bit of confidence, and eventually the snowball builds and Icebox is theirs.
Well, I mean, we knew it was attacker-sided. 2-8-4 halves in favour of the attackers is pretty emphatic. Really good rounds from both teams. Overtime, just as dramatic, we could say. And in that 2-round kind of advantage from UMU, they were pushed all the way to the edge, but already we are seeing the qualities of both teams. One thing that I have to point out, that was a moment of brilliance from Watson, but what a punishment on towards that midsection. Continuously we'd seen RPI White's aggression. I know they wanted to go and win the gunfights, they were feeling themselves, fair enough, they had a good half, but you have to kind of rein it in sometimes, and in that round they did not rein it in.
I feel like we sort of saw a revitalized UMU. I used that phrase before when I was talking about Namyag. I could say the same about Watson maybe. They were consistent across the board. They had that nice triple in the Viper's pit to pick up that final round to bring them to 4 before the half switched over.
Yeah.
And towards the end, that's just a standout moment of brilliance to get your team out of that situation in overtime. I thought they might be leading from the front, 28% headshot, leading the way in terms of statistics. That's the perfect example. That second one through the side of the tube.
Crazy. You've
really got to be scratching your heads if you're an RPI White player. But like I said, it was very, very close at the end. It has to be noted. 15-13 read the score at the end. We still have a series. We have a series on our hands, Cairo. We have a series on our hands. We're going to be going to Ascent next. We said about this being RPI White's pick if they're not able to collect this one. could be a real issue, especially now the fact that they didn't win out on that first one being the pick of UMU. Does this go to Breeze, or is this, a potential to see a 2-0 go the other way? I mean, how are you feeling about it now after you've seen that first round? I was expecting this to be a little bit more dominant from the top side.
I really am interested. This is the thing. We can never tell with Icebox because Icebox is such a kind of weird map. I mean, easily we can see it being stolen. How many times have we watched like a kind of T1 match and it just something crazy happens? And you know, I mean, it's such a dramatic map due to all the angles, etc., that can come out from it and all the crazy plays. I think UMU looked like a team who had picked their map. Does that make sense? I know, like, they looked like they were comfortable on their own map. They didn't panic when they were 8-4 down. They just went about their business on the attacking half. They caught up. I don't think we saw a UMU timeout, did we?
I don't think we did, actually. So, interestingly enough, they were able to get it done without a timeout. So,
yeah.
There were plenty of times, I think, where they probably could have popped one in that first half, but opted not to and were mentally sound anyway, good enough to get that one over the line eventually.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I think has to be mentioned for the most part is the way that the teams approached each other in a lot of those gunfights. It was very held back, very reserved in the way that both of them set up on their attack and defensive halves. So it'll be interesting to see now RPI White with their backs up against the wall. Maybe they'll let themselves off of that leash a little bit more and maybe go for the jugular and show their prowess on a map that they should be favoured on. That's what I want to see from them, at least in this next map, which we'll be getting into shortly.
Another thing I was going to say, I know we're kind of waiting for the lobby to get ready, and we're going to head straight into Ascent. I don't think we're taking a break. I'm not too sure. Wait for confirmation. But with that being said, I was going to ask, do you think maybe both teams were just waiting to play retakes? That was the strategy on defense, play for the utility, etc., rather than go for the kind of like just straight on head on gunfights?
Potentially. I think the thing with Icebox is it's one of those maps where when it first came into the pool, it's a lot more expansive than the others, right? There's a lot of territory across the board, so those rotates will be taking a little bit longer, which is why those lurks towards mid are so potent, because you're able to catch players off on their lonesome so frequently. Didn't see it get exploited too much on this occasion. I think it was RPI White that made the most of it, and you can sort of see that difference maybe in game knowledge and some of the plants they were trying to make as well on their attacker's side with those barrier orbs. But the point I'm trying to get at is I think it's much easier to wait and play for that retake and group up when you don't have that numbers advantage. And we saw a lot of the time, especially towards A, and just the attacker side in general, both of those teams had 8-4 halves. Their attacker sides were both a lot better than their defenders. So the majority of the time they were finding these first bloods. I mean, for example, we saw Birdstar had 8 first bloods, Phrase 5 first bloods, both on the side of UMU, but putting up big numbers there. And these teams are forced to play in a retake when they have that disadvantage early on. You want to just try and group up as many numbers as you can to go for those. Killjoy as well, an agent with that lockdown. Not something we saw too much of, but maybe another reason to try and play for that kind of setup.
Yep, certainly. I think we are just getting ready to go in towards Agent Select Hazza. So with that being said, us heading towards Ascent, we'll put Icebox behind us for now. Put it in the freezer almost if you want to pun it out. But with that being said, as we ascend into Venice, what are you thinking here? You thinking probably Astra, a little bit of Sova?
I think, to be honest, the picks probably write themselves at this point in time. The standard composition would be featuring Sova heavily on both sides, and I think we'll expect to see that from Blackbird maybe, but no, it's actually Namyag that will be flexing over. This is something that we expected to see from them actually before the game started. Blackbird, by trade, is an Omen player actually, Omen not being so favoured in the meta really. I feel like Astra is the better choice to be making here. Shinneman will echo my thoughts as well, but Eggy, with the choice of a KO and a Neon potentially being teased, this could be interesting, Cairo.
It could be really interesting. It's that fluid comp that we're talking about from Liquid on Breeze. Two of those, no, wait, more than two. It's actually three of those picks that is coming through from that comp. Diggy actually going for the KJ, FSDD. Will they go for the Jet? A double duelist comp on Ascent has it? Is that to be advised?
I think double duelist, you can definitely make it work on Ascent, but Swift will eventually be locking in the Sova there. It makes sense. Let's not beat around the bush. Sova is definitely a must pick coming into this. If they hadn't picked up a Sova anywhere across the board, I would have been a little bit confused. But, you know, Neon potentially has opportunities to try and entry, you know, with those concussions, with the fast lane giving you that opportunity to play solo, do a lot of things that Jet does in the way that she can use those cloudbursts and the tailwind, but for a lot less of the value. So an interesting niche pick maybe to be picking up, but I'm not really surprised that we don't see that come through, and it is a little bit more defaulty to what we would expect to see here.
Well, with that being said, Hazard, we are going to move through in towards our agent select. I was a bit worried that we weren't going to see a Silva on the side of RPI White, but with that being said, we are going to see them. You know, it's as his kind of map, as you always say, the Silva playground. If you want to kind of throw back to our favourite content creator, but with that being said, I want to see exactly how things are going to go already. A kind of, I guess, favourability towards mid with the way that those three players are lining up from the side of UMU. The Sky just watching on towards A main. A little bit of a default, things you love to see at the start of a game on Ascent, but maybe you'd realistically want to just full send it and execute onto a site.
Right now, UMU just sitting pretty content, trying to maybe feel out what this RPI White defense is really trying to do, right? They got their favored side on their map pick, so it's just going to be a question of how they want to set this one up. We saw a bit of early aggression towards that A main position. Obviously, both of the ultimate orbs being much more favored for the attackers to try and pick up, and well, maybe we're going to see one get scalped by Watson towards B main. Just backs up as that early information is collected. Spike not yet committed, but crossfire's established towards A. UMU are going to start to push in. Utility there to try and shut it down, but Blackbird is the one that finds it. Actually, it's a couple of headshots, but the reset comes through. They don't look to be executing. They're going to bide their time. With space towards the rest of the map, the numbers will be sitting firmly with them right now.
Not only that, though, Blackbird has retained that 100 HP after the heal from the Sky, and the luck from Arena's absolutely gorgeous. They're going to come from behind as the KJ turret distracts the two defenders. Budster goes huge, picks up one but can't get the second. A swift shutdown from that Sova player as Freeze starts to plant. Here we go, the shot dart comes out, won't be able to deny, but Blackbird will deny the Sova. It's all up to Eggy coming through, and from Market the knife to go out. Will they catch anybody? They'll suppress one, but there's three other players. This is it, Hazel. Blackbird with a 4K, an absolute huge round from the Astra player, a huge round from UMU. Can they maybe upset the odds and shut down RPI White?
Maybe. I mean, winning the pistol round is going to be a great way to open things up. It already gives you that early momentum that you can look to try and convert. Birdster opting for a Phantom as well, just showing what kind of plays we can expect to see coming out from this lineup. If they're able to keep this one through the round, make sure that it's left unscathed, then that could be a great opportunity, especially on the Reyna, with how much momentum we know they can generate alone, to try and get things done. They will drop a headshot early on, but there are heals to be made from that Soul Orb. It's just going to force these players back. Nebula Pulse comes through to try and shut things down, but Namnyag with a huge spray on the anti-eco will just be bolstering their arsenal with those frags. Diggy getting felled as well. And we're looking at a potential flawless round from UMU.
Yeah, this is looking really unfortunate. They're looking really good when it comes to those pistol rounds. Really patient Hazard, which is worrying signs for RPI White when you have a patient team on Ascent. I feel as if the default style suits this map so well. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know if you agree. But with that being said, you have to just love the way that things are being played right now. The aggression when they knew they could win the gunfights, the kind of patience on the pistol round. But how does it work out when you move on towards this round when it's, I want to call it a bonus, but it's not really considering there's 3 rifles in play.
Yeah, it really isn't. I mean, the fact that we're seeing a couple of Phantoms potentially, maybe just the one in the end, and actually it will be relegated onto a Spectre. But the fact that we're seeing a Phantom and a Vandal shows that UMU mean business right now. And they're going to be trying to find some control early on, although players are backed up towards tiles, so not as much control as they had previously, but with it being that bonus round, you can't really knock the strategy here. Trying to group up and play like that death ball almost, the nucleus charging on through in the form of Birdster on that Phantom, but it's Blackbird that's actually going to find a pick towards short, and this will really stretch the defense. A key position lost early on, and RPI White looking lost in these early stages.
They are looking a little lost here, Hazza. Oh no, who's going to win out this gunfight? It's going to be Swift taking out Birdster, the Reyna gone, and already it seems as if the gunfights have somehow went in favour of the defenders, have equalled out the man count, but Swift is on low HP, not able to capitalise with maybe a nano swarm from the KG, but the info dart's just too late, Hazza.
Look at the space towards spawn that Namiag has found. Not quite expecting Eggy to peek out, but pushed all the way now towards that defender's position. They have a chokehold almost. Eventually, they'll release their grip. Shinneman lurking in the bowels right now of this system. And it might not get cleared out. Able to get that first one. Swift walking on through for a triple. Able to find the other Astra. And now it's just Watson left to try and find anything on that round. But Eggy does shut them eventually out. 2 players left for RPI White. Not the cleanest of rounds to be taking. Admittedly, there was that investment from UMU, but looking very good early on, especially for an attacker's half. Getting those rounds on the board early on and not letting themselves be put in that more compromising position. RPI White as well. Money not looking great.
Money isn't looking great, Hazza, but the thing is, though, is... well, money's not looking great on either side. It's that knife's edge that you talk about. I mean, if we can somehow see RPI White win this one out with the kind of lower weaponry, or lower compared to their opponents, I mean, they're still capable of winning this out. 2 rifles, a Spectre. I mean, we've seen the Marshal do wonders before, a Bulldog as well. I don't think this is out of the hands of RPI White right now, and already we could see UMU actually be relegated to an eco buy, because their eco isn't great either, but the difference is they have 4 rifles and a Spectre.
Blocking vision.
Nice early control taken towards B main by RPI White, although that player pushed up, being the Killjoy. What can they really look to do here? Marshall, in this situation, you're going to have to start landing some of those shots. Gets the first tag in, but it's Blackbird that is going to be doing the damage. Great Cosmic Divide to stop any opportunity at a player making their way out from the Heaven position. This time, the UMU players will be a little bit more rigorous in the way that they clear out that position from Hell. But Watson on the flank look to be caught in a pincer already. RPI White, they're going to have to try and commit to one of these angles, push in through the front or the back. Swift gets the first one, but Watson lays waiting in the wings. A couple to try and pick up, gets them both. And now it's a 2 versus 1, just FSD with that Marshal. And it won't be enough. Triple from Watson. I think we pretty much expected that one. Really, really nice round from UMU. And it further breaks the bank of RPI White. They can maybe opt for another force, but I believe it's ill-advised.
Yeah, it really is ill-advised. I thought, honestly, in my humble opinion, Hazza, maybe RPI White should have went for a save with a couple of rifles. It just bolsters the economy for rounds coming forward, and the way UMU had set up with the kind of Cosmic Divide, they had so much going for them, etc. Just all in all, UMU played that so well. The way they were able to get into the site, execute, it was just absolutely beautiful. But with the way things are going right now, I really need to see RPI White doing a lot more right now. They really need to start seeing them kind of, I don't know, just being able to win those initial gunfights out, because it seems as if the entry just seems so easy for UMU.
Problems are most likely only going to get worse. It's just Diggy to try and defend B realistically as we see that rotate come through towards the spawn position. Hunter's Fury invested, but Not good for anything, Cairo. Not a single tag across the board, and that's going to be another bit of utility that can't be invested on those more poignant rounds. Right now, it's a 5 versus 5. Maybe the defenders will just be looking to lock those players out, stop them from making their way from the site, but there's so much time on the clock.
Oh, you see there's so much time, has it? Still is ticking down and things are taking far too long already. We're seeing the kills come out and they're going in favour of the attackers. Almost flawless as FSDD does get Fraze, gets the Sky. And that is a 4-1 round for University of Mount Union so far. RPI White has a just... I don't know. I mean, I guess they were on Sheriffs, etc. on that round. We have to give them that kind of little... asterisks on that round when they lost it, fair enough, but I still, again, it's like it just seemed as if the site was so easy for RPI White. There was no initial resistance, and every time it's like a hot knife through butter almost.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're going to be talking about YouTube challenges and stuff, where's the RPI White win a round challenge? I'm not trying to be toxic here.
Oh my
Sorry.
God.
But I think they're gonna have a better opportunity this time around, right? That was an easy one. That butter through knife, very easy. This is more of a cinnamon challenge, right? And the cinnamon challenge right now is picking up those kills. Really nicely done from them to be finding that first one. And this Killjoy ult is not really gonna get too much value. Bursts it in towards the site. That position quite given away at this point in time. Spam potentially anticipated. Eggy will try and alleviate some of the pressure. Connects the first and the second comes through as well. Actually, RPI White looking very strong in this round. I love the owl drone. The tag is perfect. 3 players faced up and there's not much you can do in that situation. Eventually they get it. And UMU gonna have to wait a little bit longer to find another.
Hazza. I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to answer it truthfully, honestly. How does it taste?
How does what taste? The cinnamon?
No. To eat your own words.
I mean, look, I said it was a challenge, and it's a challenge that they gladly accepted. And not only did they accept it, they proved that they were more than capable of finding that round. I think the fact of the matter was, you may be giving them a little bit of stick for that previous round where they'd given up so much space, but they didn't really have the guns to try and seal that one out. When you're facing up against those rifles, there's nothing left to do really but be obliterated. If they were good for more than one there, it would have been a miracle. But right now, this is the even footing that we want to see. Or I say even footing. There are players on Sheriffs here. Bladestorm's popped even to try and find a pick. UMU taking early presence towards Market.
They've got a lot of space here, Hazard. They do need to be wary of a potential flank, or if they back up into, well, another rifle staring at them. Look at this, the short play here from the Jet and the KO. They could have peeked out at any time and got a kill, but nothing has been gained. Freeze still looking in towards Market. Extremely winnable. FSDD did pop that Bladestorm, has finally used those knives and retrieved them after getting a kill on towards the sofa. Probably one of the most important ones, Hazard, because that's the Hunter's Fury down, and so is that. That's the spike down.
Yeah, it's that initiator gone, the tail of the snake chopped off, and while the midsections are losing weight as well as Swift is hacking away, finds another one onto Watson, makes it a triple onto Fraze, and it's just Birdster stuck towards the log, seeing what they can do. Not very much. That shock dart rains hellfire on down, and RPI White look to gain a little bit more charge right now as those sails carry a little more wind in the elevated position of ascent.
Do we talk about Fraze? Do we have a chat?
We don't talk about Fraze. No.
A little bit of Encanto there, but I think
Me Encanto. I
was about to say, I think you should maybe be wishing for some of those powers, Hazard, because, my God, what a couple of whiffed shots on towards the KJ. Already, I was just thinking of that TikTok somewhere. It's like, oh, no. But with that being said, the execute is looking as if it's going to come in from A. The Astra and the Astra and the KO, the two kind of... Two, well, I say suspects, but I guess they might be victims at this stage if the execute does come through. All the utility starts to come through. The flash, all of the Astra utility. That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
Great combination there of the gravity well And that fragment grenade, Shinneman just ducking and weaving either side of the box, but it gives space for Eggy to swing and do just the more damage. FSD with a couple of their own. Watson left alone, away from the rest of the team. What can they do? Well, they can face out against an op, or at least they can die trying. For the time being, they will stay alive, trying to catch out Swift, who's just throwing every single arrow out of their... I've forgotten what the word is. What's it called? Quiver. Yeah, every single arrow out of their quiver, and the only one quivering right now is Watson as they get dropped. The score levels 4-4. RPI White. At this point in time, this could finish, you know, an 8-4 half, and all things considered, I think they would be happy with that one, considering how they started, looking a lot more rejuvenated into this matchup.
One thing I'll say, Hazard, is if it is a 6-6 half or something of that kind of well, ballpark, is that if I'm RPI White, I'd be buzzing with that. I mean, it's on a cent. I mean, things are usually quite even. FSDD is going to get the first kill into this round, so therefore they're looking good. Hazard moving potentially up to a 5-4 on this kind of score so far.
Not only that, if we look at the lineup that they've got, when we do head over towards the attack, if we're just, you know, on full Hopium mode for RPI White right now, that lockdown will be a great caveat in their disposal. As we're seeing, you know, a little bit of teasing going on right now between FSD and the Reigner of Birdster. That first shot doesn't connect, and, well, it may be a while before we see the next one. Orb will be picked up. A little bit more to try and use here. Like I was saying, the ultimates, right? You have that lockdown available, Cosmic Divide, and then 2 initiators. So much space that they can look to try and take here. I'm just surprised that we haven't seen them be a little bit more aggressive so far. But, well, when they've been holding those sites, they've been holding them pretty well. Good damage across the board from those 2 players as they combine Shinneman with a nice couple of picks there. Hunter's Fury from Swift expects the jump up from Birdster. And just like that, RPI White, they take the lead.
They do indeed. Has a 5-4 the scoreline. That's things you do love to see. Well, with that being said, though, the Cosmic Divide and the Lockdown is available here for RPR White. Things getting even better. The rich get richer. Has a... Well, the ultimates come online. I want to see if UMU do get poorer after this one as well. They are, again, on that kind of eco-cycle. 5 rifles, but only 4 full shields. Don't know why Namyag's not bought up yet.
Oh, we do eventually see it come through.
Do we?
Yeah.
On my screen, it's not. No?
No. Oh, the heavy shields.
Yeah,
no heavy shields. Interesting choice from them there. Not too sure what that's about, but I understand maybe if they want to try and carry a few extra creds into the following rounds, then maybe that's a little more understandable. Although, for the time being, slow approach from UMU. And that RPI White setup has to be shut down. Position though from Birdster towards Market. That's actually very aggressive, and they post up here, easily catch someone off guard. They're going to be putting themselves into an RPI White sandwich if they step out at the wrong time. But if played correctly, this could be the cherry on top.
But Hazard, there was pings on towards that position. I don't know if maybe there was an audio cue. I don't know if they actually know that Birdster's there. They're all, every time they go by the angle, are swinging it. So I don't know if they maybe know he's there, but the point that we need to make is the fact that the information and the actions happening on site. One player, Diggy, takes out Birdster, but the spike still hasn't been planted. As you hear, there's 30 seconds left, make it 20 seconds. A nice little trade coming out there. It's all coming through, and it's all going to be on the defender's side. 6-4. That's the scenario that we're looking at. Hazard potentially even more for the side of RPR White. I was saying 6-6 was the kind of ideal scenario if you're RPI White when it was 4-4, but now Hazard, again, you're probably looking at 7-5, maybe even an 8-4.
I mean, I said 8-4 when it was 4-4. That's all I'm going to say, Carrie, but I think this map usually does lend itself to be a little bit more defender-sided, so that is something that RPI White will want to make the most out of. Another key thing, just being the momentum right now. We've said, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point in time because that is the key phrase that I keep mentioning across the series, but we've seen it in a copious amount. On the first map, it was an 8-4 half for both sides, both looking a lot stronger on the attackers. Could certainly be the same this time around.
I don't know. I mean, we'll need to see. Things are looking fairly even across the map right now in terms of positioning from UMU right now. It's very defaulty, it's very Gambit-esque. I mean, you always troll me for saying that, but it's true. The way that things are going, but now that we are starting to see a slight favourance towards this short push from the Sova and the Reyna. Here they are going to move in with the Lear, but is anybody going to get picked up? Eggy's just playing so much delay, but it's Freeze on the site. Does Shinneman know? Have they found out? They'll find out now. They're waiting for the swing with the Phantom in hand. They'll win it out, but now all the action in towards Shot is coming out in favour of these defenders once again. Shot dart to go out, will pick up Budster. Watson finally getting diggy, and now we're all down to the last player. It is Watson. It is the current KG. But with that being said, we'll need to see what they can do.
30 seconds left.
Current. You had to just slip that one in, didn't you? You love a little electricity pun there. You've been counting them up. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a checklist that you've been ticking off as we've been making our way through this matchup. But Watson, they're going to have to prove to be electrifying if they want anything done on this round. It would have to be more of a throw from these UMU players, really. Or RPI White, players to throw this one away. Swift will gladly put their life on the line on that occasion, although their work has been done. Triple for them on the round, just showing how good Sova can be. And, well, Watson, actually, as they find a couple of picks there, you think maybe there was an opportunity for them to have actually got something done. Alas, the time runs out and there's no opportunity to do so, but showing signs of life, and I think the fact that they've got those 4 rounds on the board early will be the most important thing at this point in time.
Right, Hazza, 7-4, we are seeing the advantage being taken for RPI White. Finally, we're seeing it look like their map. I mean, I guess they have won, I don't know how many rounds in a row, but with that being said, can confidently say RPI White will be taking an advantage into the next half. Maybe even a bigger advantage than what we first initially thought. The Seekers do come out. Won't really get much information, but look at FSDD. Look at where the crosshair has this. Could it be the spam? Could it be
Mouse one?
Oh!
There it is. It finally comes through. FSD with another one. An additional feather in the cap. 3 versus 2, though. A couple of kills from those players makes things a bit easier. Shot pass towards the back of Jen, but that position not quite taken up just yet. The defender Killjoy will also come through on this final round. Really nicely played by the utility there, and it's just Watson alone once more.
I'm just waiting to see how this is going to go out. They're kind of almost stuck out of the site here. They're getting ready to get aggressive. Denied the plan, but the wrong target was picked, and there it is, 8-4 on the half. RPI White finally coming back into this one, Hazza, but as a defender-sided ascent, I mean, they were 8-4 up in Icebox. Only thing is that we can take away from this is when it comes to picking your own map, I'm not saying it's very hard. I think inherently when you're on the defender side and you take an advantage, I don't think there's much to be kind of looked at there, because you should know how to play defense on any site, no matter what the map. But when it comes into fruition, where you start to see how this is their map pick, is when we go towards the attack, and I think we will see that from RPI White here.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting to see how they try and dictate the pace on the attacker's side here, where they go for those five-person pushes and really group up together. UMU, when they looked best, I feel, towards the beginning of this game, is when they were trying to exploit the space and really default as much as possible, keep an expanded presence across the map and see what was going for them. And right now, RPI White do exactly the same. Swift punishes Birdster with an overstep there. It looks like we may see a similar situation here from Blackbird. We do indeed. 5 players left on the board still for RPI White, gunning for a flawless here. And it's just Watson towards the backside to try and do anything. Of course, that low HP player gets dropped. It won't be a flawless this time around. But it's a 4 versus 1 situation, and Fraser's got everything to try and contend with at this point in time. Door shut down on them as well. And all opportunities of picking this one up looking shut as well.
Oh, does get one though, Hazza. And the 3 remaining players are somewhat low, although time is against them. Freeze. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying there's a possibility. No info being gained from the KO knife. Freeze looking to swing, and I think time has just reached that critical point. It's just when you hear that switch in pace from the beeps, I think right now we're just looking at Freeze trying to get exits, get that extra couple 100 round creds already. Here comes the swing. Diggy will pick up Freeze. Finally, we get that round on the board for RPI White. But I want to give a little bit of compliments finally to RPI White Hazza. I want to talk about the electric arrows that we're seeing, and also the kind of grenades from the KO. I mean, Hazza, every time we have seen them being placed, they've been almost placed to perfection.
It seems like the rust is really starting to come off now. Yeah. Well, actually, there's going to be a timeout coming out from Swift here, so that Salt will be just left to marinate in the wounds of what is looking like a pretty beaten up UMU side after the previous game. In this timeout, I think right now Swift is just looking happy with themselves. 20-8, doing that 2KD already with 20 on the board. Head and shoulders above any of the rest of their teammates. I think the strategy going into this one just has to be make the most out of those orbs. Get those ults on the board as soon as possible so that when you come into the round, the bonus round where they're not going to have that same weaponry, they're able to just maximize it, right? You're looking for those min-max opportunities, that macro across the board, really, to just try and carve out advantages. And having those ults online sooner is really going to help them try and do that. Right now, because of the way UMU have played and how little impact they've had so far, they're not going to be able to have those ults online for a while for the defenders.
I wonder, it really is interesting how they did initiate that timeout though, has RPI White. I wonder, I mean, I don't know if it's maybe just confirmation of what's going right and they're just kind of having a discussion about it, or if they're just kind of reconsolidating things, slowing the team down, like say, right, come on guys, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It really is an interesting kind of conundrum, but look how open that B site is.
Well, that timeout's actually been used for UMU as well. They've used this opportunity to see if they can't try something a little bit different out, but, well, you know, just because it's different doesn't mean you're necessarily going to like it. Birdster, though, is able to find one. Shinneman on low HP, you expected them to maybe go down sooner. Actually, this round is looking pretty good. UMU drop things down to a 2 versus 2, and just like that, this round, they're in with a chance.
I'm just waiting to see how things will come through as they start to head through and market. The block to come out and stars to be placed. They're taking their time, Hazard. They're not wanting to commit too early, but the clock is still ticking against them. No, not like this. Eggy's just waiting. They're just waiting. Trigger discipline comes through. Watson picked up the KO knife to try and get information on Blackbird, but they already know where he is. And try to see what's happening. I don't even know what's happening. I'm completely lost. I'm absolutely broken, but I think so is the side of UMU is finally they get broken down after that anti-eco from RPI White.
I mean, just then we've seen something pretty ridiculous from FSD. It's like when you have the katana and you see them just almost begin to unsheath the sword, and before it even looks like they've uncloaked it, it's shut again. That headshot in a snap second, able to land onto the dome of Blackbird and render them all but useless in the 2 versus 1 situation there. RPI White collect another round, but it wasn't the cleanest. FSD gonna make that a lot better for their team now by picking up the Vandal to try and make this entry with, and only one player towards the site. Just early problems just coming forward once again for UMU.
Watson with a beautiful double kill there. Oh no, it's all went in favour of these defenders. Flash coming out from Fraze. Can they pick up Diggy? Remember, this is a bonus round here for the side of RPI White. Already they've dropped 2 rifles. This is looking good for them, and that's all they're going to be able to get here. After a kind of fast round, they realised what they had to do. They just got into the site. I don't know if the spike was planted. I don't think it was, because there was that finisher on towards B main. Yeah. But I think for right there, RPI White realised what they had to do. They got in, they got it done, they dropped 2 rifles, and I mean, I guess that was kind of the compliments they have to play.
I mean, RPI White there, it wasn't the best round, but it wasn't the worst round. Like you said, it was, you know, just a round on the timeline, basically. One that's probably quite forgettable for both teams, I suppose. And, well, the fact of the matter is, yeah, they didn't drop more than 2 players, so it's not really going to do too much damage to this defender's economy. Right now, they have those better guns to try and use on this one. And they're just going to sit and look for that overstep once again. But with the way UMU are set up, it's a bit more disciplined after what happened on the pistol. And it doesn't look like they're going to be popping that mole out of the molehill anytime soon. With that being said, Raze does exactly that with no trade in sight. And Diggy will have that opening.
Concealment.
And yeah, Blackbird left alone now in that short position to try and defend things out. The flash bouncing all around off the side of the pots. Eventually picks that one up. Eggy and Swift find a couple, and the null command will be perfect. Just pinch in towards the site. Namyak does take them down. There is 10 seconds for that player yet to be picked back up. Shinneman will do it, and just like that, I think there'll be enough time for them to keep the weapon. Yes, there will. That's going to be huge. Just keep that economy flowing. UMU looking battered at this point in time.
Yeah, they really are looking blue and purple, bruised all over, Hazza. With that being said, they're almost... I mean, realistically, they don't have much in terms of economy to really contest in this round. They're playing for the next one. But with that being said, I mean, they're almost giving kind of map point towards RPI for free because they are on such low HP. Already the old drone comes out. They can't seem to catch Budster. They'll get the information on him retreating due to that KO knife. They'll suppress them, but really not much else other than that. We know that where the kind of execution is going to be coming from, but we need to see if maybe this player on towards tiles can get anything. Freeze the sky. Maybe waiting for a bit of support here coming from the Sova. But I mean, how much support can you really have when it's two? Well, I was going to say two sheriffs. It's not. It's one sheriff and a classic.
Raze, if they were to give away their position now, which it looks like that guiding light will do, they could soon be inviting that pincer because there's no presence in A main, and it's given that space that we see getting picked up by Shinneman to just try and punish these players that have made their way in towards mid. Fragment grenade also available to flush them out. Light comes through for the pop, but they've blinded themselves, and just like that, they'll eventually get picked off. No such support, and RPI White punish accordingly. Now, the execute set to come in towards V. Players left in support. Only 30 seconds for that spike, and a couple of them we found out. Eggy gets the first position noted of Birdster. Good for one. They can try and delay as much as they want, but it won't be sufficient. Blackbird now with the Marshall. Their wings clip. UMU, like you said, looking battered and bruised. We were hoping that the blue we would be seeing from them is the blue of a round win on that defender's side, but right now it's anything but. Able to collect one. But just the one.
Yeah, it's just going to be the one, Hazza. I mean, look at what's coming in the next round, right? We kind of try to predict and all that good stuff, right? But with all the money in the world that UMU have, they also have to go up against two ultimates. Fair enough, UMU, they have three ultimates in board, a lockdown of their own, a Cosmic Divide and an Empress, which is all round winning in their own right, Hazza. But a Cosmic Divide coming out for the defenders as well as a lockdown, that's really good entries if they really want to use it, and also can be good for post plants. But I mean, the biggest one, that Hunter's Fury from Swift, could be absolutely huge, absolutely massive, maybe even get an entry pick, maybe even winning the round.
You should run.
Once again, banging the drum of momentum. I've got to say, as FSD goes flying in, it seems like whenever RPI White are doing well, they're doing well. When they're doing bad, they're doing bad. Momentum has sat with them, you know, for the majority of this game off the back of losing those first few rounds. And they've just kept it. They've kept it the entire time. That's good for one, but that will be all. Swift shuts them down to the 3 versus 3. UMU right now have a good opportunity to get back at this, but they don't need to be pushing. Blackbird gets finished off. We know that there is that lockdown in play. How much use will it get? Will it even be needed? No! Namyak shuts everything down. Watson with the sucker punch, the finishing blow. Not done just yet. Down, but not out.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought UMU were gonna I thought they were done and gone. I didn't think they were getting back into that one. I thought it was almost over. I was just like waiting. I was kind of waiting for your play-by-play section to go, and then I was going to start giving compliments to RPI White in the way that they played. But no, UMU do stay alive for another round. As horrible as it is to see, I'm surprised that they've managed to stay alive after such a good entry. The way they actually managed to use the Cosmic Divide that was used against them from UMU. You've got to think, like when they were stuck in that position, they had the Cosmic Divide they had to walk through, but there was a slight gap that they could walk to kind of get into the site and then walk through to as an off position where the defenders wouldn't expect it, and they used that so well, Hazza.
Yeah, really nicely played from them, but you have to say right now, not really ideal weaponry for these UMU players, and we see that in the first fight.
First fight has been taken, first entry kill has been taken. We have to wonder what the success rate actually is. But has a look at the players stuck on shot right now with that KJ just holding them down. Namiag now knowing that there's players in market just waiting. And with that being said, we're just waiting to see exactly what's going to happen. There has been a defender killjoy initiated to delay the push even further. But those players on A site can't actually leave. Are just waiting and biding their time for the execution to come through the blade to drop on towards the nape of University Mountain Union. But when will it drop?
Seems like right now UMU just candy painting over the holes. What's it really gonna do to stall things out? Not much. A similar situation where FaZe is in the 1 versus 4. They're gonna have to go all the way this time if they want to get it. And they've only got a Bulldog to try and use. It'll be interesting to see how confident these RPI White players are feeling if they want to go for that 1 versus 1 duel. But like I said, a lot of respect, I think. And it was reflected in the first matchup. We see it in this one as well. They're just going to set up to play as a team. And play as a team they have done excellently this time around. 7, 8, 9 rounds in a row on the board in between the two halves there. They weren't able to pick up the pistol at the start, but they find that second pistol, increase their chances of finding the map, and just go from strength to strength, really. Looking to be the favourites, actually, into the final map, which is interesting to say after what looked like a convincing performance from UMU on Icebox.
That is completely true, Hazza. But with that being said, and with the way the schedule is right now, I think we're going to take a quick 5-minute break just so I can go and get... Well, I say I mean you as well. We can go to the toilet, get a little bit of water, then we'll get into the kind of debrief for this third map, because RPI versus UMU has been a banger of a matchup. With that being said, guys, we're literally going to take a 2 to 3 minute break. We won't go far, and we'll be back shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NACC second stream where we are having some lovely Valorant on show. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Haza. Haza, we have an even best of three. We're now going into, I guess, a kind of impromptu best of one here on Breeze between RPI White and University of Mount Union. Sorry if I've just butchered those names, but Haza, break it down for us. How's it been going?
Well, I mean, we've seen two great maps so far, the second of which was a more one-sided affair, and, well, the key word for anyone that's tuning in that hasn't heard me say this and, banged the drum of it about 1,000,000 times already, the broken record continues to echo in the halls. As far as we're concerned, momentum. Momentum has sat with either of these teams from time to time, and, well, for the majority of the previous map, it was RPI White who made the most of it. On their pick, Ascent 13-6, a lot more formidable there than how they were looking and shaping up on Icebox. That one went to overtime, 15-13. UMU just about able to edge it out, being that sort of more mid-table side as far as the groupings are looking at this point in time. But RPI White, it's a tough test for them to go up against. UMU have proved what they're capable of up until this point, and I think really both teams could come out on top on Breeze. It's just going to be who keeps themselves in it, who doesn't let their head slip and take that disadvantage. It's the momentum we're talking about here once again. But it'll be interesting to see what comps we're going to see here on Ascent. First of all, Sova getting some love, which is what we like to see. Chamber getting teased on both sides as well, being maybe a little bit better of a choice than Cypher now on this map, I think. Just the way that those trademark traps are good for collecting information on the flank as well, being a little bit more flexible than a Cypher trap would be. Also, the long sight lines, being able to abuse that tour de force when you're able to get it. The same way that the Blade Storm works. Good to keep that economy robust, and something we'll see a little bit more of. I think a few more thrifty rounds on this one than we have already, to shake things up if it already needed it. I don't think it did. It's been a great series so far. Cairo, Breeze, how are we feeling about this one? Defending side, RPI White first. What's the approach?
Well, Haza, I always find defending on Breeze a little bit awkward. You either get teams that are incredibly great at defending on Breeze, or teams that are incredibly poor at defending on Breeze. I don't know, that's just the way I always look at it whenever I watch a Breeze match. And this is the thing, though, with it being that kind of... we don't see any bias in the kind of best of three pick due to the teams, like the way the ban phases went. I don't really know how this one's going to go. I can't really pick it out. I mean, there's almost... I'm not saying similar comps, but they do... Well, they do actually have similar comps, because you've kind of got that almost kind of double duelist on the side of the attackers, UMU. And then when you look towards the defenders, they've got that KO, they've got the Sova as well. So I guess, I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. But the point I'm saying is, we should talk about the fact that they're going towards A, and there's been a lovely shutdown on that L drone from the KO.
I think the key point to note is that both sides right now are rocking a double initiator setup, and well, this first initiation being made towards A main, Swift just throwing their life away into the hands of Blackbird. It's going to be a freebie. Opens up things towards this side of the map, although there are a couple of players probing towards that B site. The chamber of Raze already pushed all the way in towards Elbow, searching out, see what they can find, but the spike is planted over towards A. It's a battle on all fronts right now, and this lack of control that RPI White have could be a real issue. Birdster in the backlines trying to shut things down, and just more than anything buying time for their side.
It's an absolute distraction there, Haza. And the thing is, though, is stopping the retake coming through with the force that they probably should have. Blackbird's taking out Diggy. Birdster from the left side, absolutely sideswiping that, but look at this. FSDD, beautiful on that double kill, but no more can they get. Shinneman will get shut down as they even just enter through double doors. The spike will explode in a 1-0 for the University of Mount Union.
Shinneman shunned. Blackbird bouncing with a nice quad on that first round that we see here on Breeze. If Mount Union are able to get going, as we see a Vandal invested as well from Birdster, this could be a difficult one to shut down. There's similar stories being echoed here, but a really good pick from them. They were able to get that first attacker's pistol round on Ascent, and they've done it again here. So I feel that maybe their attackers' side is just a lot better than the way that they set up as defenders. They just lack that little bit of proactivity that you need. And oh, Cinnamon just made their way through just then, managing to dodge the utility, but not dodge the players backed up behind it. Retake situation once more, just looking to hold on to those weapons and make sure that Vandal especially isn't dropped. Although, it's just going to make work.
Well, looks like there's just 2 remaining players, Hazard. It's almost kind of... Well, I guess exit frags you can almost count out at this point in time when it's a 5 versus 2. Players kind of peeking out. Oh no, Swift doesn't know, do they? They don't know, and like that, the 2 kills come with the click of a finger. Has a 5 players stay alive. With that being said, to keep that Vandal, they're getting an upgrade on Watson as well, and that is looking like a fairly competitive comp of weapons versus 5 rifles.
Not only that, they have extra credits in the bank, so there's at least 2,000 on each one of those players, Blackbird being the only exception. Not really having to buy up anything at all, no deaths for that player, and a Marshal still in hand from the previous outing. So, UMU, this would be a very big one to pick up. RPI White don't even have full shields on all of their players. Utility will be flowing, I'm sure, but that is yet to be seen, as we're just seeing them stack up for an execute heavy play here towards A. Information actually taken towards the elbow position, so it could be a rotate and even a 5 versus 5 here as Swift finds the first.
Swift does find the first, but it's traded out straight away. Look at this. It seems as if the lower weaponry are being able to compete, as I kind of predicted here. Hazard down to 3 versus 2 now. The attackers somehow have managed to maneuver their way through this site. The spike has been initiated, it's been planted. And with that being said, the time is now firmly in the favour of these attackers. Has been traded out. 4 versus 2. Hazard make it a 2 versus 1. Budster's been taken out. It's all up to Watson. It's all up to the Viper. They look away at the wrong time. The retake is confirmed. That looks as if RPI White, they're managing to somehow get their foothold back into this match when they really shouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, it's a bit of a costly one to pick up. Once again, we see that UMU sort of injected by, I suppose, with a couple of Vandals in there, doing big work. It's damage more than anything onto the economy of RPI White. As you can see, they made it through with the skin of their teeth. Shinneman on very low HP, able to keep that weapon more importantly, but they don't really have the finance to make this one that competitive, I suppose. You know, there are outlets here and there to try and get those selective frags, but for the most part, an operator even in the hands of Birdster, UMU with plenty to try and punish here.
Well, with that being said, Hazard, seems as if the players on towards the A site somewhat got caught out there. The operators, the agents, I should say. I'm getting caught up in the games that I've casted. And with that being said, the execution will be looking to come on towards B. The rotation finally coming from the A site. But it seems as if there's a little bit of trepidation. They don't want to fully commit to that rotate just yet as the players take their time. As I say, that FSDD, he's going to shut down the execute on towards B. That's 1 player gone. The information agent of Sova, he is in the dirt.
Not only that, they're going to be getting a heal all the way back up, FSD, to try and defend this one. Swift with the Marshal, really nicely done. Once that armor is gone, as soft as anything, a squishy target to be claimed. And just like that, 5 versus 3, with weapons to be collected towards B main if that overextension is committed. UMU in a tough spot. Operator's still in play though. This could be the key difference maker, and we will see it get to work. Eggy is dropped, and that will potentially split the focus of these RPI White defenders. Now they don't have a player stationed towards tunnel. They've really got to back up, but FSD is going to back up Phrase into the ground with another shot on that Headhunter, and it forces them to commit towards the A side of the map with only 10 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, a little bit of spam damage onto Watson, but that gives away the position. Budster gets chipped away at as well. So much information here for the retake, and the shock darts just don't quite hit the mark, but all the players are hunting for this last remaining one. Will Watson win it out? This is huge. This is absolutely massive. Can he get 50? No! Hazard!
Watson chained the triple headshots. It was one of those ones where you can feel the energy building kill by kill, but they're the one to be eliminated in the end. FSD holds on to the operator, and this is just nail-biting stuff, Cairo.
Oh my god. Hazza. I thought that was it. That was the clip. That's the one that's going in the reel. But then, no, just at the end, it gets taken away, unfortunately. But, I mean, that was absolutely huge from the Chamber, being able to kind of contest, shut that down, bring it to 2-2. And now, with that being said, again, the relegation comes through for UMU. They're getting put onto the lower weaponry. So right now, RPI White, that was probably the biggest round so far for them coming into this match.
Certainly was. Bladestorm going to be invested. An opportunity for UMU to get back into this one. They've struggled a little bit on the last couple of rounds as the scoreline finds itself level. Headhunter seeing what it can do on its own. The Blades not really connecting, and a triple triad of kills here for those RPI White players means that Watson's left alone. Sits on the shoulders of the captain to try and find anything here. They're going to have to throw a couple more rounds into that Sheriff, but as many rounds as you want, it's not going to be enough. Shinneman able to collect that one, and RPI White now have the lead. What are you laughing about, Cairo?
I'm just loving the Shinneman kind of pronunciation.
Shinneman on the Sheriff, shunned away with the Sheriff shots.
That's a tongue twister.
Yeah, and a half.
I was gonna say, is it like? Do you think it's like some kind of like version of like Pokemon or Digimon, kind of Shinneman?
I don't know. It does have Pokemon vibes about it. Swift does as well, and you know, Diggy the Diglett Dug Trio, whatever you want to call it. Potentially,
here's
a couple of birds, even, you know, those sort of Route 1 fodder that you get on the side of UMU.
I was gonna say, what do you think FSD stands for?
Flying Starly Destroyer. There you go.
Nice one. I love it. Maybe fighting, shooting, destroying. Because, I mean, that seems to be what's happening so far. And already, FaZe is going to shut down the opposing number of that. Flying, shooting, destroying as the entry comes in. But it's Shinneman to pop up just there. But only good for one, though, Hazza. And it seems as if UMU have somehow managed to gain full control of the site, as well as gaining a two-man advantage.
Yeah. Flying, shooting, destroying. It was FSD that went flying and shooting into that first fight against FaZe, but they were the one to be destroyed. A triple already, making it a quad. The score finds itself at 3 apiece. Once again, neither of these teams really looking to get going. We saw a few rounds in a row from RPI White there, maybe to try and find some sort of an advantage on this defender's side, but as long as they maintain the status quo, I have to favour them going into the second half. UMU have looked good on their attack, but haven't really shown too much of their defence so far. Right now, though, Ultimate's really looking healthy for both teams, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit healthier on one side than the other. That is RPI White. I mean, there isn't a Blade Storm for them. I think that must have been used in the previous round, because it did say 0 out of 7. You know, I'm good at my maths, Hazza. I can somehow forecast. And the only thing I'm forecasting is death so far is Swift. It's going to take out Budster. With that being said, there is still 4 players remaining. The Spike's still stuck outside of Cave right now. Not a full committal, I would say, with that Spike being in that position. And everything slowed down for UMU.
It's ground things all the way down to a halt. So often we see when that operator is in play that no one dares to challenge it. But Namyag, that's a novice mistake. Loses their life for it. RPI White exercise further control over the map right now. Tour de Force lurking towards B, and it seems like that's where the Spike will eventually make its way to. Presence of mind that the operator could still be posted towards A. Won't get a rotation out, and I don't think we'll see it until later on. Just creeping right now and just waiting to see when this next battle comes through. If it goes towards UMU, there's every right that they could find this one if Shinneman drops, but if they're able to get that opener, it could be all but done. As the screen comes through, the information is there. FaZe has to find this, and they do. It opens the round up. The Spike has a chance to get planted. Viper's Pit even will turn the tables even further. A top-heavy round shifted into the hands of UMU. This peek through from FSD is good, though. And, oh, the Viper's Pit not quite shut down. Advantage still with the defenders. For how long as the time ticks onwards.
tick, Taza, but so does Fraser's health. But can the last remaining player of the Viper of Watson clutch out? No, they can't. Just like that, we are seeing finally the kind of spike BD fused. A lot of ultimates invested in towards that round, has to be said. But with that being said, Hazard, I mean, the defenders have managed to win it out. Here's another one. That was the other one I meant to say. It just came to me. I can't believe it just came to me as I'm shutting out the round. Shinneman is reminding me of Machinima.
I mean, vocally, yes.
Yeah,
but,
vocally.
In all other examples, maybe not. I know,
No.
Machinima, for those who aren't aware, with
Oh,
Tyra
yeah.
and I being... I guess it's weird to say that we're a little bit older than some of the people who would probably be, competing or watching. Used to have a lot of skits back in the day. Used to have a lot of skits on their YouTube channel. And, well, the skit right now is a back and forth, a tug and war between these two teams. No one really trying to find anything early on, but it's Swift who will get that early damage in. And if it's anything to go by on previous rounds, it's early damage that hasn't quite been recuperated.
Certainly not. Machinima almost like a kind of IGN, but information that has been gained on the site is almost just too outdated right now. FSDD though, they're going to go absolutely huge. The information is the information of death as it currently is raining down on this round. All up to the last remaining player. It's all up to Namiag, that player that was flexing onto the arena on Icebox. Oh no, they can't even get the flash out because of the KO knife. It's perfect. Everything about it's perfect. And it's 5-3 on the round.
Yeah. Running it back to IGN. The only IGNs I'm seeing in the kill feed right now are that of the RPI white players.
Oh, yeah.
Looking really, really good at this point in time. That operator on Swift, it's the difference maker. A map like this where Jet can reign supreme, you have to take advantage of it, and they've been doing exactly that. Ultimate's building up as well, a tour de force. Potentially available if FSD wants to try and use it, but I think they'll be happy to just hold on to it if the economy ever does get to a tough situation. But right now, RPI White, if they can just keep extending that advantage, it's going to be difficult for UMU to try and remedy this one.
What? He just somehow managed to run all the way up there. It was like a 100-meter sprint from Usain Bolt. But with that being said, it didn't end in the same finish. Somehow, it seems to be all turned into a little bit of a frenzy. I mean, if you want to reference back to the weaponry that the Chamber was using. No, I wasn't using that. He was using something completely different.
It was a stinger and a sting in the tail for these players. Now a 3 versus 2. Just looking to see what they can find. Blackbird on the Marshall once again. Diggy finds Watson as the toxic screen falls down. The curtain comes down on what is looking to be a lost round once more for UMU. Blackbird able to find a nice one. Well, Diggy on the operator. It's bigger, it's better, and it's putting you in an early grave. 6-3 now, twice as many rounds. It seems like a similar story as well. UMU normally able to find that pistol round. We saw them get the attacker's pistol round on Ascent. But off the back of that, they haven't really been able to collect too many rounds, garner that much, of their own here.
I think if I remember right, Hazza, if we think towards every map that's been played so far, I think RPI or White have only won one pistol round. If I remember.
And I believe it was the second pistol round on the last game that we saw. So UMU really just getting that early momentum, and well, maybe the notes that I made before the game saying that they struggled to finish are fairly true, because they're in a situation where they're getting a lot of pace early on, but they just don't have that consistency. And as I'm talking, we're seeing those players drop one by one. It is a 2 versus 2. Birds are going hunting away from their teammate as the spike is committed. But the Hunter's Fury will delay it for a moment. Doesn't actually find it, but FSD is able to now, though. This advanced position could be very strong. Able to get that first one at least onto Diggy. Cloudburst comes through, but the spike has to be picked up. FSD's holding the angle. Birdster dropped. RPI White with another.
This has it's coming to this kind of situation that I was saying before. Yeah, on like a kind of breeze, you always see one team defend well or one team defend poorly. And right now, the only thing I'm seeing is RPI White defend well. An absolute whitewash so far on defense. Are UMU only able to get 3 rounds? I don't even see them get 4 at this point, the way things are going. RPI White completely coming alive. And if you're just seeing there towards your top left, I think potentially we could see the Tour de Force being used in this round.
I think the Tour de Force is going to be used more towards A, holding down this 2 position. The trademark gets spotted and it's a nice shot onto Birdster towards the site. That second trademark broken. Now the information that there are players in hallways. The first of them found onto Namyag. Maybe not expecting FaZe though, who can try and get some work done. It's too late. FSD's already found the triple. They're flying, they're destroying, and they're definitely shooting. Watson and towards the back of the site is able to get some work done, and well, there's a bit of a pincer coming in as that spike is felled. Now, Eggy just looking to see what they can do as these couple of players make their way round from the main side. But FaZe and Watson, what can they do? They need this round, UMU.
They really do, Hazza. FaZe has got 1 and Watson's got the second. 7-4 the scoreline now. And I said I couldn't even see them get 4. They get it straight away. Again, it's coming back to that caster curse. We're eating our own words here. Much to the dismay of RPI White. Do you know what? We'll just stop. We'll just do like this next round. We won't cast, right? Hazza, you ready? 3, 2, 1.
I feel as if you know, that's like turning up to work and then just not doing your job.
So like me 90% of the time.
okay. Yeah, that's like paying $9,000 for a uni degree and not. Anyway,
don't get into that.
Either way, yeah, I feel like we need a different phrase for that. Caster's curse, commentary conundrum almost. But the University of Mount Union are capitalising off the back of our bad fortune. They're able to find that opener. FaZe, once again, it's a chamber player having all of the luck so far. I mean, I say luck. Look at that.
Okay.
That's it. Commentators conundrum.
Commentators conundrum. Well, the conundrum's Birdster entering onto this site. 2 updrafts wasted and a dash, but they did see the barrel of the gun that was Shinneman. Well, can they bring out the Shinema clips? No, they can. And look at this. Iggy will trade it out. There is Seekers to come in from these attackers, but will they be popped? They surely should be, especially with how low the round is. Well, Blackbird hasn't been spotted and they will know the position now. Iggy left out on towards Arches. They're going to get 2. That's not deserved, Hazza. But with that being said, with 5 HP left, can they find Watson? They're blinded. But Watson knows exactly where they are. They did see the barrel of the gun. Will they swing? They'll see it now. All they need is one bullet. 1 bullet is all they need, but time too low surely here for Eggy. They're trying to get onto the spike. They're going to pop it, going to get the kill, but the round goes to UMU.
That's got to be a confidence one at least. Eggy there, full flash, no right to even get 1 player. Somehow manages to find 2. That's a phantom diff if I've ever seen it. The half will get swapped eventually. They are able to also find Watson on incredibly low HP. But RPI White, that's a very nice defender's half from them. Now we raise the question. UMU, do you have what it takes to get it done on the defender's side? We've seen a good attacker's half from them. Multiple occasions on Icebox, on... Well, not on Ascent so much, but their defenders left somewhat to be desired. You felt maybe their attackers would provide a little bit more substance. And looking at it now, that they have to show up. They have to show up on this occasion, on the defense, and they have every opportunity to do so.
Well, wanted to see how the opportunities come out. A lovely info dart coming through Tube there, all the way through on towards Spawn to identify where the execute comes from. But I imagine there was already information there originally. Namyag trying to get aggressive will win out the flash to come through. Will they pick up anything from it? No, they won't. They're shooting and creating crossfires. Or not crossfires, going to see outlines of players, but nothing to be gained. FaZe going to try and enter in through double doors. Know where Eggy is. The Viper's wall will come through. through to deny lines of sight for these players out in towards spawn. There's so much utility, but it's the attackers to actually gain the advantage, but not for long. Already the flurry comes through, 2v2. Who's going to win this one out? The defuse is actually being tapped, but it's Budster to win it out. It's all up to Diggy. Can he win it in the 1 versus 1? The Jet is going to try and defuse. This time goes low, and look at this. It's as simple as that. Diggy waited it out and actually played the patience game. Hazard, well played to him.
Yeah, and a pistol round actually goes the way of RPI White. They found it on this side of the half, and right now they're putting up the majority of the numbers. If they can convert this one, this is going to be so pivotal to the way that this plays out. Right now, RPI White, this isn't a round that UMU have any right winning. If they get this one, not only will I be flabbergasted, I will, you know, not really know what to say, right? The next round is more important. Right now, if you're UMU, you've just got to cast your mind to the future, or if you're Phrase, just try and find something cheeky. Get some damage on the board. Stop these weapons from being in play, because when they are, they do big damage. Swift on the Vandal there, making a lot work. What I was sort of trying to harp back to as I'm, you know, creating this monologue of what we're expecting to see, the fact of the matter is, they're going to need those weapons, right? If RPI White can hold on to some Vandals like we've seen UMU do when they're on the attack and just carry through that bonus round, I feel like this one will be just a little too far out of reach.
Oh no, well, as you see that, Blackbird has dropped Diggy, so that means they've got a Spectre. But when you're playing up against Vandals, Hazard, does it really happen? Well, it seems to happen as Watson drops a rifle. It's a 1 versus 1 out of nowhere, but FSDD with a long angle can't even recover any of those Vandals. So Hazard, this doesn't really look as winnable in the bonus as what you thought.
Yeah, I mean, the main point that I was trying to sort of hark back to there was that round has to be clean. If you want to get it done nice and early, you have to try and keep those weapons, especially when you make the investment. They'll still have the money to buy up fully here. You know, we see rifles all across the board.
Yeah.
But the same kind of economy isn't backing it up. You don't have that sort of insurance policy to fall back on. And this one, it's a knife's edge round. Either team with a good opportunity to try and take it, but we're going to see the null command get popped, and Eggy will be spearheading this charge towards the B site.
I mean, it's so quick so far, and they've gained control of the site. Well, at least the back of site towards the kind of elbow position and behind those half walls. But with that being said, though, there's already a retake being garnered, being thought of as they try and gain those angles onto the key positions. As there seems to be skirmishes happening all across the map, it's Namiag to actually get the first infliction, and that's towards those attackers. But the thing is, though, Hazard, all the attackers seem to be cornered into towards really bad corners, and as I say that, you never put a hungry dog in a corner, because they'll start to bite back, and like that, only 2 frags were able to be garnered by those defenders before RPI White actually fought back and won the bonus.
Yeah, it's like a hungry dog, right? You stick your arm in the kennel to see what's going on, and then it grabs onto you and you're pulled away just like that. UMU, they poked in towards the site, they aggravated the beast within, and RPI White, they take that one 10-5, twice as many, double digits, and only a couple away from securing match point.
Hazard, what do you make of that decision to actually buy into that round to contest UMU on their rifle round?
I think it's the big play. It's the big boy play that you've got to go for there. You know, you really want to be contesting. It's risk reward, and it pays off. You've seen it happen there from RPI White. We were saying, you know, maybe we expected a few more thrifties on this one with the ults that would be available, but we're yet to see that so far. Namiag might like to contest that point, but to what extent, not a great one. Blackbird finds one as well, birds to 2, so it's now down to a 2 versus 2. But these players waiting in the wings will have those better weapons, so the snapshots need to be found, and they need to be found fast as that time is ticking on down.
It's like threading a needle when you're using that sheriff. So close, got to be so accurate already. They're going to try and defend that defuse, but do these players know? Well, that's absolutely perfect. But as I say that, the rifle, the positioning of RPR White is perfect. Hazard, when those sneak bites came out to deny the defuse, lovely. The fact that they had the second player to kind of defend that kind of those lineups almost, again, perfect, but it was actually Shinneman who popped up with the kill to win it out for RPI away. Well played at the end of that round, Hazza, and we are now on 11-5 in our rifle versus rifle round.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword there, I think. We see the cloudburst come through from Birdster. It denies those angles from players being able to try and shoot you in that situation, but it gives the perfect cover for Blackbird to try and... or not Blackbird, sorry. Namyag on the other side to use those shock darts and really shut down those players in that situation. Stops the defuse and picks up the round. Frey's getting aggressive here. Swift doesn't expect Swift, and naturally we will see them find that one. Namyag just seeing what they can find. It's trades back and forth right now. Mount Union, they've still got fight in them. The only problem is they've lost out on that site completely, and the 3 versus 3 won't be favouring them too much. Hunter's Fury, though, big tags, denies that plant, and will also just slow things down with a big tag as well onto Eggy, who's popped that null command now. Just trying to navigate this utility as the Mount Union retake finally makes its way in, as the Viper's Pit is yet to drop on the other side of the map.
Is that another null command? That's the second one I think we've seen this half, which is absolutely huge from Eggy. I mean, I guess compliments towards him, but I think the thing is, though, is that, well, I guess the command might be up, the script has maybe run its course, and maybe he's going to get taken out. Yes, he is, but Shinneman, they don't know where he is. They haven't picked him up just yet. And the thing is, though, there is snake bites to deny. Can he defend the position? No, but maybe there's just enough time. Yes, there is. With the fact that the snake bite came out. No. Oh, they just get it, Hazza.
Just about gets it across the board. That's literally the difference between Shinneman being alive and being dead. The thing with Viper's utility is the snakebite by itself doesn't really do too much. Combined with the poison cloud, it's a potent thing to be reckoned with. But after making changes, a few adjustments to how Viper was incredibly strong previous, with how her utility would stay up for some time after her death, it was re-amended, and now we see in a situation where once that player is gone, so is the utility to contend with. So it's very easy for that diffuse to come through. Mount Union, they managed to just about creep another one.
No. Creeping is starting. A little bit of kind of sound cue for the defenders there as they heard the ultimate orb was picked up, but do they know where Blackbird is? Creeping up here with the Marshal Hazard. Trying to look to see if they can catch anybody off guard. No, it's not to be. No one wanting to peek out, but Shinneman seems to have some notification. No, the head popped up just there, and they weren't able to pick it up. It looks as if Blackbird relegated to low HP, and they're able to escape through the hatch. But, well, the player follows Shinneman. No, it's not going to be. They're going to stay alive because, well, they're one of the most important players, and as I say that, they're one of the second most important players. The info agent has dropped. Trade coming through, though. Namyag picks up the jet.
Yet catch out Birdster, but it's Eggy that will finish them off. A spear through the heart of the UMU side as they make their way through defenders' spawn towards that tunnel position and nest. Raze catches FSD off guard, but it's only going to be the one. That sole player playing towards cave on A does get found out, but in the 3 versus 3, the Viper's Pit comes into play, the Hunter's Fury in potential if needed, and looking at the space that these players are trying to retake from that main position, the Hunter's Fury, it's going to be a given here. If it comes all the way down to it, they have that win condition on this round because no one's going to clear out towards spawn.
I mean, win conditions are so important. Again, Eggy with a perfection on the timing there, Hazard. I mean, I can't stop giving this man compliments and the way he uses utility. But the thing is, though, Hazard Shinneman's position's even better. Watson picking up Eggy, but will they pick up Diggy? Yes, they will. Freeze enters into the Viper's Pit and Shinneman picks him up. It's all up to Watson, but no, the snake bites are down and it seems as if time has run out. Map point will go towards RPI White. But will that be... Oh, sorry, I'm saying map point. It's not map point, sorry. I'm saying we're on match point.
Series point. Match point.
Yeah.
Game, set, and match now poised the way of RPI White. We said coming into this, we thought momentum would play a factor. At least I did, coming out of Ascent being such a dominant performance. And, well, there's another potential 13-6 on the cards here. looking at the buys that we have coming out from UMU, not amazing. FaZe will have a tour de force to add a little bit of extra spice to that. Blackbird on the Marshall, as we've seen them do time and time again. We know what they're capable of, but there'll have to be some showing for them to make it work. FaZe does get dropped, and well, that's going to be another bit of inventory loss. No more to try and work with. And just like you said, another null command coming through. I had written down, you know, in my notes about Eggy, the way that they set up there, they usually get that ult online quite frequently, but, you know, 3 times already in this half. Lots of commendation to be given. And now the 5 versus 1. Blackburn left alone. Blackbird left alone. Bet they wish they were in Blackburn right now, somewhere else other than in the server, because RPI White, they closed that one out convincingly. And unfortunately for UMU, not quite able to do it when it counted.
The reverse sweep for RPI White was perfect, Hazza. I mean, the way they won Ascent, the way they won out on that third map of Breeze, honestly, it was perfect. I mean, you were saying Blackbird was maybe wanting to be in Blackburn, but the RPI White, I mean, it was like a 2002 Blackburn when they won the Premier League. It was absolutely perfect. And you know, with that being said, I mean, that's us. We're done for the night.
Yeah, we are. And what a series to have casted. First game going the distance, 15-13, UMU on their own map pick, admittedly, but putting in a good performance and keeping us on our toes, certainly. That second map also had hints that it could still yet be a very competitive series. Those first string of rounds that UMU were able to find on their attacker's side, no surprise, you know, got them into the game, but that was all they were really good for. 4 on that side of the half, and then, you know, only a couple on the defenders. I think that's really what lacked for them. Their defenders' side was not quite up to scratch. We saw them find the pistol rounds when they started on attack. They just found rounds in general when they were on attack. Their defenders' half, not up to the same kind of standard. And I think that's maybe where they lacked. Other than that, a fantastic performance, all things considered.
I mean, I kind of hinted towards it when I was kind of talking about Breeze. I said I always feel as if one team defends really well, or one team defends really poorly. You can never tell what type of team it is until we actually get into it and we start seeing it. And I mean, one team did defend really well, and one team did defend really poorly, and it was RPI White who defended so well. 8-4 half, right? And when you look towards the other side, I think UMU, they won 2 rounds out of 7. Yeah. That's quite kind of, well, damning, to be honest, with that statistics.
Yeah, I feel like also you have to consider the mental fortitude. Sometimes when your back is up against the wall and you see those numbers read across the top of the screen round after round as they continue to stack up, it can be difficult not to knock yourself. I have to give a lot of credit to UMU, though, because on that first map, they did have the response. 8-4 on the half. They found an 8-4 half of their own, and were eventually able to get it done. On this occasion, though, it isn't to be. And RPI White, you can see why they're top of the leaderboard right now. The round differential maybe won't be as crazy as it was, playing a few more maps than maybe they would have hoped, but they get it done in the reverse sweep, and that's what it takes to be a top team. In this Challengers Navy bracket, they look to be the team to beat.
Well, we'll need to see if they are the team to beat Hazza as we move further through. That is us done for this week, unfortunately. I mean, Hazza, you get any closing words after that? I mean, such a banger of a series.
Nothing yet left really to be said, I suppose. No stone left unturned. Great performance from both sides. Both showed heart and character, I suppose. Passion, desire. But no, I think, like I said, this RPI White side, they're the team to beat.
Yep, they certainly are. Plenty of clips. It would certainly go into a Machinima compilation if it was to come around. But with that being said, again, I've said it many times already, but that is us done for this week. We look forward to hopefully getting to Cast News next week. But with that being said, I think it is Legty and Creamer to follow us up after this cast, Hazza. I'm not too sure. I'm sure they're going to be wanting to get back into this kind of casting call, so we'll let them do that. You guys all have a great night. Stay around for this next cast because these guys are amazing. We'll see you guys next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't want to make you wait any longer. Kramer and I are just so thrilled to get into this second match here on NECC2. It's Valorant Week 3, Kramer. And you and I, we had our little foray over onto the A stream. We saw a pretty quick game. It probably took us about an hour to cast the best of 3. And that's all you need to know about that scoreline.
Yeah, it was ever so slightly one-sided, let's be honest. However, here we are on the B stream. We decided to return to you lovely people. And we get, Harry, not only a return of us to the B stream, we also get a return of our favourite username over in Season 1. We get the return of Weenpeen, who was actually told to change their name. So we're going to have to see what they're now known as. I believe it's Totoro. But in our hearts, they'll still be known as Weenpeen. And this intro was a protest against the...
the inhumane treatment of our Queen Weenpeen.
Yes.
She's had to become Totoro, but that's okay. That's a weeaboo name or something. I think Totoro is like a Studio Ghibli reference, but
to be honest,
Weenpeen
sure. I feel like there's weebiness in the name Weenpeen. That's a tongue twister.
There's some weebiness there. She's going to be playing for JWU Blue, which is a terrible name to say, honestly, guys. You can't have a U after a W. That's 3 U's.
It's cruel.
If anything, this is JUU, but JUU Blue is Johnson and Wales University. We are in the Navigators Yellow Division, so they're going to be going up against the Saints Esports Club out of St. Clair College. And we've cast a little bit of St. Clair before, I believe, Kremer. They were pretty interesting. I believe this is only one of their teams. I think they might have multiple around.
They have about 3 teams kind of split between all the divisions. Like, these guys definitely hit every base. JWU, you're right. That's a terrible name. The Blues, we ended up casting them last season in this Navigators bracket, and we were told last season the average rank was gold, and they harshly corrected us to say their average rank is actually silver. I don't know if that's still the case, but I appreciate the fact they came back to us, wanting the attention to detail.
Yeah. Come on. We're silver, boys.
But yeah, so we're gonna say we might as well get it right.
We set expectations too high. What can we say? We're just fans.
Yeah,
we're caster bias unbounded here between Kramer and I for NECC. We're able to bring up our rosters in a sec, as well as our map meter to see where we will be going. Here, of course, is JWU. I'm doing a protest, Kramer. When you get to actually name your team, and you decide to still have W and U together, instead of like Johnson and Wales Cougars, or whatever this cat on the left is.
We're calling them the Blues.
They are going to be the Blues. That's what happens when you make this branding choice. You're being punished.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you ever do want to cast a bias, give yourself a cool name. That is pretty much the secret to it. Of course, you've got Jews, Totoro, Angel, Myranium, and Nikki is short. These are some incredible names, actually.
I mean, Weenpeen makes it through, but to be fair, I would say it's cyberbullying, but Nikki is short is actually called Nicholas, so I'm guessing this is self-deprecating rather than a targeted attack.
I hope there's someone on the other team called Nikki. Not because this is a targeted attack, just by pure coincidence.
Oh, we'll find it out, won't we, Kramer? Let's head over to our next team on the other side, Saints Esports Club. We've got Sensei Moji, and then, of course, Jay, Staycat, Halal. I don't know how to say the 6-6. I guess that's Halal 6, and Swizz.
We got people in the Esports Administration course here as well, so there's a bit of pressure on the Saints here.
You ever met a player/manager?
No. So this is going to be
I don't think I have ever seen one of those in esports either. Like across Overwatch, Valorant, and CS.
I've heard of players going to manager.
Yes.
I've not seen one that's moonlighted.
I've heard player/coach, like as a dual role, but never player/manager. But the management pipeline does have a couple of ex-pros within it. We had one in the Houston Outlaws over in the Overwatch League. Cool Matt went from being their off-tank to being their manager. And only just finished there this year after 2 successful years. So good job, Cool Matt.
Good job, Harry. Thanks for that.
Yeah. You have useless gun facts. I have useless esports employment facts.
That's fine. I realize we're going to bombard each other with them kind of periodically throughout this. Honestly, Harry, having seen how these teams played last season, the quality of Valorant may not be that of professional teams, but because they know that, we end up seeing some fairly booky strategies, and we end up having a bit of fun with our compositions, which is honestly what we're all here for.
Really dragging out the England street vernacular. That's bookie, bruv. Let's head over to our map meter and have a quick look at where we're going to be jet setting off to see where the book will indeed be located. But first, ban being Icebox is interesting, as that leaves...
Book on Breeze.
This is interesting because both Icebox and Breeze are fairly similar in that there are new maps where Viper is basically mandatory. So I'm quite surprised to see Jay-Woo picking that one up. Haven is our second map and our decider is Bind. The Fracture pick was left alarmingly late in this ban phase.
Yeah, this is quite a weird veto, to be honest. Breeze and Haven, notoriously quite big maps, so rotations are going to be a big thing here, and Killjoys particularly, I suspect will come into circulation. If not Killjoy, then a Cypher. You do need that static defense on both of these maps. Vipers, of course, are going to be mandatory. Potentially a Chamber on both maps as well, so we can see the Chamber sort of take a bit of a duelist role actually alongside a Jet. So you'll then see your static defense, and then you can play a little bit with either an Astra or sometimes we have seen the odd breach here. In some very unorthodox games, the old Brimstone, but let's not get carried away yet, Harry. Let's not get carried away yet.
We have seen some weird Brimstones pop up here and there
in the wild. They're an endangered species.
I feel like in our lower ranks here, in Navigator, there may be the tendency to lean upon... I mean, it's weird. We can get into game as soon as possible. We'll be able to have a look at our agent select. But it's weird when you're in these lower ranks, Kremer, and you feel the pressure to maybe emulate what the pros are doing compositionally and try and emulate where you see success. But at the same time, getting these lower ranks is where you're more likely to find specialist players. So we're like, yeah, I just play Reyna. And
I think we're going to see a Stage here.
That's all I want to play.
Just play Stage. Sage is actually for quite a common pick on Breeze there. And it looks like we are seeing some fairly standard compositions, which I quite like. I know that over in the Indian VCC, they're in the qualifiers, final game of that, and we just saw 5 duelists. Again, unorthodox, sure, but it kind of works. I guess their attack was really good. Hopefully here we should be able to see some fairly standard comps. Surprisingly, Jay looking to opt for the Reyna instead of the Jets, but that's the only thing that sort of raises my eyebrow at this.
Will be interesting. A lack of Jets certainly would be a bit of a weird champ from me. But then again, well, it's interesting because looking at the Chamber, they do play a similar role to a Jet on the defense, where they're kind of a one-and-done opper, where you can take your op shot and then teleport out. Just like Jet will take the op shot and then be able to dash out as fast as possible to stop a bit of retribution over either a hit shot or a missed shot. But not having the Jet to try and make entries work, I feel that A site might be a little bit difficult to take here. Jay will at least get good coverage from the Leah when attacking onto B site, but A site might be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I like the addition of the flash that comes with the Lear. It puts quite a bit of pressure onto Halal to be able to play that entire op role when you don't have the tour de force. And it may mean the attack is in danger of stagnating, particularly if Jay doesn't have a solid performance. But honestly, they're not too bad at compositions. With no static defense on the Blues, it makes me think that you are going to have to see some fairly aggressive forays from the Jets, either up through B main or peeking in mid, just to try and get some control to make up for the fact that you won't have that kind of early warning system.
I think both of the teams are starting on the inappropriate side for themselves at the moment.
Yeah.
Obviously, the double sentinel you'd prefer to be able to pick up a bunch of your rounds on the defense. There's going to be so much on the back of Jay here to try and make some kind of entry work. And remember, Jay's also the only kind of near sight or flash that is available. There's a lot of spam from Halal here in terms of using those headhunter bullets. It's not the most precise that a chamber could be, but Sensei has at least managed to grab themselves the plant here, assisted by the wall. And this is going to make a retake a little bit tougher for those on the side of Jay-Woo. Trying to wrap around. Jews might decide to try and move over this wall. Maybe jump, try and get themselves a little bit of boosty potentially from their old Sky. Halal, they ran out of ammo against Angel, so both of the players just back off for a moment. A quick reload. Staycat doesn't feel the need to show themselves for now. Both are Sentinels playing it close. Juice is going to be the first one to fall. Moranium moves on forward with a classic in hand. The shots are so difficult to hit, and time begins to tick away. Sensei Meiji picks up a ghost, but I think they're going to die to the spike anyway. Moranium moves on forward, but I'm afraid, mate, you're out of luck.
I like how there's a moment in that retake where Myranium sort of goes, oh, accepts his fate, and just sits back, waits for it to come. He goes, you know what? Just let it happen. 1-0, Saints now lead. Sensei Moji, quite a nice round from him there, and for a moment it looked a little bit scary, particularly when Staycat and Sensei ended up stacking up on one another in a one-and-done angle. There's danger of them both being swung on and getting caught out, particularly when Sensei was being blocked by Staycat, but they're able to recover it very well. They come out fighting, and they just take their Angels and win. For the Blues, as they now move to their next investment, I say investment, bit of an eco, the old shorty, nothing too wild here, as they'll just allow the Saints to get the second round on the board so they can move to their full bite as quick as humanly possible.
The Swizz is picking up a lot of the entry duties here with this snake bite. Jews, that is not a great run to make. While vulnerable as well, only a couple of bullets are needed from Sensei to put them in the grave. Remember, Jay, if anyone doesn't have armor here, they are one-shottable by this Marshal, even just to the body. Nikki forced to foray elsewhere, skirmishes down the tube, down the old garbage chute. I think Angel there might have got hit through a wall by the Marshal, which is the only thing that kept them alive.
Yeah, you're very much right. And with two players left standing, they are on a bit of an eco, so there's no reason to go save here. Timmy? Does he notice Angel? That may be the most important engagement of this round, actually.
I think Angel made noise while approaching, but still, Halal. They must have teleported up into this area and been easily camped. Angel looked to see if there was a weapon there, but unfortunately it was only the headhunter, and you can't pick that off the corpse of Chamber. Nicky's short, and Nicky's shorty is useless. Jay died to the spike again.
Yeah, Jay's being pummeled by that spike.
Well, you know, they're not counting his deaths on Jay's KD. So...
Yeah. This is tactical. No, this is tactical stat padding, right?
Yeah, this is how
no
you.
one
can
get
win.
Yeah. No one can kill them in an afterplant because of this. This is very smart. I love it.
100% success rate, Kramer.
Yeah, 100% planned as well. The full buy comes in. Jews surprisingly going for the Guardian here. There's so no intention to be. Hey, Ace not working. Why not have a crack at this beast site? The Viper Wall is quite an offensive one from Angel, so he is going to have to be a little bit passive as Saints are going to continue just waiting out the duration of that wall before they launch this attack over to the beast site.
Orb claimed. Noisily, potentially, to Toro. She's going to have to deal with a good amount of pressure, potentially. It seems like they're not going to be a two-pronged attack. Bruce is going to spot out Chamber, of course, but most of the problems are going to be on the main site. The Vandal does its work to begin with. Angel takes a little bit of damage. Timmy Turret notes Nikki is short. Do they want to updraft over the wall? They're beginning to feel the pressure as Angel, she's fallen down at the hands of Jay. Ready to die to a spike once more, but potentially easier to die to these rifles instead. An adjustment is good. Jay continues to claim skull after skull. Walking through the slow is no good for Totoro. A 4 versus 2 has gone flawlessly thus far for Saints Esports Club. And Jay, no death to the spike this time. However, that spike so far away, Halal 6 has been returned. With the long range they have at their disposal with the Headhunter, unable to hit any shots at the moment. Their rifle has been looted. Moranium gets a quick upgrade to a different Vandal skin, but that's okay. There are even less bullets in that one. Moranium knows that time isn't on their side and just going to try and jump away. If only Jay were here. Oh,
That's all right.
it's
My
okay.
radio's like a spot. Oh, no!
Did he even? Oh, no, he didn't have a weapon. That's fine. That's okay. Didn't manage to pick up a Vandal in the midst of all of this, but Moranium didn't get the Vandal out, which is painful.
Halal was res that round. Sensei committed an 8-point ultimate.
Why did you return me to this mortal coil, you idiot?
I was in
Put
peace.
me back. I want to meet
made
Jesus.
peace. I was happy. My long eternal rest after a turmoil in life, and you bring me back.
They blew it up.
Is my radium going friendly?
They might be.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
there are 3 bullets to play with here.
Very real possibility.
Headshot is a headshot. They got the classic Crema, no dramas, of course. Jwoo losing out on their buy round has been economically ruinous for them. It's not the greatest tactical wall. But hey, this isn't an overly pressuring round. Jeez, that's a beautiful shot. Oh my goodness. How have they pulled this off? Oh, Saints. This is for... Their joy will turn to ashes in their mouths. The swarm grenades will be triggered, and that takes out Totoro, but I think there should be plenty of time still for the defuse, and this allows for some looting. Angel will be able to find themselves a rifle here, surely. She's just going to have a look out, grab a Vandal. What a turnaround from Jwoo.
Where did that come from? They had pistols, they had the odd bit of utility, and they were in a retake against Vandal, Spectres, fully equipped opponents, and well, they just turn it around. Solid stuff from the Blues there. And as you look over to the ultimate management, Nikki is short, is about 1 away from bringing out the Blade Storm. Over for Angel, they're ready for this Viper's Pit, which is going to make any push to any site that the Viper's on difficult, nigh on impossible, particularly when Saints themselves do not have anything else to play with, and they're still a good distance away from getting their own Viper's Pit available.
The Viper's Pit, so incredibly important here, and of course, Angel, she's described herself as the Alpha Viper. Certainly proving it here against Saints. That entry is going to be a touch more difficult. They didn't even get to bring out their first toxic screen. Staycat, she's going to take a touch of damage from the snake bite.
Allow me to have a perfect timing here.
Oh, they've been discovered, and they do not have the range for crossfire. Coalesced at the perfect time. Juice from the back to Toro from the front. And now Saints, they're working with even less in terms of resources. The entry is going to be much more difficult, but Staycat, she's made it all the way onto the site. Jay gets spotted as they cross. The spray isn't ideal, but now you've got to look at Staycat in the back still. Maybe an extended gunfight for them. Already takes a little bit of damage. Can potentially catch Angel. Saw them leaving. 1 versus 4. Easy peasy, right? Never mind. Moranium shuts that one down. She made a valiant effort and a long flank, but Jwoo will be able to pick up their second.
It comes a long flank for what turned into quite a short round. 3-2 the scoreline, and for the Blues, they do have a fair few ultimates available. Harry, we've got a game on our hands here. We have a game on our hands.
I mean, and it all came from like an eco defeating a full buy as well.
Yeah,
Saints have been ego checked.
And they're about to be eco checked as well, because Saints have bugger all in terms of weaponry. A couple of marshals, the odd Phantom on Halal, but that's about it. And when you look at the plethora of ultimates available on the Blues, all of a sudden, they really pack a punch behind their rounds here.
A marshal and a dream. Oh, Jay catches a touch of damage on their engagement right there, but that's fine. If they can grab themselves a devour off the back of a kill, everything will go well. A target hit by a trademark, slowed down for a moment. I believe that's Staycat, but it's Jay who's actually going for the plant. Interesting they'd give it over to the duelist. Jay doesn't yet have access to the Empress, and indeed they don't have access to life anymore. Respiration has been put on hold. Jews once again has opened this up on the A site. Their defensive prowess on this. Oh, bloody heck! What was that, Crema? Sensei Moji, a bit of a martial artist. And Staycat running low on these. The musket line begins to roll on up. Play it like it's for Civil War, boys and girls. One musket after the other. Halal 6 is spared for the moment by Jews, which is truly confusing, but still, that's a successful retake from JWoo.
One musket after the other, and the Redcoats full flats. JWU Blue find themselves not only equal, but also ahead in ultimates and economy now. Nikki is short, not going to invest into a rifle, because why bother when you can play with knives? Or take it back, buy a gun, bullets travel faster than knives do.
Depends how strong you are, actually, no.
Harry, please don't try. It's even the fun.
Who is stronger than black powder?
Black powder absolutely stinks, by the way. That's your Kremer gun fact of the map. Black powder actually
new
stinks.
invention, Kremer. Axe body spray for black powder.
I literally would. There are many smells that I would like rather smell than black powder. Like, it's such a disgusting smell.
And it would make it more explosive.
And it would make it more explosive than like. You're absolutely right.
Stay cat. She throws her gun at the thing. Okay. Picks it back up,
It's a
loses it once more.
approach.
I mean, it's one way to open a door. There's more than one way to skin a cat,
True.
Kremer.
For Jay, that's a clean shot. But was that the Hunter's Fury committed there?
Yeah, that was the Hunter's Fury. That might be a little bit troublesome.
It's a bit of an overcommitment there.
I would have liked to have seen that counter Swizz's Viper's Pit, potentially, to stop someone from planting within it.
Yeah, particularly when Saints now have, well, bar 2 points, every ult on their team available. A Hunter's Fury would have been perfect here. Instead, now you're having to rely on your Tour de Force and your Blade Storm, which you're not really going to use either because you already have a full investment.
All right, Tour de Force has been committed here by Moranium, and I believe they're on top of Madonna. Not like that. Calm it down, you dirty-minded so-and-so. Good spray from Totora. Jay, slain for the moment. Tour de Force. Oh, wait! They're outside the vertical range of Timmy! Timmy is confounded! Defeated by... Oh, it's still a miss. That is unfortunate. Now the jig is up, Kremer.
Through the smoke, there's no kill yet, and the Tour de Force from Iranium might be able to achieve a kill yet. Swizz has a bit of a flank, potentially, in corridor here. As while there is still a huge ult advantage for Saints here, they seem almost hesitant to deploy them.
Trying to find themselves an opening. Damage done here by Jews. Could they get the opening pick again? The Tour de Force will not connect. It's up close for Stay Cat. She's closed for distance and closed the book on Moranium's ultimates. Once again, it will be a plant, and this is an unorthodox usage of the lockdown. And defender after defender of this spike is going to fall. An attempt to play around the lockdown. This is going to mean a player is detained, but in the end, won't matter. In fact, with a second to spare, Jews will be able to remove that lockdown from play. Easy clap here for JW Blue. They're on their 4th round, 5th round in a row even.
That starts getting a bit of momentum, Harry. And they're really starting to force Saints into some fairly uncomfortable positions, particularly in their afterplants, where the Saints seem to get to a site just with a man advantage, but they've never really been in an afterplant, got off the site, and then kept that man advantage. The rotations of the Blues have just constantly caught them off guard. There are still so many ults available for the Saints here, but once again, they seem hesitant to use them, as they turn their attention to B. Angel doesn't have that Viper Spit and won't have that Viper Spit probably for the rest of the half, but it may not matter if you're already a man up. Make that 2 men up.
Nikki, so aggressive, so confident. This is such a change from the early JWoo we saw. Still slain by Jay. 4 versus 3 is a lot more workable than 3 versus 5 was. Still, no real default here from the side of Saints. I think that maybe in this round, Kremer, you use the Viper's Pit. You need Swizz to stay alive. I'd like to see them playing rear guard. Ween Peen flashes herself. And Swizz shows off their best throw of the poison orb. Out goes the recon arrow. will be destroyed after the first ping, so Swizz has been identified. The spike has been seen out in the open. This is not a good place to be. Still, that's some good obfuscation. Swizz, are they going to walk out of their own smoke into enemy fire?
This is madness.
Oh, no, it did allow for the spike to be claimed. Big brain from Swizz, but bigger brain from Angel. She knew exactly what was going on and decided to tighten the noose. And now Jay is all alone. If they drop down here, it'll be right on top of Dora. No drop. Instead, a test potentially of the Shambir. Wait, did they just shoot?
Oh, that's no shot.
Oh, no.
I think my Radium knows Jay's coming.
However,
not that it matters, apparently.
Looking in too many different directions, a crosshair placement was not there, Kremer.
No time.
There's no time to plant the spike, but what you can do is just be a bit of a vigilante. Remove some weapons from play. Get the spike plant money, maybe? Lovely stuff.
To highlight Swizz throwing that canister up in the air to get the spike, we spoke about how far you could throw an M18 smoke grenade. If I made you a canister of toxic gases, how far do you reckon you could throw it?
Depends how much toxic gas, mate. What's the canister made of? Lead?
It's probably asbestos if I'm really trying to.
If it's like an aluminum can of toxic gases.
I suppose you wouldn't want to throw it, because then there's like a higher chance of it leaking, right?
I mean, then you want to throw it as far as possible, right? Because that ain't going to stay secure for long.
I suppose that's like the... I've made it, so it's
throw it towards your bully's house, Kremer.
I have many of bullies, Harry. Twitch chat's never nice to me. Right.
Oh, I'm on the hit list, man.
Yeah.
Oh, the trademark slows down Staycat a touch, but within this Viper's pit, maybe feeling a touch safer. No one flanking around at the moment, but it might be a long play here from Angel. She could arrive all the way towards the end to take out people playing. Exits Jay on a lovely elevated angle, catches out Moranium, but the dog sees it, and so too will the ping. Jews opens this up. And there's so much damage done. Sensei plays from the back, but the Viper's pit has fallen alongside both of the Vipers. The Seekers torn through by the Sage. This one seems a sure bet for Saints as they pick up 2 rounds. Actually, they pick up 1 round. I forgot the last round was not a win. Jay just made it feel like that.
You see, and that's the power that having a flashy play does. It wins our hearts, Harry. As Jews, one away from bringing out Hunter's Fury, over on the members of Saints, they do still have 2 ults to throw at this, and with only 2 rounds left of the half, as we enter the penultimate one, honestly, the ult usage, there's only going to be these 3 ults. The Hunter's Fury, the Res on Sensei, and the Empress on Jay. It's too far off for any other ult to come online. The question now is, how does it get wielded? Swizz go for the Operator on the Viper.
It's a rare choice. Oh, and it's not paid off too well. Still, that means that now the chamber... Oh, never mind. The Operator Viper returns. You can't keep a good snake down, Kremer.
I mean, fair enough to him. As... through mid now. Halal hopes to catch out the odd player. As my Radium goes for a huge flank here.
Oh, my Ranium. Swizz dives for 2nd time this round. Oh, Moranium not quite with the good crosshair placement right there. If we had one thing that I think that maybe Moranium would have as an improvement point, probably be around the crosshair placement. If they could do that, they'd be a very fearsome Sentinel duelist. Because they have a great game sense as to when to try and make these pushes.
Yep. Angel falling, and Jew's actually umming and ahhing about a flank here. Halal was planning on it, so he has the right idea as what's coming. And you look at the members of Saints here, almost all of them are low on HP, a few of them on death's door here. And while the spike will go down, it'll go down for how long, Harry?
Yes, Staycat, she can't survive for long. The second she backs away from a spike, Nikki Short will find that beautiful adjustment here from Sensei Moji. The ace is going to be cancelled. But Halal 6. This was the flank that Juice was worried about, but Halal's missed their chance now. Making so much noise on the approach, so nervous about that tap. Needed to commit to the revelation earlier. An easy defuse for Jay Wu, and honestly, Kremer, Breeze, you'd consider the attacking side to be a little bit more favored just because of the amount of map that defenders have to converge over to rotate and address a push.
Something you need to remember, though, is particularly with newer teams, and it hurts to say, but lower ranked teams, is a lot of the time you find, because they can be quite tentative to push, it means that the rotations can be a little bit delayed, which makes it kind of average out to be about 50-50 either side. Now, don't get me wrong, potentially going 8-4 up certainly is a grand old position to be in if you are a member of the Blues, and 5 rounds for Saints, again, is easily recoverable. I don't see any clear loser of this half here, but I certainly don't see a winner.
Ah, that's a PMA I've come to expect from you, Kremer.
Thanks, sir. I'm getting pessimistic with my age.
A Shorty running on forward, straight up onto the spike. That's not the ideal range for Shorty, admittedly, but you do survive for a moment. However, when that cloudburst descends, Staycat is sitting behind, and she's been doing some long flanks on this Killjoy. Almost playing the entry when Jay goes down, which is admirable, but I do just wish they had a Jet who was good to... Halal 6 just stands in a shock dart, trying to find a way to teleport out of it, I guess. Not sure if you get iframes during that teleport. A tap upon the spike leaves Sensei Moji in place to get a double. Totoro was busy piloting Bruce. And now the slow crawl through the miasma of French goo will allow for a defuse.
French goo sounds absolutely revolting.
Oh, so do most French products, Grammar.
Hey.
And that's how you know you've got 2 Brits casting.
Yeah, like... I don't know, like, goo itself doesn't sound bad. British goo, like, I sort of know what I'm getting with British goo, like a mix between cigarette butts and tar. But, like, French goo, it just sounds revolting.
So that is good français, Grammar?
I would rather my cigarette butts and tar, but at least you get to see the cute animals spread around the map here. Well, I think Saints could probably do with a cuddle from one of them before they go to the second half. They lose this pistol round, and the Blues definitely are going to start paving their way to victory.
All right, pistol round once more, Moranium. Our chambers today have been a little bit spray and pray with the Headhunter over more precise attempts. Ooh. Are they going to teleport up on top of the pyramid here to try and stop the plan? That would be very brave. But they do have the teleporter up there. Indeed, it was taken by Halal. Unfortunately, they could not adjust in time. Some wild shots fired off from the Headhunter, but they barely find a head. They can't even find a leg. And now Jay Woo have himself a significant man advantage. Wiz looks to try and redress the balance with the ghost in hand. And Nikki is a touch shorter now after the haircut they've been given. Sensei has claimed a bit of space, waits for this wall to descend, and now needs to try and check inside the cubby. Overcommits when it comes to the crosshair flick, and so Totoro will punish, and that will be 9 now for Jay Woo.
9-4, and all of a sudden things get a little bit shaky if you are a member of Saints. Now, you do still have a little bit of padding. Yeah, you got 3 rounds, strictly speaking, to be able to get a buyout, get your ults online, and try to at least get a groove as to how the Blues are actually playing their attack. But with each round that you lose, it's another round in a row you have to win. And while momentum is categorically a driving force in games like these, the issue is being able to recover it without the use of timeouts can be really damn difficult. Bear in mind that we haven't seen a single timeout get used today.
It has been a less tactical bunch of games. A lot of these teams focusing a bit more on the gunplay. And Jaywu, they have drawn over a lot of forces to this area. A messy spray will be forgiven here. Nikki still survives with 50 HP. And Halal themselves has brought up to a Spectre of their own, so they're going to be the primary fragger on the side of the potential retakers. The Spike itself, though, is non-committed. It's actually going all the way to B right now. Has been handed over to the Viper. I like that. Being able to build up towards the Viper's pit first is a good tactical decision. A wrap around the back from Moranium. No, Moranium. You now have information on where the last remaining player is. And I like that. Moranium has the discipline to just back off from what would have been a pretty easy kill to allow for more economic reinforcement off the back of this plant. And now they can simply try and pen in the one known location of Sensei Moji. A 1 versus 3 is it is doable, but it's not reality.
10-4, Harry. I was just thinking, if you put the word French before anything biological, it just sounds worse. Like French substance.
The same could be said of British.
French product.
A British substance also sounds absolutely disgusting.
No, I think a British substance sounds kind of rough and sort of grim, but at the same time, you know what it is. Whereas if it's French, you don't. It's the unknown that is just that bit. That face there that Sova's making is me every time I have to eat something French.
Escargot. No.
Foie gras here, my ass. So
Nice bounce.
That's a great arrow layer from Juice, and I think he actually sees 2 or 3 players off the back of that. You see the rotation here from the Jet through mid. They realize that they just need to push Swizz, but never mind. The Viper goes huge.
Great gun control there from Swizz, swapping over from the Phantom after they know they've done a huge amount of damage.
Oh, that wall usage.
You get the right click. Nikki, though, completely unperturbed here. Does get the drop on Sensei, but can't quite convert on the spray. Will they leave their own play? Indeed, they catch Staycat as she comes in to reinforce. Nikki now tries to play from a separate angle, but Sensei so fast on these Jews. Damn, son. Lovely adjustment right down there to Halal. Puts them in the grave, and the smoke clears. Jaywu are at a numbers disadvantage, but they can move past a lot of this Killjoy utility for free. Ideally, they will not destroy it, as that would reveal their position. Lovely stuff. Moranium will be able to get the plant. And this will alert Jay to the fact that, hey, got to pay attention to the right-hand side. I've actually missed some information. But they don't miss for a second. Beautiful shot onto Jews. That was 100% needed. And now a 1 versus 3 with a Spectre. When you're playing down that long range against a Phantom, it simply is not tenable. Moranium is slain, and Saints pick up a 5th round.
There's only so much you can do at that range with a Spectre. And, well, for the Saints, it's clean. Sensei Emoji really doesn't want to lose this one, Harry. And he's doing his hell-bent force and making sure that they don't. At 20-11 right now, he's leading the kill count for the server, kind of making up for the lackluster performance we're seeing from Halal. But is Sensei enough? He may be called the Sensei, but even Uguay gets usurped at some point.
I mean, less usurped than just deciding, this is my time.
Well, Harry, I'm not sure if you saw Kung Fu Panda 3, but in the Jade
I did
realm...
not see Kung Fu Panda 3. Are you about to spoiler me on Kung Fu Panda 3?
You know what? I'm happy you haven't seen Kung Fu Panda 3, because now you can experience watching Kung Fu Panda 3.
With you?
You know what? Yeah.
That's
probably.
a date.
It's going to be a cute date.
Kung Fu and chill with my favorite pandas. Staycat here has already opened up on one. Nikki is short with the blades. 1 shot thus far. Halal takes 1 to the sternum. Does survive for the moment. Oh, caught with the card in hand. Get him, credit card. That's how Bruce Wayne tries to slay villains when he doesn't have his Batman suit on. Spoiler alert.
Well, I'm still not spoiling, Harry.
Halal's vulnerable, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Nikki has ran out of knives. Over to a classic. They want that rifle on the floor, but oh, the body shot is good.
Ooh.
El Diablo over here, doing their best yay impression. Now Nikki, with 40 seconds remaining and without the spike in hand, it's not the easiest play in the world, but certainly winnable. 1 shot will change everything. Spike is claimed. Do you want to keep this in the family? Do you want to keep it on B site? Certainly seems to be the case for now. Oh, what a swing from Wiz. Nikki didn't play within the cubby, didn't play on the usual default, and that was punished well by Swizz, who's earned themselves a Viper's Pit.
Tell you what, it comes bloody close. But right now, Saints, they're keeping themselves in it. They're keeping themselves alive. And with another investment, rivals around the board, State can hold on to that Spectre purely because you know that your opponents don't have cash. It's Spectres, Classics, kind of everything in between for the Blues right now. They just can't afford to bring out their rifles. And while that would be great for Myranium, who can whip out the tour de force, for the rest of his team, they may be in big trouble here.
You know, Myranium sounds like a MacGuffin element, you know? Like Vibranium or Adamantium or Unobtainium.
Myranium going straight to your cranium.
Thank you, Kremer.
Thank you.
Finally, Avatar 2, the plot.
This is why I'm not a rapper. I don't think we could rap, Harry. I don't think our voices suit it.
No, definitely not.
I'm a bit too posh for it.
It sounds like we're like reading out a shopping list.
Yeah, pretty much. Jay. It's a clean opening. Not quite able to double down as the rest of Saints. It's a fairly heavy commitment to stacking this A site, and looks like Sensei may have figured out as he turns himself back to B. As Nikki hopes for an opening in mid here against Halal.
Oh, the headhunter to the knees, baby. Doesn't need to hit headshots, but it does help. Still, that evens up the numbers. The chamber is gone. And Myranium, I wouldn't mind seeing them use the tour de force. Nikki! Nikki! You dirty boy. Stay cat, she's slain. Senseless emoji, though, or Sensei emoji. Leaves Angel senseless. She won't be playing this round. One tap is all Sensei emoji needs. Has the power of chakras. That was a nice little bounce there if it was intended. A little bit of a blockade of snake bites as Sensei Emoji continues to slay away. Totoro does their best with a fancy footwork and the schmovement to avoid the Vandal, but Sensei has seen all these tricks before.
I tell you what, Saints are making a bit of a comeback here. They've got a grip on the Blues economy. They've got themselves an ult advantage, that being every single member. Halal even one away from his tour de force from having these ultimates. And for the Blues, yes, they do have a Hunter's Fury. Yes, they do have the Seekers. I don't really count the tour de force as one of those rounds of sculpting ults because you essentially just have an op. And right now, look at the economy of the Blues. They really need either spike parts in the rounds they're losing or an eco fairly soon. Otherwise, they're going to be in some very big trouble, particularly when Saints are this close to equalizing.
Sensei Emoji, their position's been noted, decides to drop on off it to try and get the element of surprise rather than the boon of high ground. That was almost a transfer between two heads, but Nikki lucky to remain with their life. Halal free to spray away with the Phantom, no traces, but that doesn't matter because Angel has the sixth sense, baby, and the spike has been delivered into the hands of Sensei, and I'm afraid there will be no freebies in the dojo.
You having some feed issues, Harry?
Just a couple, but you know what? Sensei's having a feed issue as well, feeding directly into Myranium.
There we go, and blink and you miss it. Oh, you actually do. Oh, the Saints gonna make it an 8th for themselves as they reduce that differential to just 2 rounds now. That distance of 3 rounds at the end of the half for the Blues to just close out the map looking insignificant at this point. There's every ult available for Saints right now, meaning they are going to be ready to play, Harry. Sensei currently going 27 to 13.
4 defensive rounds in a row, Kremer. Feels like we've seen this one before. This is exactly what happened as well with Jwoo Blue, except they had to win on an eco round against a full buy. Nikki, speaking of economy, can they do anything against this rifle? 1 knife expended thus far, and then the fight taken away from. An attempt with the Sheriff's here to try and maybe summon some kind of supplantory surprise. That's a word I just made up.
You know what? You said it with enough conviction. I believed you for a moment.
Every word is made up, Kremer.
That's true.
I'm surprised they're abandoning the Viper Spit this early in the round. Still a minute left. And Swizz like, oh, it's gone.
Oh, I thought that stayed there. Yeah, I'd have rather actually seen, if you're going to leave the pit that early, I'd have rather see it just used for a retake.
Very true. And now, with the pit gone, Jwoo, they're going to give it another look-see. Any shenanigans going on over here? Any tomfoolery? Any room for a rascal or two? This could be a great timing here. From the chamber, they're so low, Kremer. But still, surviving for the moment until Nikki comes around the back and knife. in the spine and another in the head. Nikki continues to be an absolute menace. Swizz has survived for a second longer. Has been unable to pick up one of these dropped rifles just yet. And here come the Seekers. Jay with the Empress. Never a better time to try and use it. Nearsighted, though. Unable to really save themselves from the attention of those Seekers. The Spectre is a great weapon to play within the Viper's pit. Moranium goes big but falls low in a 2 versus 1 now, if anyone can do it. Sensei can. 4.7k in the bank, not afraid to lose this at all. A body shot onto Moranium, and now Sensei Emoji begins to dart on forward. They've identified the spike, but can they find Angel? Spotted out amongst the goo. The snake is slain, and so too are you.
Sensei is just that good, Harry. 3 whole seconds to spare there. The match, the 30 bomb. He currently brags against the Blues. And with his res still available, Stegagat still has that lockdown. Halal has the Tour de Force, but as mentioned, the Tour de Force isn't really one of those round influencing ults like the lockdown particularly can be, or like the Hunter's Fury can be over on Jews. Now, while the Blues definitely have a investment here, look at their money. There's not much post to that. And for the Saints, this is where they can really try and exploit that. Not only would they equalize, but in resetting their opponents, they pave their way to a round lead.
Now comes the Tour de Force. That's on the side of the defense here. Saints, they're going to have access to a big boy. Oh my, Swizz dies to this. Possibly tagged by the drone in advance, and also Jay's been revealed. Should be an easy plant here for the Viper. And indeed it is. Swizz has been returned to the fray by the Resurrection. Never a better time to use it. Swizz, of course. The Operator Viper. Sensei is so clean! Whoa. It's unbelievable! Oh, Sensei, teach me the ways of Kung Fu! And I consider myself well taught.
Oh my lord, Harry, Sensei is good.
Step into the dojo, and you will not leave.
Not even Thousand Eyes could beat this Sensei.
Oh, dude. Marco Polo reference?
I think it's called 100 Eyes, actually, not 1,000 Eyes.
It is 100 Eyes, but hey, I understood
100
it.
Eyes. Yeah, he is one of the coolest characters in modern television.
Did you see his like prequel one shot?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh man.
It just made him even cooler.
Recommend Marco Polo, by the way, for anyone in the audience who needs to waste some time on a Netflix binge.
It's also fairly historically accurate, so I really do recommend it.
Oh, that was a historically accurate shot right there, straight to the body. What is this a new operator skin? I haven't seen this one before.
No, it's quite fancy, isn't it?
It's quite lovely.
God, we're boomers.
Not sure if Moranium will approve of it, but hey.
Who takes exception?
Kills a kill, grabber. Oh, this
That's got another flank.
This could intercept the spike. Oh, this is a must-win for the Viper. And indeed, Angel, she does win it. Halal taken on down. And now the crunch in onto the B site means that everybody can have a little bit of an upgrade, a little bit of a loot at their leisure. The Operator in the hands of Jews. Nikki moves on forward, spots Jay and does a touch of damage. I mean, if anyone could clutch this, it would be Jay. On the Reyna. This is a very narrow angle, but Valia is placed through beautifully, and Juice falls on down low. Now Juice is essentially a hostage until Jay is cleared away from this angle, as a single shot will take them down. In fact, aligned here are Juice and Angel. Oh, hello. And Jay's continues to be confirmed in this location. Imagine you were at like a shooting range, Kramer, and be like, okay, shoot the baddies, and then every single baddie comes up at once.
That was terrifying, actually. What I thought was quite funny is the range I'm currently with near us is, for those of you who don't know how gun laws work in the UK, essentially, you can't really own guns, but what you can do is you become a member of a club, and they hold the license to the guns. And the place I'm at, they have to really explain to us that the place has 2 floors. If you hear shooting above you, don't point your gun up and then start shooting back at them. Because people have actually done that in the past, where they've heard a gunshot above them, panicked, and actually just pointed upwards.
British IQ phenomenally low.
I actually don't know how that's humanly possible, or why you would be surprised to hear gunshots at a gun range. But I suppose that actually kind of explains quite well why we don't have guns, why we can't be trusted with them. That same range actually has a license to fire 20mm grenades, which is funny because you're not allowed 20mm grenades in the UK, but you get a license for them.
Huh. For
It's just a useless license.
For what I assume is a mostly American chat, 20 millimeters is almost an inch.
I think when in firearm calibers, Americans use millimeters as well. I think so, at least. I might have to correct myself here. I'm fairly certain the standard PAW is an American gun. So I could be really wrong here. I do apologize. I'm not very good with grenades. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, given that you're not that good with grenades, I'm not going to trust you with any of those near me. We'll just we'll put them in a locked box and send that locked box to anywhere else in the world.
I honestly, if I ever did have anything like that, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I actually wouldn't. I would look at it and go, "Wow, I have this." And it'd be like really dangerous.
Starstruck by a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, Swizz here. Mike, never mind. Jay was not allowing Nikki to do any of that. That was a really good peek off the back of a dismiss. Jay gets information for free and gets out. And now the retake is 5 versus 3. This is much better. Moranium's already low in terms of the magazine, has to back on off, but still as you move on forward to try and punish that, Angel punishes you back.
This.
The Viper's Pit is good, but Swizz is even better. The Alpha Snake has claimed all of the mates, but Jews from long range can do so much damage. A lovely wall is going to be placed, and that is going to mess with the trajectory of these shock darts. And Sensei Moji, man, this dojo's brutal. That was a 3 versus 5 retake.
My worry, though, is while he's playing nuts, there's no denying that he is playing nuts.
35 kills.
Can he repeat this, is my question. Can he do this again for every other map of this series? Because if he can't, Saints are in big trouble. If he can, they've won. Yeah, they're swimming. Unfortunately, Jews and Nikki both doing well at the moment. All they have to do is 2v1 him every round. And they go to 4-on-4 with Sensei dead, they have the advantage.
That's true. Sensei Mojo already under pressure right here. Stakeout has been noted as they move alongside, but Timmy draws the aggro. A proper tank. Tanking turret, Timmy. Limited edition. Oh, hello, going up high. Nikki sort of makes themselves an easy target by using that cloudburst and declaring their intent. This is a really weird brawl with defenders foraying out into mid and playing into elbow. This is one of the weirdest takes I've ever seen, Kremer.
It's unorthodox, sure, but for some reason, Saints have made it work for themselves.
Did they just full flash themselves?
Yes, they did. As Jay spots out ahead, can't quite convert the kill, but the info may be enough.
The info is more than enough when Sensei Moji's on the other side. That's even more kills for the Sensei. And at the moment, when you know that Sensei Moji is here, I like how Sensei Moji is healing themselves. They're feeling it today. They're like, you know what? I am the carry. I'll pocket myself, man. Oh, that's an unfortunate right turn. Halal has to back on off. I would not have gone for the reload there, but hey, sometimes you just feel the pressure, and it needs to be done. A mad dash towards A for both defenders and attackers, but there is no obfuscating wall here that is available, which is going to make the plant a touch tougher. Swizz doesn't have a line of sight. Oh, a headshot with the operator. Sensei, what can they do? Easy! Onto Moranium. The flank around is just a touch too late because Swizz is even faster. And Sensei Moji, hand this one over to Jay. Let's get that Empress. Lovely stuff. Good divination of resources here from Saints Esports Club.
12-11, Harry. Match point now. What a way to open our series. What a way to show every other team in the tournament that you mean business. And for a timeout to then be called, I like how we're now seeing timeouts get used. Suddenly things get a little bit more tactical when it comes to momentum, when it comes to psyche. And you look at the ult management, Iranium still has the Sword of Force. He's been holding on to it for a good few rounds now. And same to be said for Sensei. Playing the Sage when you're looking to carry is pretty good call, because you can just resist, you can heal yourself, right? But the issue is, you're playing solo, so getting an opportunity to res can be kind of difficult. The Viper's Pit usage for me is going to be the biggest thing here from Swizz. And while Juice is one away from being able to bring out the Hunter's Fury, he needs to find a way to zone Swizz, otherwise that Viper's Pit is going to be kind of game deciding.
Well, one of the other bad things about being the hyper carry on the Sage is that you can't res yourself. If you die, you die. Whereas if Jay was the hyper carry, he gets picked early. In the late round, you might be able to bring him on back. But Sensei Moji, at least being the hyper carry on the Sage, it means you can get more resurrections. And if you're surviving later into the rounds, that means you can probably pick up someone here and there. Solo anchoring on the B side at the moment. I'd actually like to see maybe Halal 6 be dedicated to something like this. And allow for Sensei Moji to go on more of a roam. But hey, Sensei Moji is almost 40 kills, so who am I?
You're just a guy. Right?
I'm just a guy,
You're
dude.
just another target.
Oh, this is great. 1, 2, easy. They did not check and they were thoroughly punished. It's a Venn diagram of the walls that puts Jay into an obfuscated position, but still the spike going to be difficult to recover at this moment. Nikki is short, but are they short on health and aim is the question. Swizz moves on forward. This is so aggressive for the Viper, and the rewards are there. Totoro taken out just after they grab these. Tour de Force up against Operator. A shot into the air. Nikki unable to really hit as many knives as they would like to. A swap over on the Operator here, playing on the close angle. The first moves on up. Swizz might have got a shot onto the second. Nikki may well have been noted in a 1 versus 1 for the game itself. Saints, they want to deny the overtime. Jay Woo, they are desperate for it. Time is on the side of Nikki. Half a defuse, a full defuse. Pros don't fake, they say. Nikki begins to move on in. It's an easy lineup. We're going to overtime.
Oh, Harry. Welcome to overtime, baby. And you look at the momentum there. If Nikki, or better still, sorry, if Sensei isn't killed by the cross there from that Tour de Force, the Tour de Force from Iranium, that was held onto for a good 5, 6, maybe even 7 rounds there. Iranium doesn't use that ult. He eventually does, and it kills the most important player on Saints right now. What a time to be alive. And now as we look over to the next investment, we see rifles around the board. Bear in mind, in overtime, you're not going to have to worry about your money. It's who gets these kills, who gets these spike plants, who gets these spike diffuses. That's going to allow ultimate usage to become such a big and prevalent point.
Ult usage is going to be a touch tougher, of course. Oh, got our DC. Okay, that's fine. Ult usage is going to be a little bit tougher here, Chrome. Obviously, everyone's going to spawn 3 points away from getting their ultimate in overtime. And that means that you've really got to go on a streak if you want to get access to that ultimate. And at that point, will the ultimate be valuable in what should be you against 2 players? Just seeing if who was it? It was gone. It's got to be someone on the side of Saints.
We'll find out soon. Everyone's connected, so we lost Swizz. Now Swizz can't get back in.
Ah.
If there's a world here where we have to find a way to either replay the map or or draw it, I'm gonna cry, Harry.
Well,
okay.
This is a great time, Chroma, to be able to say thank you to Bulby and Tofu, our observer and producer today here on the NECC2. Helping to guide us and, of course, you guys at home through the action. But while we try and bring Swizz back to the battleground, we will be right back. Enjoy a quick tech break and some banging music. right there, gamers. Just waiting for Swizz to get back. I think that they have managed to make it into Valorant after restarting their PC, so everything's hunky-dory, and we'll be getting into our overtime real shortly. 12-12 at the moment, Kramer. A good old bit of a clutch from Nikki to make sure that we made our way here, and admittedly, this required some real doing on the side of JWoo. Saints on their defensive side seem to have really been able to sink into a rhythm, and Sensei has been lights out, almost hitting 40 kills in 24 rounds.
Yeah, he really has just played out of his mind. And my worry, though, is that now we've had this pause, now we've had this kind of stoppage in time. Can Sensei mimic this success? Can he stay consistent? Because if he can, all of a sudden, there could be a big trouble over on blue.
Oh, I'm not sure why I found that so funny, but Nikki's down. And that is unfortunate because Nikki is one of the primary carries at the moment. Jay takes the risk, does get the orb, but does take a little bit of damage for it. They'll have to get themselves a good devour to bring themselves back up to full HP. Saints starting off on the attack, which is not their preferred side, and oh, Jules holds down the trigger, and that is taken down by the taps of Jay, who, like we said before, has been able to get themselves a touch more health.
Iranium. Here's this attack coming. Already 2 players down. He needs to get a kill, and quickly. Fortunately, doesn't seem to be an option here as it's Totoro to go huge.
Oh, she is activated now. 3 versus 3 on the retake. Totoro might have been able to rescue this for her team. Moranium down as well, but Moranium's had a little bit of a slow game. An acceptable loss, potentially. Decay given over. Actually, Swizz there. Swizz actually vulnerable themselves. Totoro's going to be denied the ace, but Angel, she's arrived on the scene. Effectively utilizing girl power to take down Jay, potentially. They pop the Empress. Jay, quite low. Dare they peek on through the wall? It is going to actually start to diffuse soon. Angel moves on forward, goes for the gunfight. Jay wins it out. One good 4K deserves another, and Saints get to 13.
It's messy, and the sprays are laboured, but it works, Harry. And that's the most important thing. It works. For Saints, they get the luxury of not only being on their defense, but also being on the fact that they now have a round to spare. You know, double OT, whatever. They can go do it again. For the Blues, they have to win a round on their attack, which is the side that both teams have had quite a bit of success on. But my question now is, can they mimic that success? Can they call upon their first half glory and take and shut down this B site, but they're running straight into the Sensei?
Nikki is actually going to be a part of this round after Ignomia's start last time, but running into Sensei Moji is not ideal. A fearsome combatant who is going to have the chance to wait for this wall to drop, maybe intercepting the plant. Angel actually gets nano-swarmed right there. Can't plant. Take it down. Sensei Moji removes Totoro. But Moranium finally comes alive. Slays both Staycat and the Sensei. But it's the rare operator of the Viper that strikes first blood here. The defenders being carved down to only 2. But Nikki is the one who must slay them both. A Vandal, 2 updrafts. No cloudbursts. An isolated fight, potentially no. The first one's going to be a miss. Why isn't Halal taking the swing? Oh no. Halal needs to make up for this now. Win the fight with the Phantom. A mad dash to try and pick up the spike. Halal allowed for Swizz to die. And Nikki can now get a very safe plant. Faking it out. Draws Halal 6 in. And then can commit. Halal, if they have the timing here, should be easy. The spray. Oh, it's not pretty, but it is a dub. No, says Halal.
That was his 5th kill. That was their 5th kill. And it wins the map. Sensei, you're useless. Get out of here. We want Halal.
Halal only.
He gets round winning kills. Sensei doesn't. It's a tough map, sure, and it is fairly laboured, but nonetheless, the Saints, they're able to emerge victorious.
And we expected Saints to be able to do that the second that they managed to get a map on their attacking side, just because their defense was so bloody strong, Kremer. 8 rounds on the defense to allow them to get to overtime, and it forced their opponents on the Blues to have to generate an overtime in an 11-12 scenario, which no one wants. It's so bloody stressful. Still, that was a nail-biter of a map. We can only assume that things are going to continue in this way. It's been so long in Breeze, I forgot where we're going next. I think it might be Haven. We'll figure it out after this break. Welcome back, boys, girls, and collegiate Valorant enthusiasts. 1-0 at the moment to, I believe, Saints Esports Club. After a ground-shattering performance from Sensei and a big old clutch from Halal 6, getting their 4th and 5th kills in the final round of overtime. I mean, it's not the kills over the amount of rounds. Sure, we may have seen 26 rounds, Kremer, but hey, in that last round, Halal got all the kills they needed to secure the map.
Yeah. Sensei may have got 37 kills, but does it pale in comparison to the 2 kills Halal got in overtime? Probably. Yeah, but
honestly embarrassing from Sensei. I can't believe it.
Hopefully in the break, Halal did give him a talking to, and hopefully Sensei did find a way to recover, and maybe he'll be able to up his game as we move over to Haven. Let's move into Haven, Harry, our second map of today. And honestly, considering how map 1 went to overtime, it wouldn't surprise me if map 2 is just as close.
Oh, well, we'll have to see. We are officially behind schedule at the moment. So, yeah, let's just head into Haven, see what's going to happen. Would not surprise me to see Moralian pick up. Hello.
Ooh.
Hello. What's this?
Hello. This is...
Shenanies afoot?
There's messery afoot here, Harry.
I've not got to cast any neon yet, but I would not mind seeing some.
This would be a first to me as well. Harry, what are our abilities to do again?
Hold up a second. Nikki is short on one side. Thick Boy Kinger on the other. Wait, did Halal get subbed out after they clutched the entire
Where's
game?
Halal gone? Whoa. As casters, can we pause the match and boycott it until Halal gets back?
This is disgraceful.
Yeah. This is... Where's Halal gone?
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, Halal gets to go out in a blaze of glory. Sensei Emoji, Sage Specialist, still here on Haven, ready to frag.
So, I'll tell you what's happened. Sensei Emoji is upset that Halal's taken the spotlight because his his still earth-shattering kills were better than his 37. So Sensei Emoji, you're under our microscope, mate. Go. States, they are a map up. They move to Haven. They're going to be starting on their attacking side. Some would argue the favoured side of Haven. And with 2 duelists and the Chamber, I mean, this is going to be very aggressive. And the Sage as well. I mean,
the Raze is an interesting choice, Kremer, because Haven's got a lot of quite open sights, which means that the angle clear for the paint shell is fairly weak. The Boombot can at least get some decent information gather, but...
There is so much pressure on Jay right now. The Sage doesn't really make sense.
Wait, and why have they put Jay onto the controller?
Jay goes to the controller. We then see 2... Is Char's new standard as well?
Yes, who else was subbed out? Staycat, I believe? Yes, Staycat has been subbed out, and Char's and Thick Boy are in.
2 additional players, both Instalock duelists.
That's pretty toxic, man. That's pretty toxic.
That is pretty toxic. So he's pushing into A to start this, and with all 5 players stacked up outside this gate, it's going to be a fast play, it's going to be a rush, and for Juice, he may be due a bit of a surprise.
Juice with the frenzy has to get a reload, but won't get the chance. Sensei on the refrag and starts off as strong as they mean to go on. Nikki ready to wrap around the back. A good flash there from the sky. Takes down multiple players. It's a mad spray from Angel as she tries to get some purchase off the back of the classic. Will be spotted from the back. Sensei Moji continues to maraud on forward, and Nikki just emerges from a sewer onto a Swizz who must have teleported back and not have noted the interloper. Radium with their own headhunter here. They could be absolutely deadly, but walled off at the moment. They're going to have to approach through heaven. Nikki spots a barrel. Easy kill. 2 versus 2. This has become significantly more doable now for the Blues. The headhunter cannot get its man, though. Sensei will get themselves another tap with the frenzy, and while they may fall to Nikki, Chars, a fresh duelist, is the one to finish off the pistol round.
Sensei, the fact that he's able to hit a 3k there is going to send shivers down the between Jaewoo's spine. Bearing in mind that Sensei was the one who just did unspeakable things to them over on Fracture. Or over Breeze, sorry. We now see that Sensei is going to keep up that momentum. Can Nikki match him, though, is my question.
It's a big ask. I'm surprised they're going for a shorty here, Grammar. Okay. Moranian bought 2 shots of a headhunter and gets 1 kill with them. Now Nikki can lie in wait, hoping that there will be the temptation to overwhelm the lesser armed chamber. And the trap will be sprung. Remember what Nikki can do? Is get a kill with the shorty, pick up the weapon, and then dismiss away for free. But Saints, they seem to have seen enough over here. And we're just going to try and poke away from long range. But Jews, bit up to fray up through mid, claim some space. We'll be going up against Sensei here, and Sensei does not miss these. A-site will be basically free unless Angel can pull off something magical on the approach. Gravity well, not going to be entirely done right here, and now that means that Jay's been able to move on up. The former duelist, now the spike carrier, now corpse. Sensei gets ever closer to that res. The plant should be confirmed right here, and indeed it is. 3 versus 3 on the retake. Nikki announces the presence of the shorty with the boom of the double blast.
3 on 3 here.
Oh my
Swizz.
goodness, the speed of it.
Absolutely nasty. And the Swizz now, does he go for the confidence play? I mean, it would make sense.
I mean, after hitting that shot, why not? Sensei Emoji picks up a 3k in the back lines, grabs themselves an early res, and that early res might be important here, Kramer, because if you can break Jwoo Blue in this round, you break the economy and basically guarantee yourself 5 rounds.
You're absolutely right. And bear in mind that you've already got the res available on Sensei. That may actually embolden one of the many duelists on Saints to just go hyper-aggressive. Why not? Push comes to shove, they just get resed instantly. Over on Jwoo Blue, you need to remember that while they do have a buy, as you mentioned, there's no money behind it. More importantly, the ults aren't quite there yet. They are one away from being able to get the Empress available, but we'll have to see if Jay was kind of brave enough to spontaneously use the Empress, because we've seen, particularly Saints actually, they get ults available and don't kind of shy away from using them.
Well, that showstopper certainly is a real explosive ultimate. Toro here, moving up to double on the space that has already been claimed by the... Oh, Charles, the entry is a little bit less than gracious. Sensei, though, continues to find themselves upgrades and angles. A ping from the trademark. Nikki's presence has been announced, and now there will be eyes heading over towards this A lobby. This is going to make the retake very hard. It's mono-directional at the moment. The wall cuts off one angle, so that doesn't really need to be contemplated. Meanwhile, Jay's going to be the first point of contact here. The dog, did it see Jay? I believe Totoro may well have done so. Valia sent on out. Was actually through the wall. A great assist. Totoro grabs the first. This is an absolutely bloody battle here. The chamber has not seen Totoro. How is this thus far unseen? Charles unable to adjust in time. I don't know if there's time. I'm pretty sure there's time for defuse here. Already at half. Easy? Easy? Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, wasn't worried for a second, mate.
Something to highlight here, Harry, is that the members of Saints there, they kind of got a bit too cocky. They kind of went for fights there, and they just ended up getting shut down completely. Now, we didn't highlight this when we were talking about the agent selection, but Jwoo are going to be a pain to play against, because they've got the double flash on the Sky, the double flash on the Reyna. They've got the disrupt on the Astra, the disrupt on the Sky as well. This is the slow on the Chamber as well. This is a awful comp to play against, and for Saints, this is something you would tilt to play against, particularly if you keep getting harassed by them.
They are so dead.
I want to see Jwoo stopping there from being much in the way of fair fights, because they have all of these unfair advantages that can be gained. Jews, oh, their swing isn't there on the Marshal, and that's another hit shot onto Thick Boy. Jews here, they could do a huge amount of damage. Oh, hello, hit directly by the grenade. Didn't see that one coming.
Nice dodge.
Oh, gets out of there toot sweet, but still, credit to Charles getting the paint shell that was needed. Do they dare to go up on top of the generator here? Nope, no time to do so. Charge just moves on forward. Moranium's arrived on the scene with a big old rifle, but the biggest of rifles is now in the hands of the Frenchman. Nicky looks to wrap around the back. Swizz is already pre-aiming this. The timing is so good. Nicky's going to send forth that layer. Thick Boy was not blinded, but it didn't matter. They couldn't hit the shots. They didn't hit any shots. Swizz is so good when it comes to a tour de force. They've noted where Nicky is. They aren't going to get blinded, but still, the shot not taken. When it comes to Nicky versus Swizz, Nicky keeps winning the timings, but in the 1 versus 3 retake, is it possible? How does Swizz miss that one? The Opper, who played on the Viper before, a tap upon the spike. Nicky will have to readjust now to try and take down Shaz. No way, Nicky. They're going to have to just try and hold this desperately. They got the 4K. Can they get the defuse? Just about with less than 2/10 of a second remaining. What just happened?
Nicky just annihilated Saints.
Nicky just
Oh my
absolutely devoured them. Unbelievable performance there.
What a nasty round from Nicky there. And if you're a member of Saints, what do you do? That was incredible. And Saints now find themselves with, I mean, shell-shocked, really. They have an investment, sure. They have the showstopper available for Charles, which is actually going to be something to highlight here. Question is, do they have the momentum? Can they find a way to recover?
Free crossing here. Oh, Jews loses out on that one to Swizz, redeeming themselves for the earlier egregious miss onto Nicky. But guess who's gone so far forward again? Nicky is insatiable on these lurks and flanks, and this is exactly what you need from your defensive Reyna. They're not good at holding down the side, but what they are great at is absolutely devouring the space that previously belonged to the attackers. Jay manages to line up 2 players and take them both down with a single spray. And Nicky has to realign their expectations of what's about to happen. Moranium, of course, does have plenty of bullets left in the tour de force. Just needs to create an opening as to not waste them on the ice wall.
He's got to try and goad one of the members into fighting him, though, when in itself that looks unlikely. Since they've learned their lesson about peeking Jaywu in these afterplants.
Oh, Moranium misses Sensei Moji on that peak. Another miss. Not this time. An upgrade as well. Even more Moranium. Oh, you can see that Saints, they sort of lost respect for Moranium after that first miss. And 2 of them died for playing that disrespectfully.
That they do. And you look at the ult management, there are still ults available. There's the Cosmic Divide on both sides, which we haven't seen used at all yet. The Seeker's available on Totoro, with the Showstopper still, as highlighted before, on Chars. With the op going to the chamber, surprisingly, instead of the jet on Saints, I'm interested to see if that'll be because of a kind of tailored attack, or if it's just because Swizz is feeling it at the moment. We saw him actually go for the op over on the Viper back on our first map of Breeze, so maybe Swizz is just the player who goes with that op.
A gift.
A rare Sentinel Opera. It's not unprecedented. Steal previously of 100 Thieves, and not sure where he is now, but probably doing better than 100 Thieves at the moment. Was a noted Sentinel Opera. Did he play AWP in CS back on iBuyPower?
Yes. No, that was Skadoodle.
Ah.
I think it's Skadoodle, at least. I could be very wrong. Oh, it was okay.
Production knows.
Thanks, production. Yeah, that's Spanish, though.
There had to be some famous NACS players, right?
There
Spike has actually been isolated. It has been recovered, though. Sensei, so brazen to get that done. And now Saints, they're going to be able to negotiate themselves a 3 versus 4 retake, which is not ideal with Moranium on a low-caliber weapon and now a low-caliber life. Thick Boy has sliced them up. Sensei watches the gap in the wall. Totoro is going to be the first to move on through here. It was unwatched for about a moment, but Sensei puts down Totoro for their ambitions. It's an easy adjustment for Chars. Only 1 player remains at the back. It's the operator trying to plug the holes and wraps on up. Thick Boy on one side, Chars on the other. A show ready to be stopped, but Chars just backs off for now. And it's Thick Boy Who's the one who takes the swing?
Why was the showstopper brought out there?
I guess zoning, trying to draw the crosshair so Thick Boy could take the swing. It's weird.
I guess that's certainly a unique. It's a really unique time to use it. Nonetheless, the bonus for Saints is that they do still have an ult advantage regardless of outcome. They do still have their Cosmic Divide, which is the only thing that'll be matched by JWoo. They still have their Blaze available to be accompanied by the op they've just picked up, as well as a Resurrection on Sensei.
Ooh, uncanny miss there from Thick Boy. Might be given a second chance here, but no. The Shombeer has escaped Moranium. Likely won't be risking that one again.
Aggression on the way here. Myranium, the sole defender.
Backs off to a safer position. In fact, backs off all the way.
I quite like that call.
Yeah, looking for a better retake instead. A Cosmic Divide here could be exactly what Blue need to try and open up this site. Totoro utilizes the additional obfuscation of the smoke to just do a touch more damage to that ice wall. But as the smoke disappears, Totoro never saw Swizz coming. And Jews, you got to think about how little money they have. 250. It's risky now for a Jet to try and play this op in a retake. Moranium tries to take away a little bit more of his space. Nikki is short elsewhere, has done good things for JWoo, but Thick Boy begins to turn around and puts the knives where they need to be. The operator removes no one, but Angel is removed themselves. Jay puts a full stop on this one.
Jay, with only 3 kills, has got a fair bit of impact behind these kills, actually. All 3 of them have been either first 2 entries and then a clutch. Those first 2 entries led to a round when they were on an eco. And the second one, well, just there, wins the 1v1. 5-2 now, and for JWoo, an eco has it's got a tough pill to swallow, but an eco is kind of forced at this point, and you're foregoing what may end up being a significant lead at the end of this half. But the solace you can take in this is that Sensei isn't having the game he was having earlier, and that makes him very beatable when he moves to his CT side.
But maybe Sensei doesn't need to have that manner of game if others are picking up the slack. Previously, Sensei had to have that game simply because all those kills were available.
Yep.
Rest of Claire won't getting as much in the way of kills. Nikki lies in wait. A shorty here. It's a good range, but Sensei's so bloody fast. Lovely stuff from them. And now with a tour de force active, there is a belief that C-Long would be one of the best plays here for Saints. Actually, with a double op, I'm surprised that they used the tour de force here, to be honest. Oh, it's for the rear guard, I see. And Jews has been spotted out at the moment. Totoro sits within. We'll have to try and carve down that wall. It's not the ideal position to be from behind the smoke. Sensei has platformed up well. On top, caught reloading, but still kills Moranium. Doesn't even need timing, Sensei, so good.
Jeez. Let's be careful with this aggression here, and it's a ramshackle buy, Harry, but I tell you what, if you can cover the distance, this could have a bit of impact.
Oh, Totoro actually didn't take a shot when they saw someone at long range. Sensei, surely they can win this one. 1 versus 1. Totoro waits for this smoke to drive on down, but this is where Thick Boy is going to reveal their location. The jig is up, but this is still so difficult to win. Thick Boy remains as thick as they come, and Totoro cannot handle the thighs.
I mean, it's a very thick gun as well, and as Saints continue to use these ops, these tour de forces, to keep playing the range game against JWoo, what it means for JWoo is that half buys and ramshackle buys and kind of banjaxed buys don't work, because a shorty's great at close range, Bucky's great at close range, and they can be very effective, particularly against rifles who are trying to get onto a site. But if they're just sitting back with ops, you have to hope kind of one of the buckshots just happens to hit them. And at 6-2 right now, things aren't past the point of no return, but the momentum for Saints is certainly getting scary.
Moranium wants to stop that momentum dead right now. Easy shot onto Swizz. Is there anything more available here? The teleport away should be easy. The Cosmic Divide bisects the B-site, and now Moranium has to make a decision. Staring down C-Long, but it's already smoked. It's already under the control. Swizz will be resurrected. What an adjustment from Sensei! Unbelievable aggression there. The res into the flick. The Sage is absolutely manic right now. And Jews, they take themselves the run. There will be no reward for this. Totoro is left alone on C-site with corpses and shattered dreams.
And down. So we have to be really careful here. Now, we've been able to flank Saints time and time again with mixed success, but they have been able to flank. And right now, I think they're desperately going to call for that, particularly if Angel can't get an opening.
Angel's been noted, and knowing that they've forced Angel off this angle, everyone just runs through the smoke. There'll be one player staying behind Thick Boy Kinga. Oh my. Angel punished for peeking that again, trying to stop the plant while time was strained. Time now belongs to Saints. Jaywu, a full blind onto themselves. Totoro's made a little bit of a mess of this one. Jay will offer them a gunfight, but does Totoro want to take it? Aggressive moving on out. Swizz is the finisher. 7-2 here as Saints begin to close in on a series win.
They are really looking quite strong right now. For Jaywu, this is where, yes, they have an ult advantage, but they don't have an economic advantage. If you end up, particularly on the Jaywu as well, if you end up winning around here, committing 3 ults, and having 1 player left alive, you're in a worse position than if you just lost the round. Because at least that way your economy stays consistent and you still have ults to use. Saints have... Their money's not great because they have still been losing players, but they have managed to get into a position now where, despite being on such a huge lead, they're still making Jaywu's economy look terrible.
Totoro. Rare to be the one with the operator. You rarely see it on the sky, especially since the draw out time is so long for someone who's going to have to summon those birds. Totoro, they're using the dog within the smoke. Char's unbelievable accuracy there. Takes out Angel with the paint shells. Swizz only just manages to take out the Seeker, but that's fine. They engage onto Totoro afterwards. Jaywu kind of falling apart here. 2 versus 4 on the retake. And Jews unable to adjust towards the new scenario that Jay puts forward. That leaves Moranium alone with only a classic. No point in saving this one, Kramer. Maybe just try and grab yourself an exit on those who might be hunting for ult points.
An ult point would be nice there. Bear in mind, you are 1 away from getting that tour de force. And I mean, not really losing much here.
Oh, that's a lovely headhunter.
There you have it. You get that ult up. And just like that, Saints go 8-2 up. 2 rounds left of this half, and this is a very winnable series for Saints at this point. We've seen 10-2s get converted. I mean, over on Breeze, it suddenly became a lot closer once the half switch came in. I just don't know if that'll be the same case here, though, because Saints, their kill count is a lot more compact. We're not seeing... Sure, Sensei's playing well, but he's not playing standout-ish like he did on Breeze. Right now, he's just having a good game. The rest of the team are backing him up. It's not as if he dies, then the team loses.
Thick boy. Will the kill count be even thicker? Totoro. They wouldn't peek that, though. Surely they'd send out the bird first. It's unlikely to be a pick in mid. But what it does... They dry peek it, and the punish isn't there. Nikki wins out in sewers. An unfortunate miss there from Thick Boy means that Jews now has time to roll on through mid and start to bisect this attack. Makes these rotations much more difficult, but the most difficult thing to answer is Sensei.
That he is, and luckily with not only an HP advantage here, but an ult advantage for Jaywu. They don't quite have an idea as to where Saints are going, but they do have a generalization. They've had a few audio cues. The garage control is kind of an acceptable theory at the moment, as Charles looks for the man advantage.
Oh, that reveals the position. No swap over to the sidearm. Charles? What was that shot? I'm backing it. Unbelievable performance from
Get him out.
Chars. Get him out of here. Someone called Gabe.
Time to hunt.
Oh, Totoro. Sends forward the dog. No one spotted, but at least it does clear a couple of close angles. Less to check, maybe. Sensei, the final boss, still here, and the final boss just keeps on going. You thought it was a 2-stage boss, but it was actually a 3. Swizz. Oh, unable to beat Nikki is short, and Sensei falling at the same time makes things more complicated. But old Gabe Newell's been watching, and Chars has been cleared of all charges. Will they be gaining themselves a murder charge at the back of this, though? The cover should be good. And so it is. Thick Boy gives the cover, keeps Chars alive, and that's going to be 9 for Saints Esports Club as we go in towards the final round of the half.
I'll tell you what, that's a lot of trust. That's a lot of trust there from Chars to just not peek that angle knowing Thick Boy's got it covered. Luckily he does. It works out, and the Jet now has the op. But it looks like Saints right now are just tossing that op from kind of player to player as to whoever's feeling it on that round. I quite like it. It's quite momentum-based, and for JWoo, the top of their own comes out on my Radium. Juice down to a Guardian, surprisingly.
It's unfortunate, but it is reality. There's no point in saving credits, as there are no pockets in the grave, Kramer, and this half is about to be put to bed. Nikki plays from the corner. Are they going to get afflicted with the vulnerable? They are. They decide not to make too much noise here to avoid revealing the position. Just doing their best to stay out of sight. And there is the tour de force, of course. Remember, we're likely to see the showstopper as well. Chars can't afford to die first. Otherwise, that ultimate is not going to be used. Sensei clearing mid. Juice has a lot on their plate here. This is the Guardian you mentioned before. 1 tap is all that is required. And Swizz might be in the way of that, but Swizz is simply faster. Moranium had perfect crosshair placement, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. Totoro removes Jay. Now, 4 versus 3. Still, this showstopper is available, and Sensei's made their way deep up into enemy territory. They know Moranium is close. And Moranium's actually going to be forced out of position here. Eats so much damage from a grenade. Chars has done well to get the plant off here. I would have liked to have seen that be saved for the Sage to get them even closer to the resurrection when Chars already has the ultimate. Here it is, speaking of which. Chars, 1 more satchel, sends himself sky high, and then the coup de grace will not be compacted into the correct position. Totoro loses out on the duel against Chars, but damage has been done. Nikki needs to pick a target, and they pick the Raze first. Sensei surrounded on so many sides, but can tuck themselves in to the tutelage of Swizz. That covers themselves up, but Sensei does reveal their location. The wallbangs are strong. Only the tour de force remains. Moranium is faster when it comes to the operator, and that should be an easy defuse for JWoo.
9-3, Harry. Now, we've heard this called the cursed scoreline.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it's kind of cursed, and maybe there's a world where JWoo do convert this. Myranium and Nikki Short suddenly aren't having bad games by any stretch of the imagination. But for Saints, their momentum may be too much. And bear in mind, with a 6-round deficit, that's a lot of mistakes you could afford to make before it gets concerning at all. If JWoo do come back here, then it would be monumental, and the likelihood is they'll win the series off the back of it. But will Saints allow it to go that far? As for the most part, JWoo stacked up outside A. There is a kind of lone jet, so either fake or maybe even get an ult orb over on C, but that may just be it, as the rest of the team set their gaze to A.
Not sure if I like the jet lurk compared to a Reyna lurk, to be honest, Grammar. It's not ideal. We don't really have the best kit to lurk. And a Sheriff as well. I guess not having any Cloudburst means they're not as necessary when it comes to the entry. In fact, it was more of a scouting maneuver. They've actually called over most of JWoo Blue now. The covering fire should be good. Thick Boy does a touch of damage, and the ult orb is going to be claimed. Easy defense here from Chars. They're in charge of locking down Garage. And a touch of clearance here as well from the paint shells. Is a little bit late. Nikki takes a scout. The spike now leaving once again. JWoo are getting pretty fancy with this attack, but they may be caught out by the chamber. Swizz. That's the spike on the floor. They can guard this now if they so wish. And look at this. Everyone has to move alongside, try and get themselves control of this angle. At this range, the damage drop-off is making Nikki feel foolish. But Jews, with their own sheriff. You're not the only one here with a big gun, Francais, monsieur.
30 seconds left.
The audio cues as well. All given away to Saints here.
Oh, Jews, will they be able to adjust just in time? No, it's Sensei taking a swing at the classic. That's able to grab that one. Saints pick up their 10th, hitting double digits while being able to get an anti-eco is a big power play.
10-3, Harry, and surprisingly, Jay will go for the full spy here. Maybe looking to catch Saints off guard with it. I actually quite like this call. This could really, really work out for them here. Particularly if they catch him off guard. Particularly if you hunt down one player and are able to get away with only one left, well, with a man advantage. Go into a retake with a man up and just trade. You have the same weapons.
This now makes it a must-win, though, Kramer.
It does.
If Jay-Woo can't win this one, they won't be getting a rifle buy. And Saints will easily be able to hit 12. Swizz needs to be overwhelmed here on the A site, but Angel's going to be falling down quickly. Remember, oh, that's a lovely bit of play from Nikki's shorts. Nikki's tool today. And the thick boy, will they be able to slay the shorties? Caught reloading. Sensei's just different. Swapping over to the Ghost because they've ran out of magazine. The turn away is solid. The Ghost play isn't there, though. Totoro has grabbed their third. Can Thick Boy win the 1 versus 2? Two incredibly low players. That may well have been called an upgrade to the Spectre, but it's already out of ammo. Unfortunate timing. Totoro grabs their 4th. We said it must win for Jay-Woo, and one it was.
What was that miscom from Saints there?
Telling them to pick up an empty weapon?
Well, that's an... Why are they looking at heaven? You've heard one player backside, and if they were to be in heaven, they'd have had to sprint through CT, which you'd have heard. And you were shooting at the other one. So I'm a bit confused as to what the thought process was behind that there from Thick Boy Kinger, but nonetheless, Jay-Woo find themselves with a 6-round separation, and with a full buy now. So they turn their attention once again to the safe site.
Swizz with the Bucky, bit of a rarer buy these days. But if a good smoke can be placed down here, I would have liked to have seen that smoke placed further up the ramp if you're going to play with the Bucky here, Kramer. This leaves Swizz a little bit exposed. And exposed they are to Toro. She is going so big. Sensei, though, with the Sheriff. Oh, baby, I'm the law in this town, and the law has been broken by Moranium. 3 kills in a row.
Tell you what, Sensei has a great round. Everyone goes, ooh, and then Moranium instantly recovers it before you can take a moment to talk about how well that was played by Sensei. Moranium looking to keep his team alive, and at 10-5, there's still hope for Jay-Woo. Saints move their full buy, though, and this is where we see their metal tested. There's already the Sword of Force on Swizz. Sensei 1 away from his Resurrection. Over on Jay-Woo, they already have the Seekers with 1 away on their own Sword of Force and 1 away on the Empress on Nikki as well. Nikki, I think, the fan favourite when it comes to players here, so a well-placed Empress could be instrumental to both his stardom and, of course, the success of Jay-Woo.
Defensive tour de force. Charles finally has a rifle in hand. Saints back in a position where they have some real frag power behind them.
I've got your trail.
And a big stack here on the seaside, both for Duelists and Sensei. Charles needs to get rid of that Seeker. Someone else needs to kill it. It's actually a direct attack with the grenade. Not ideal, but Sensei begins to try and plug up the holes. Nikki is short, removes for hyper carry for Saints, but Charles has become their own hyper carry. 3 kills in quick succession, and Jay-Woo's little holiday in win streak land has been cut tragically short.
It's a heavy push to see there. I like the tempo they take. They've been playing relatively slow kind of throughout the last couple of rounds, so they put their foot down, they shoot off onto that site, get their spike down, but they don't really clear back site before they continue fighting for that position, and it means that Charles is in a position where he can just push around the corner and get that aforementioned 3k to secure that 11th for Saints. If you're on Jay-Woo now, you're running out of chances. And if you look at the economy on Angel, you're running out of cash.
That cash getting critically low, even with the force buy up here to the Spectre. Everyone else should be able to afford at least heavy armor and a rifle, but to do so, Kramer, they would be giving up a little bit of that utility loadout, especially on the case of Nikki. And I'm not sure how willing Nikki's going to be to try and go for those full buys when they've got the Empress in hand. Maybe it would be a better call for Nikki here to go for a Vandal and a Micro Shield, so they can use the Empress to get a Devour easily up to 150 HP.
It's a lot of theory crafting, but the issue is for Nikki, if this doesn't work, they've lost the game.
Yes.
So, it's a lot of pressure here, and I like the fact you're going for a force. It means that you do still have one chance left.
At least they'll be building up a loss streak after this, but...
that may not matter. It may not matter.
That might be a big hit of copium. Saints now. They're certainly enjoying the defense with the chamber. And it feels like Charles, well, we did have our doubts about the value of the defensive raise. They have been pretty thorough in locking down this garage area. Jay, no. The lurk upwards as an Astra actually works out against a Toro, and that gets rid of a huge amount of a flash capacity to take a sight from Jaywu. But I really would have liked to have seen one of the duelists be the one to... Doesn't matter. Jay is just too good. Jay just hits headshot after headshot. This was a force buy from Jaywu again. Jews is going to be stopped in their tracks, needs to back on out, and that draws over rotations to A.
Angel, their first point of contact. Saints realizing that they don't need to fight right now. They just need to allow JWU to just peek into them. And for Swizz, they'll happily oblige to trade.
Go on, pick up that spike. I dare you. 1 versus 5 to try and save the economic battle, if not the entire game. Moranium has to TP away. Charles turns around, and I'm afraid Atlas, under the weight of the world, you will be crushed. Saints hit match point, and they could win the entire series off this round, Kremer.
I mean, it's been a solid game from both Sensei, but more importantly, it's been a good game for Swizz as well. I quite like this. It shows improvement from map 1 to map 2. And now he's got his confidence on that chamber. He's really been delivering. Looking at the ults that are currently available, there's a showstopper on Charles. You've also still got that res on Sensei. He hasn't really used it. That being said, he hasn't really had to. And with Jay 1 away from the Cosmic Divide, the only thing to really match them would be that Empress, which is instantly deployed by Nikki here.
Nikki rolling forward, gets themselves an upgrade. The Empress, it's all about aggressiveness, velocity, and volatility. Volatility, even. That's not a word. Nikki down so low, though. 1 kill would give them the devour that they need. Sensei can't win out against the Toro. But Jews loses out to Jay, a superstar in the previous round as well. Swizz is so fast when it comes to the adjustments. Totoro desperately wants to try and find out where some of these enemies are. It's almost a jiggle peek from a dog. A dog kill onto Jay! Oh my goodness, Totoro goes so big. She is the master of animals for Druid build. Works out, but Swizz gets one by surprise. For second has been noted, a TP away. A barrage of utility coming through from Angel. The Cosmic Divide drops, and it might well be a wraparound here as Swizz looks to try and get themselves a one-shot with the Headhunter. What an adjustment! What a display! Swizz on the chamber is an absolute shad, and Saints should be able to claim the series just in time.
What a shot that was by Swizz to end it. And I mean, hey, we spoke about how he's improved from map 1 to map 2. That is all but demonstrated there. And I asked the question on Breeze, can Sensei repeat that success? Yes, he can. He plays out of his mind with an incredible game there, as well as having Swizz wake up. The wombo combo there, just give themselves a victory and a very, very strong performance.
It was a very admirable performance. Of course, Sensei showing themselves to possibly be the best player in this division, maybe, after that performance on Breeze. I haven't seen too much of, I believe this is Navigator's Yellow that we are currently sitting in, but hey, At the moment, Sensei Mojo, they are making their case to be promoted all the way up the ranks because that was an absolutely domineering performance from map to map, Crema.
Yeah, absolutely right. I believe there's another series left for us today as well. Don't quote me on which one it is, but I
Not for
imagine
you
the
and
stream will
I.
still be going. It's not ours, but you'll have another series today on this stream. So that's been it for me and Harry. We'll be back at some other point at some other time. But we're going to hand you over to two casters who are, let's be honest, way more talented than we are. So you look forward to that. We'll see you all in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This may be the NECC 2, but now there's 2 new faces as well. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Neon, and we have ourselves another game ready to go. It's under the Emergent Cyan Division, and Neon, I'll let you take it away. What are the 2 teams we're seeing up, ready to go?
Well, we'll get those rosters right on the screen for you, and we'll check out the players that are on each team. Lineup's going to be Rosario, Yakubu, Oze, Shra, not sure about that name, and Kitsune. A lot of Japanese names there. But yeah, so my pronunciation will have to be checked up before we go straight into the game. But yeah, looks like a great lineup. This is my first time casting these 2 teams in NECC, so I'm not 100% sure on roles and everything going into it, but these are 2 pretty well-matched teams sitting pretty evenly right now in the division. I'll hand it back to you for the next roster.
Yeah, they're both sitting at 0-2, so it's not necessarily like they're top of the line, top of the rung so far, but there's plenty to prove. This will be the first victory for both sides. But for the Concordia University St. Paul side, it's Akira, Worthless, Elusive Elephant, Rascal Goosey, and Abby. That's the way that we say it. That's the way that she wants it to be pronounced. So we'll have to remember that. And yeah, for the opposing side, it was Uzi, Straws, Sapphire, Kitsune, Raisario, and Yakubo. Those are the pronunciations for that name. But this is a pretty interesting lineup as well when we're talking about these 2 teams being 0-2 and talking about what this game means for both of them. A victory for one, and unfortunately a continuation, the string of their losses. We'll have to see what the maps we're actually playing to first. We'll take a look. This should give us a big, indicator for how these 2 teams may like to play and what they may not like to play. The first 2 bands on the board were Breeze and Ascent. Haven and Icebox were our first 2 maps on the chalking lock. Nothing too shocking in that regard. Split and Fracture Off and Bind will be our decider map if it necessitate a full BO3.
Yeah, you can kind of tell what style these 2 teams like to take. In fact, it's, at least from what I can tell, pretty similar as it comes down to a lot of close quarters maps. Ascent and Breeze are both very wide open. It's hard to take a lot of open gunfights on those maps, whereas Icebox, Haven less so, but Bind specifically, much more close quarters, much more spammy, a whole lot of, verticality going on both of those maps. So both these teams may feel a little uncomfortable in those wide open gunfights. So when we go on to Icebox, and especially on Haven, watch out for those C-long positions, back yellow positions, those areas where teams have to take those long range, precise gunfights where there's going to be a lot of back and forth, or at least that's always my takeaway when I see Breeze and Ascent off the board first. Those are 2 big maps, a lot of angles you have to watch, a lot of shots you have to hit. Those are mechanically gifted maps. You have to be on point with your mechanics to play them. And to see the more close quarters map be brought out in both the pick phases makes me think that these teams may be relying a little bit more on their executes and their utility usage.
Yeah, I think I can agree with a lot of what you said here. Breeze is a game about middle control, and you can say the same thing about Ascent, as Ascent is one of those maps where you do take advantage of that transition stage, which is the stage that takes place right after your initial poke and prod on an objective. The attacking team will say, hey, we didn't gather the necessary information here, transition on over to the other objective, go through the middle section or through back at attacker spawn. There's many outlooks, and you got to do the same thing on Breeze, talking about that pillar control in center stage of elbow towards that B side. Haven, very wide open in a lot of ways, but the actual entries into the objective are funnels by every single account. They are a very long funnel, so the long range does definitely go through, but that's going to be pretty much clear cut and dry when a chamber gets utilized. We're seeing that right here from Rascal, looking to lock it in, has not done so just yet, but is teasing us with that look. CSP is looking to have Akira on that jet, Worthless on the Sova. Rascal is actually switching off of the chamber for just a moment here to the sky, and Astra is basically a necessity, and Elusive Elephants will choose to go for that, and there's Porg, who's actually rocking the Killjoy, which is a bit of a outdated strategy when it comes to the map of Haven. A lot of teams will utilize a Cypher instead, but a Killjoy in the right direction can still be quite viable. It's just a matter of having the attack deal with that lockdown, and she's essentially useless on anything but the defense, and even then, you just destroy it with a single shock dart and all of her utility is gone. So that's something that they'll have to keep an eye out for. Can California State University kind of deal with that situation, or will they fall victim to what the Killjoy brings to the table?
Yeah, I will agree. Killjoy has definitely fallen out of the meta a little bit here on Haven specifically, especially just because of the prevalence of Sova. There's so much utility back and forth between KJs and Sova. It's actually really common to see, if Sova gets his ult first, the opposing KJ will wait until the Sova ult is popped, specifically because she knows if she pops down that KO Ultimate, or excuse me, KO Ultimate Gaze, KJ Ultimate, it's going to be immediately Hunter's Fury away. So there's definitely a lot of back and forth, but we're only going to see the one KJ brought out, 2 Sovas. So we'll see how that Hunter's Fury is utilized here, because when you don't use it to clear out that KJ utility, there's lots of other uses for that Hunter's Fury. You can clear out space, you can deny post plant, you can do so much with it, but just having that KJ ultimate on the board can keep the Hunter's Fury in the pocket and keep it from doing all the other things that it can do.
So key points to keep an eye on, obviously, will be the interactions between the ultimates here, between the Hunter's Fury, as well as having that lockdown, seeing if they can, in fact, counteract each other, and how that will necessarily keep the flow of the game ebbing and flowing. Also, as well, the Cosmic Divides being utilized both defensively and attacking-wise. Keep in mind that it's not the easiest to utilize it both defensively and being able to utilize it on a retake, so it's extremely... I guess it's an excessive priority to make sure that your Astra can compete at all levels of play and can keep things together. I would also like to point out one of the greatest combos it takes when talking about playing on the attack and pushing onto a site. It's going to come down to that Jet with the Tailwind and Cloudburst combo, swinging into site, taking control, and being that necessary distraction that facilitates an attack aggressively onto an objective. I think that with what we're seeing from Stack State right now, they have a chamber, they have the possibility to use the Headhunter early as well as in these eco rounds, and that tour de force in these long-range engagements like A main, A ramp, as well as that C long is going to have them be in pretty solid straights to keep themselves fighting and keeping them up to shape.
Yeah, there definitely is a big difference between lineups here as we get into the first round, but just like that, Tailwind straight into sight, trying to clear out space. Worthless in the back site, going to find one. Akira found the other on the entry. Kitsune had the trade, Resar with another one, but the trades are just back and forth on this pistol. 3v2 advantage for CSP, and they're going to clean it up with that man advantage as Sac State White falls in the pistol round. And that'll lead straight into the bonus, where we're probably going to see CSP buy up, Sac State save, and that will, transition into the rest of this round. So this round right here, all CSP has to do is try and keep as many guns as possible. Nice, easy cleanup, get the plant down for the bonus money, and bring it right into the next bonus round.
I was saying a Marshall being attempted for just a moment there by Rascal Goosey, and I think that would have been the right decision here. I think they're going to opt for the Bulldog instead. 3 Spectres, 2 Bulldogs, not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but I think having the Marshall ring out in some of these longer range positions, like the position we see right now for Rascal, who has a sightline that could go towards that mid window, which is exactly what Kitsune is actually lying. I feel like there needs to be a bit more of a longer range potential for their side, especially when you have the advantage here in this round, and it's still a useful weapon come round 3 when the opposing team has full rifle butt. It's that extra bit of range on the top, the extra icing, so to say, that has that candle up on the cake. But you can see them tossing out the Trailblazer, the Tasmanian Tiger, so to say, and they're just trying to poke and prod for the information, and CSP have done a pretty good job of it, but with 3 being sent to default towards Garage and 2 posting up on C long, this is a position that's extremely hard for CSP to try and hold on to.
Yeah, they just have to deny against pistols for the moment. Porg will find 2, Akira with another, and Porg with a 3rd on the round. Collect those eco frags. Sario's picked up an SMG and will find the head of Rascal Goosey there. Maybe find another. No, Akira will clean it up, and that's round 2 on the board, just as CSP was hoping to get, and they get to move into the next round with 3 weapons. Now it's whether or not they're going to try and force up, grab some deagles, something else on the board, or if they're just going to relax and take the bonus as it comes.
I think this is one of those situations where Sac State say, this is us. It's finally our time to step in. We saw some glimpses of success in that round and in round 1, where they were swift to get onto a site. They did tailwind into the objective. They did have Uzi attempt to bring something to fruition, but ultimately, with the ability of a defense to retake that A site, the easier of the 2 sites to play for retake, it just seemed like a bit too big of a hill to climb, so to say, but trying to push in through C, he's not clearing out that turret fast enough, not dealing with that potential utility. It just seems like a bit of a no point, but they do now know the location of where that turret and the alarm but typically do lie, and that could be something that Sac State start to kind of take jabs at with those shock darts, completely removing it in one fell swoop. And it's not a waste of utility when you're removing their most important defensive utility players util in one single piece of your own.
Yeah, there's a really big group up here mid. It makes me think that they're going to try and go for a B execute because we don't see any pressure towards C. They're starting to poke and prod in Garage. Jet of Uzi still taking that early aggression on B, trying to find a pick, but I mean, credit to CSP. They're not peeking. They're just going to chill back, relax, and try and wait for the gunfights to come to them. But Kitsune with a spray through the wall will find Elephants, and that could be the opening they need to flow onto C instead of B, but the rotation is actually going towards A.
This is a very solid decision here by Sac State. They have taken advantage of the transition period and have caught CSP on a bit of an upset position. They have rotated off site. To be fair, A site's the best site for them to retake, which is typically why you will see Cyphers solo defend the A site. Even Killjoys can typically do so, and it's something that a lot of teams fail to utilize in its full effect. But a post-plant situation will be enforced. Time constraint dropped now onto the CSP Golden Bears laps, and they're a player down. Uzi down below in Hell has plenty of assistance and will hopefully send a player thereafter. It's Yakubo, who's holding strong in the opposing corner of Cubby. Rosario with the first kill to entry into this post-plant situation. Rascal with one of their own, but the step out from Tunnel has seemingly failed as Kitsune finds their third. Rascal only able to find two in the process. A seemingly lackluster round for CSP, but it was against the full rifle buy, and now they'll be up to fighting force with their own rifles in hand.
I think that was a great round from Sac State, though, overall. They did lose 2 rifles, but at the end of the day, I think they played that pretty well. They played not too bunched together, but all in a relatively close space. Therefore, if someone does get picked off, you're not gifting rifles to the enemy team when they're on their bonus. But also, once they got that opening pick, they decided to immediately rotate off because they're going to pull those rotates towards Garage, towards C, and that rotate towards A then leaves them basically with a free site, and they're playing retake where they have the weapon advantage. And Uzi with a very early opening frag on a Worthless, who's been holding that A-long position for the past few rounds.
Losing that player early does not necessitate a very solid defense, so you need to kind of recoup yourself and figure out where exactly you need to transition from this point, because Straw is pivoting around the wooden box inside of Garage, hoping to utilize a little bit of big window, but the turret from inside of sight actually catches a glimpse of the player. So Elusive is playing around this, unfortunately still popping utility while swinging the door frame, and Straws will capitalize off of the situation. Lear sent out, Kitsuno being the most aggressive player in the position. Porg has taken the right step and taken a step back in the process, giving up sight, and now playing for that post-plant situation. Spike down. This is going to be a solid state for Sac State, and Rosario once again with another kill. Their third for the round, and there's only 2 players left standing. Kitsune to the Nebula, trying to spray down one, finds Rascal comboed with Porg. Porg will be the last to fall. A flawless round for Sac State, and it's tied 2-all.
Yeah, another really good execution there from Sac State. They play that round pretty well. Just a nice solid C execute with the Garage split. I really like that advantage of taking Garage control aggressively, not necessarily using a bunch of utility, but just kind of pushing in, head clearing angles and taking gunfights as they came. They get an early pick, they get an upgraded weapon, or at least I assume that at some point Reyna went back and got that gun because at the end of the round she had a rifle, but at the end of the day, they're now going to come out of this with full rifle round, great money in the bank, and they're going up against a bonus, which really leads me to believe they're going to get this 3-2 advantage here early, which is a really good sign after losing pistol.
Now trying to swiftly make their presence known on site, a Reyna and a Jet combo ring, but unfortunately for the side of Sac State, Straws lose a little bit early, but Uzi has found 2. Hip fire from the Marshal, Akira rings out and finds themselves 1, but Yakubu once again able to frag it right back as Rosario watches the flank and catches Rascal Goosey completely off guard. 1 player left in a 1v3, and Porg now has to essentially recover what seems like an impossible situation. Classic in hand, and well, 2 players on site that they have to fight through first. Zakobo is going to look like he's going to rotate through tunnel side and maybe transition to fight through the defender's spawn, and Porg's looking to beat them there as well, but it seems to go in Yakubo's favor. 3 round wins for Sac State, all 3 in a row now, as we see them start to spread themselves ahead.
Yeah, just a pretty standard anti-eco there, but I want to take a step back and look at the team composition one more time, because when you look at the agents that are being run from each side, you look at Sac State, they're not only running 2 duelists, but they're also running the Chamber, which in my opinion, and I think will be shared by most of the community, is probably the most aggressive Sentinel in the game. Incredibly aggressive on angles, really used to take those early gunfights. Whereas when we look on the side of CSP, they're opting for the KJ, much more passive. They're opting for a single duelist to then bring an initiator to the board, or I should say a second initiator to the board. And I think that kind of aggression from Sac State is being translated into their gameplay. They're getting on site quick, they're finding opening frags, and they're playing these rounds with a really good pace.
Elusive Elephants hiding behind double wooden boxes in Garage sees the barrel of Straw's gun and will pounce quite quickly. Unfortunately, Yakubo also at the same time swings through, gets the refrag, but Uzi in mid is able to find 1 more. frags trading for each side. This one ties it to the 3v3, and the agents are quite even. With the transition away from the C site, it could spell disaster for Sac State as narrowly their Sova survives the encounter with the opposing KJ, just narrowly voiding their sight line. Rosario's trying to play through Hay. I think this may be an option for them to go towards the B site, but take note of the B site itself. The transition from C and A is very swift. It would be a smarter idea to actually rotate all the way through to the A site, and Kitsune has the exact same thought process. Now going for the post-plant situation, Rosario's rotated back through A long, and now can have a semblance of control to watch the flank, but they're going to have to rely on their Jet, the first initiator for their side, at least in terms of this post-plant engagement, and Uzi's turning each and every single direction, may miss the opportunity onto Akira, has indeed done so, but Porg could still very well be in their line of sight. Headshot gone, and now you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Isolated on an island as the lonesome player of Akira, but Uzi is going to unfortunately miss the opportunity that they had and rotate and retreat up to the heaven side. Akira stepping forward, but Uzi is not phased whatsoever, a 4K to their name.
Yeah, that was a great round from Uzi, not only initiating on the B site, taking those early gunfights, finding the opening pick on Rascal, which, by the way, taking out the Sky first, which is a huge bit of utility on a retake, is huge, but then immediately taking that aggression and transitioning it towards A, and then being that point of first contact. I really thought it was going to get Valorant timing there. I thought they were going to just walk onto the A bomb site, and then Akira was going to have to, or excuse me, Uzi was going to have to retake from off site in spawn, and it would have been really awkward, but luckily, completely regains, re-peaks, find the pick onto Porg, and then immediately transition into easy round 3v1. But now we're back onto another anti-eco as the defense has to save, as they just don't have enough money to force up here.
Well, Sac State has 5 ultimates, but expending 2 here seems like a strange scenario to commit to. Uzi misses the opportunity with their Blade Storm, but Straws is quick to rotate back over from that C long and find themselves a refrag in that position. Kitsune onto Rascal Goosey. Player trapped over towards spawn, but they'll, I guess, be able to make their escape with that entry, or maybe exit frag in that first engagement. Lots of util dumped. Take a look at the KJ utility placed inside of this funnel. There's plenty of ways to clear it, but unfortunately Straws does not have the utility to do so, and the Cosmic Divide comes up a little bit too late, but it's just strong enough if you're the CSP side. It locks down that position, and if you employ the lockdown on top of it, well, you've kind of done the end-all be-all. I think a bit of a, I guess, aggressive use of their ultimates, as that's the 3rd ultimate in this round that they've utilized, and yet they're still not managing to come up on top, and this was a thrifty eco round for them. Kill dropped by Rosario. Shock dart, and now you're stuck in a 2v3 with only 30 seconds left to plant, and it's pretty darn close to the A side.
Yeah, this is where things get a little awkward here, where the ultimate of Chamber's going to find the pick heaven. It's all going to be on Porg, who has been able to upgrade weapons, still has 25 armor as well, so not in the worst case scenario, but you got 3 players to find in a really awkward post plant, already used the lockdown, getting sucked here as well. There's really no utility to play with, no information. Just going to be a nice, slow, clear angles, but the very last ping of that dart is going to give away Porg's position, trying to take space. I mean, I like the idea of trying to take front sight first, but the problem is nobody's playing there on default. You know, isolate the 1v1s, isolate the person front sight, then isolate the person hell, but there's no one there. They're playing long in hell. There's a beautiful crossfire, and there's just no space for the retake there. But transitioning back to the ults being used, I got to agree that it really did seem like that wasn't the round to invest. The only thing I can think is they say, all right, we've got Spectres, we've got a little bit of armor, let's try and use what we have to take something back here, because obviously things are slipping out of our control. We need to put another round on the board, but it just doesn't work, and now you've wasted a huge part of your ult economy. All you've got left is that Hunter's Fury.
It's a battle of attrition in that round, and CSP decided to eat the last of their rations a little bit too early into that one. And I felt like it just wasn't the right decision. But with the next round underfoot, CSP are in a much better position to disallow entry into any and all of the objectives. I still would like to see Sac State employ a shock dart to the entry funnel of that C side of C long, but another avenue to go from is actually to just clear out the KJ from the tunnel side leading into C from Garage. They'll pop the Nano Swarm. It'll force back the Jet for the Sac State side, even though they're able to just jump through, but they'll wait for Yakobu to come through and actually find the kill onto Porg, leading now to an agent advantage in favor of Sac State once again. And Kitsune will go for the plant, finishing this one off as a Hunter's Fury rings out, tagging one, make it a second. This one a kill onto Kitsune, but it does nothing thereafter.
Plant will go down, 4v4 retake, gun round on both sides, great flash, and that'll net Rascal a kill. Another flash will go out to try and clear that backside space, but Yakobo has lurked into a nice position. He finds his third of the round, but Elusive has two. Rosario playing from long, has to close this one out for his team. He's been smoked off. Here's the tap, just kind of shoots through the smoke, will find the kill. The low HP player goes for the stick, and now it's Elusive pushing through, but the reload time is awful. Elusive will find Rosario, and that will be the third round on the board for CSP. So a good rebound there. They get onto a rifle round and they're able to capitalize off of it. But again, I mean, that was fairly close. Early on in the round there, Yakobo found great space through garage, and they used the previous information of pushing T-site to make that work. They know where KJ likes to play. They know that she's the only one running site, so they run up long, bait out the utility, and then as KJ is trying to deploy more utility, find her footing, Yakobo right out garage through the smoke, gets the kill. Now they have site control. But at the end of the day, it was a great retake from CSP.
Sac State kind of wondering what's left after they unfortunately managed to toss the remainder of that round, but a solid attempt there, Rosario, as he held on to the end, but just not enough. Trying their hardest. Rascal's going to continue to hold on to this B-long position, but there's not really anything given to him time in and time out. At most, you would see the Reyna try to, I guess, initiate something within that mid-window, but the first point of entry, the first scuffle in this round is going to be Rosario actually tagging Porg with the Owl Drone and finishing the job with the Hunter's Fury, giving the man advantage once again to Sac State, as they have been time in and time out the leading proprietors of kills in this map and are continuing to do so. Cosmic Divide now employed. This will be from the actual attacking side of Sac State, as they're hoping to give themselves a better chance to go for this plant on the C side, an aggressive one at that, but the Astra for the opposing side of CSP is going to do her own elusive elephants into the player ahead of Yakobo. They're going to refrag back with Rosario finding one, as well as tag teaming with their Reyna to find another. Izu with a 2-meter operator shot to the body of Rascal. Kind of hard to miss that one, but this one's about 10, and it's another headshot kill, this one to Worthless.
Solid rebound round there. They don't let the lost round get to them at all. Sac State just executes very well. Now again, they were going up against a little bit of a lighter buy, more bulldogs than rifles, but you know, at the end of the day, sometimes you gotta convert with the lesser rifles. The best teams in the world will tell you you have to find a way to win those rounds where you're on half buys, because at the end of the day, all a half buy is you're not saving. You know, you're putting money, you're investing into the round. And because of the fact that they, you know, forced up and went for that half buy, or I guess, yeah, at that point it is a force because now they're on basically a full reset eco, you've just given that round away for a whole bunch of money that you invested when you could have just saved that to have a full gun round here. But 6-2-3 is our score line as we're starting to near the halfway point of this first map, but still plenty of rounds to go. And this eco from CSP could be, well, it could be the nail in the coffin for this half. It is an attacker-sided map, or at least somewhat attacker-sided, but they've had a lot of ecos, and they've struggled to convert all of their gun rounds.
Note the transition period going through right now for Sac State. They poked and prodded towards the A side, even employing an Owl Drone, but they didn't really like what they saw, or maybe the lack of what they saw, as it was fairly open for the A side. So instead, they've transitioned through center, through hay, and now taking control over garage and the C site. Like ants infesting a nest, they have managed to scurry themselves around and are positioning themselves properly for the post-plant position. One player on plat, one player hiding behind the Radiant double crate, but they won't still find the first kill. A short, even Rascal Goosey actually does just that and puts Sac State in a bit of a precarious spot, but Rosario still up top, finding one, taken out by Rascal. Kitsune swings out, takes another, and denies Elusive Elephants from picking up the rifle to hopefully contend. Porg with a headshot does not manage to find the kill with just the classic right click, and Straws will find themselves the finishing blow. 7-3 our scoreline, halftime coming up in just 2 rounds, and that guarantees Sac State at the minimum they'll have a very positive half.
I will say, though, out of all of the eco rounds we've seen from California State, that was probably one of the best. They grouped together, they played in a very, we're gonna flow as one unit. They took gunfights together, they isolated, not isolating 1v1s, but actually isolating 3v1s where they had that man advantage, so despite the lesser weapons, they were able to get kills and get rifles. It's just at the end of the day, they couldn't convert it. C is not the easiest site to pull a retake on, and that could have been why Sac State decided to pull that rotate. They were like, hey, they're on an eco, let's go to the site where they have such a little chance of retaking with those close range weapons.
Looks like the A site was the intended avenue of approach from Sac State, but they have been kind of stuck in a buffer right now. The cushion has been laid for CSP, and it looks like Sac State are willing to actually take a rest upon it, as they're still laying around inside of that A long, as well as hanging up around short ramp, but they're still trying to leave their spike as the forefront player on A long. I don't necessarily like that decision. It breeds a level of danger that I don't think is a necessity for your actual spike holder, but it doesn't seem to make a huge difference. Elusive Elephants may find one, but it's quickly refragged back, still leading to an equal position in terms of agent count. But all 4 players for CSP kind of just trapped over towards the tunnel side. One player's heading up towards heaven. It's Kira, and they'll lop the head off Uzi, their Jet doppelganger, off the board, and will put Sac State now at a player disadvantage. Site control still in their favor, but as they attempt to swing out from tunnel side, it's up to the rest of Sac State to spray them down. They'll do just that. Losing 1 in the process, but picking up 3. They now have a player advantage. Akira, last man standing, trying their best to make control over the site a bit more, I guess, easy, but they'll do a good job of taking Rosario off the board from that A-long site. Kitsune does not need to swing over towards short, and Akira will be forced to actually go for the defuse or just play for that time, and unfortunately no time to defuse, and Akira will only pick up 3K and narrowly survive from that spike bomb.
That was a great example, Inferno, of what I like to call a Pavlov round. They condition the defense to think, we're going to put pressure A, and then we're going to rotate C. That's the 3rd time that they've tried to hit A and then gone quiet. And normally when they go quiet, that means they're going straight to C. And you saw everybody left A. They went right back to C, only Elephant on site, Elusive Elephant on site, and they were easily able to take that 2v1 on site with just an easy trade and then get the bomb down and play post plant. That was really good from Sac State, using what they've learned and what they've conditioned the defense to think about their rounds. And that's another gun round that now CSP has lost, solely because they've been kind of outbrained in some of these rounds. They've been put through the ringer.
Well, I mean, eventually things start to give and take, and that's what a game of Valorant typically does come down to. You can see the give coming through mid as Straws tries to be a bit aggressive and pays the price accordingly. A Bulldog from Rascal is quite just that, takes the head off Straws, and I think they'll kind of be picking up the straws as they have to recover from the unfortunate first death that they have lost. Sac State know that the competition isn't necessarily bringing their A game in terms of rifles, but at the same time, they still need to be quite wary of what the competition is bringing, especially when Rascal is able to pop the head off from that long all the way towards short copy inside of Courtyard. Still playing the long con. Sac State bringing 3 over towards A. Looks like they'll transition through to C long. There is no KJ utility actually placed inside the funnel of C. Instead, placed in Garage, which seems like a much smarter strategy in comparison to what we've seen previously, as that has been the intended avenue of approach from Sac State. Time in and time out. Take advantage of what the competition is telling you. That's exactly that situation. Uzi steps onto site, managing to find one. We'll go ahead and updraft up to the double Radianite box, and is now hoping to keep the competition at bay from that defender spawn. Uzi's position given away, but he'll take down Rascal first before dropping down below the double Radianite crate. 3 players left standing for CSP. Akira will luckily knock down 1, make it 2 onto Uzi. Kitsune able to get the refrag, but Porg steps out and finds one of their own. Rosario stuck in a 1-on-2. The operator is in sight, but the Nebula will absolutely devastate the competition. He can't spray through like usual, but he can go for the Hunter's Fury. Now dropping onto the spike. They're just going to defuse it here because he knows he can go for it, but it does not matter. Neither will die, and Porg will dive in to save his cohort of Elusive Elephants and give them a round win. Halftime will go in the favor of Sac State still, but the scoreline 8-4.
Yeah, an 8-4 is a whole lot more doable. I mean, I'm sure chat loves the 9-3 curse, and they were really ready for that one to come around. But 8-4 is always going to be a better option. You win pistol, boom, you're right back in it. It's 8-6. It's a close game. So, this is still super doable from CSP, and we saw a lot of good things come out, especially in kind of the second quarter of the game, if you will, the second half of the first half, where they started to adapt a little bit. I like that you mentioned the KJ moving the utility towards Garage. That's a great adaptation from CSP on that defending side. The big problem was, though, Sac State decided, yeah, we're just not going to go Garage this round. We're just going to go straight down C-Long and take the gunfights to them. So whether it was great adaptation from Sac State or just really lucky, I'm not sure. But either way, we flip on to the attacking side, and Rosario will find an early one onto Akira. That's your entry frag loss early.
It's such an aggressive stance to do it as well. Just seemed like a bit of a misguided ploy, but they'll still hold on. Porg will take out Rosario, and And Kobo will find one of their own into worthless. Still giving the man count advantage to Sac State as they are up 1 agent. And Kobo will make that 2. Heads gone, heads galore as Porg eats the headhunter. And now it's just left with Elusive, Elephants, and Straws. And Elusive is in a very bad spot, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Able to refrag back Straws, who just took his teammate Rascal off the board. And it's just Elusive Elephants, trying to be as elusive as possible, rotating over towards, probably over to the A site to maybe go for a plant, but it's a bait and a switch. Now playing this one slow. Gonna work towards Hay, but guess what? Sac Stater, none the wiser when it comes to his play on A. Instead, we're totally aware that he'd rotate back to the attacking site and actually just play from within his own spot. Now it's just a matter of bleeding him out for time, not allowing him to go for any sort of plant, spread maybe one person to each site, and then try to go for a post plant if it does happen to go down, but hopefully win that first engagement with the last player of Elusive Elephants with a bit of a cheeky play, maybe the close frenzy, which we could see come through right here. Elusive stepping on a funnel of C, turns the wrong way, and it's Kitsune. The Astro and Astro Violence favoring Sac State as they go up 9-4. And, well, it's a possibility they'll go up 10-4 as well with this short bye.
Yeah, for sure. They lost last pistol round, but this pistol round, no hesitation. A great round from Yakobu, especially with that headhunter, finding great utility out of what might quite possibly be the least piece of util in the entire game. But hey, when you can pop 2 heads, I'll call that utility. That was a great use of that gadget. Finds good kills, and the pistol will go their way because they just played that man advantage perfectly. They didn't over-rotate. They didn't over-funnel into an area. They didn't try and use their man advantage to just run down. But meanwhile, Strauss going to find 2, just holding down with the SMGs. And Uzi will cover his escape and get a free one. And this looks like a done deal bonus for Sac State.
What a great position there as well. Strauss steps up, gets the first kill, realizes he can't escape because he misses the door. Kind of a misplay. I mean, we can laugh hard. But the recovery in that position to get the second kill and dismiss as the Trailblazer, the Tasmanian Tiger hits. Fabulous. With the assistance of Uzi, it just was a perfect transition for Sac State, and they'll finish things off strong. Strauss with his 3rd, and that'll be up 10-4 now for Sac State. This next round, typically expected to drop in favor of CSP, as it is their rifle buy, but with Sac State being on the defense, we can obviously expect some sort of cheeky play around these tough, tight corners. As we saw right there with Strauss playing aggressive, you'll probably see the same exact thing as they know and realize the limitations of the weapons that are in their hands.
Not to mention, we look at the buy here for both teams, right? Sac State saved this round. If they do win this round with the SMGs and the shotguns, which is entirely possible, I mean, hey, the Spectre is still a really good gun. That shotgun on Rosario could get massive damage. We're going to be looking at CSP with nothing. They're going to have crumbs when Sac State is going to be absolutely flooded with cash. They could then, upgrade the next round, which would be going into what would be their 12th round on the board. I mean, that is a really uncomfortable situation, but I like this time out here from CSP because they know that that's the case. They know that this round right here has to go their way, or this map is done and dusted. They tried so hard to bring this game back in their defending side that now that they're on the attack, they need to make something happen. They know that they can get it started. This is Haven. Once you get into a rhythm, you can put up some rounds in a row with some quickness. But we are going to see full rifles from CSP. Sac State, let's see what you can do with those SMGs and that shotgun on Rosario.
Talking about the limitations of the weapons in Sac State's hands, I've already touched on that. The limitation of CSP, though, is their agent selection. They came into this game and shot themselves in the foot right off the get-go. This was not Sac State catching them off guard with it. This was CSP coming out the gates unprepared. They brought a KJ in this position. It should have been well known that a Chamber would get the job done better on defense and the attack, the ability to transition from point to point with his teleport, as well as having the ability to dish out the damage with the Tour de Force on the attack and defense. He's just a better equipped defender all around, and he can perform on the attack as well. It's just a better play no matter what. But the Trailblazer sent the Tasmanian Tiger unsuccessful for Rascal as it passes straight by Rosario, and he dives in to collect the kill. Shots from Yakobu, able to find Akira, and this B play is now seemingly been shut down quite quickly. Porgs at about 15 HP, make that 0 with Kitsune finding the kill and Elusive Elephants, the last lone player, but it's not for much longer. A flawless round win despite the SMG buy still in hand, and Sac State up 11-4.
I mean, that is just about as confident as you can possibly write it up. I mean, you couldn't write a more aggressive script if you were making a Valorant movie. The push-up C, the push-up A, as soon as the dog misses up C long, right down there with the shotgun, gets the free kill, the free upgrade, the aggression B goes nowhere, beautifully playing around in those close quarters with that SMG, and all I gotta say is, I mean, CSP, you've got the rifle advantage. You got to group up and you got to attack well, and we just did not see that at all from them. And now Sac State, they look poised to win this round as they actually have a bit of a gun advantage, but Worthless will find the first. Uzi with the refrag, but Elusive Elephants right back with another, and that'll be man advantage for CSP.
A 4v3, still an effective recovery from Sac State is available, but not if they're failing to gather kills like this. Kitsune and Rosario neither find a single one, and it's leaving Ikobu up in a 1-on-4. This is not the position you would necessarily want, but as a chamber, you got potential to play this one out. You can pull out the headhunter and go for it, but the rifle in hand, this is probably the prime gun to continue to bring to the table. Opting to go through tunnel. Porg may be the first player they need to actually fight, but they'll swing out towards close cubby, and that could be a dangerous position as well. Porg in the firefight takes a little bit of damage in the process, but it's Akira all the way over towards the cubby side of short ramp, and it's going to be all she wrote for that round. A recovery period for CSP. They've now picked up their first in the second half, but like you mentioned previously, if they won that third round of the second half, they'll have plenty of money going into the fourth, and even if they lose that one, especially with the fact it was a flawless round, mind you, they didn't have to spend anything to get rifles in their hands, as they just picked the ones off the dead competition. They'll have pocket loads of cash, and you can see that here is an operator being employed by Uzi, and he still has 1,500 credits in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the eco was never the problem from Sac State, and honestly, it won't be a problem for a little bit here, but we're going to get a full gun round, and honestly, this is where CSP has struggled the most, is on these full gun rounds, where the playing field should be even, but it just doesn't feel even here. I mean, Sac State has controlled these gun rounds, whether it's been aggression, whether it's been just holding sight miraculously, or when they were on the attacking side, they were excellent with their refrags. They very rarely gave up frags without a refrag in place. It's a little harder to do that on defense, but if it's there, and it's good. So Sac State, they really want to close out this game. 2 on A. One pushed up in that long position, but other than that, a nice dispersion across the map. Meanwhile, though, CSP getting aggressive. Oh, that's an awkward gunfight, but Rascal will be able to recover.
Straws, that is just not the position you want to be lying within. Definitely not. Now recovery period for the side of Sac State. Give up the objective. This A site is no longer yours. Play for the retake. And yet you still decide to peek Uzi. It's the wrong decision, and now you're down 2 players. The operator on the ground, it's essentially useless until a teammate can pick it up and actually utilize it in this position. But Rosario's playing up inside of heaven and has now lost sight due to that nebula. The nebulas, I think, have been fairly misplaced throughout this one. You typically you play them flush to an exit out of a funnel like that C-long, and instead we've seen them kind of protruding from that position, which is the total opposite of what you want to do. But Worthless will catch Kitsune off guard, holding close corner. Rascal will find their third. This one to Rosario, and Yakubu is the only one left standing, much like the last round, and instead of finding none, he'll find 2 in the round total, but ultimately, that's all she wrote for Sac State for it. They have essentially burnt away a full operator and a full buy for them, and thankfully they'll still have a little bit of extra cash, but that was a brutal round to lose.
Yeah, they're still going to have the cash to buy, but now the bigger problem becomes how much ground are you able to let CSP take before you then have to go on to an eco. Remember, this is not 12-6, this is 11-6, and there is a big difference there. When it's 12-6, they can basically just play to capitalize off of mistakes. No harm, no foul if they lose a round. It's not that big a deal. All they have to do is wait for CSP to make a critical error, and they win a round and the game's over. This is 11-12. You have to find your footing here on the defending side. You have to find something that works. And so far, hey, it's been a little touch and go for Sac State as they drop their second round in a row.
Recovery, kind of the name of the game for Sac State, which is a strange thing to say considering the fact that they're up by 5 rounds, but when you talk about the last few rounds and how abysmal they really have been for Sac State, then yeah, the term recovery is probably the most accurate term you can give to the situation. I think their aggression on the defense, or their lack thereof, is a bit sad, as we saw aggressively, kind of, in terms of A-long, as they had a player up close, but they didn't react, they weren't quick on the draw, and they lost the fight to a Sky. That's not the position you necessarily want to go, but take a note for CSP. 3 players in courtyard, a 4th actually hanging out inside of a rabbit, which Kind of leads us to believe that they're going to go towards the B site. Seekers will be sent towards B as well. The Cloudburst will be put down to kind of buy themselves a little bit of time, but a Hunter's Fury employed by the CSP side. Try not to hit their own teammates is kind of the key point at this moment, but beyond that, it's just a matter of entering into the site and trying to contend in that direction. Rosario caught completely unawares by Rascal swinging through. Uzi may find one, but Worthless was very quick on the retake, so he gets him through the side of doors. Player advantage in favor of CSP with only one difference between the two sides, and all three players right now for Sac State are entering in from the same A-sided link. Yakobo into one, Porg off the board. They're leaving their Astra behind, and while Akira may find Yakobo, Straws is quick on the refract. Worthless should have been dead moments before, but apparently Kitsune cannot fire fast enough, and it's just Straws left standing as he cuts down Worthless. Straws in the one-on-one. Really no time to go for the defuse and find the kill. We'll just decide to stick it at this moment in that pretty strong gravity well will force him away, and Elusive will clutch up for the round win.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good round from CSP. They went for the classic get Jet on site, let her plant, dash out, and play 100% post plant. The nice little adaptation that I saw that I actually really enjoyed, Rascal somehow snuck his way through C connector, found a kill, and then actually pinched in garage with a teammate who I believe was Akira or Worthless. I'm not 100% which one. My memory is killing me here, but they pinch in garage to get the kill onto Uzi. You know, the trade should have been one and done, but it wasn't. It was two in favor of CSP, which gave them that man advantage going into it, into the post plant. And that little adaptation, that little change from what you would consider standard was enough to give CSP the edge that round.
Slow battle of attrition right now for CSP. They've done a very good job of determining the pace, but they'll employ a lockdown. There is no real ultimate available for Sac State to really contend with this, but Elusive still trying to use the proper utility in terms of the A site, propping down and pulling up a gravity well, maybe trying to convince himself that there is indeed a player holding that close corner, but no one there the wiser, as Worthless had already cleared that objective. Post plant ensued. A site's the easier one to play for the post plant, but Sac State have fumbled this bag time in and time out, and it's mostly off the back of a couple lonesome players. Rascal being one of those, finding two. Now at about 45 HP. Could be a bad situation, but the Cosmic Divine now going on top. What a time sink that CSP have brought forth for Sac State. The dedication that they have included and forced the tour de force from Sac State, and then forcing in with that Cosmic Divide is just such a great way to put Sac State on their toes and not allow them to just rush the site and go for those easy kills.
That was a really ult-heavy round from Sac State trying to get the retake there. They, well, I mean, to be fair, it's a save round, and the two ults that they did pop were Knives and the Tour de Force, which, in all honesty, are ults that you usually pop during those bonus rounds. But, you know, that's two ults committed. And then on the other side, CSP also committed two ults. And I just kind of think that was a really ult-heavy round, when it should have just been a nice, easy anti-eco clear things out. And, you know, come to wonder, is CSP going to regret using two big ultimates, big space-clearing ultimates, just to get onto A-bomb site and plant?
Time is of the essence right now for Sac State. And I think for them, it's just a matter of buying time. Think about how CSP bought loads of time on the attack on a post plant. You need to be able to perform that same level of competency when it comes to denial, and you need to do it before CSP is given the chance, because once they get the plant down, they flipped the game on its head, and the attack becomes the defense, and so onwards. It just needs to be done and performed to a higher level. But they do have the Hunter's Fury. They also had an Operator. This one knocked out of their hands by Worthless with a Vandal, but that could still be picked up. It's not in a terrible position to do so, and they also have the Cosmic Divide that they can provide, so they need it. Kind of a necessity, or could be. The Sac State have been struggling, but it's just a matter of the last 40 seconds. Kira, working through mid, has control of Courtyard, and just absolutely obliterates Rosario as he steps through that B link, connecting over towards C. You'll see the rotate come through, and the B site control now handily in favor of the CSP Golden Bears. The swing out has to come through for Kitsune, barely missing Akira, and Akira will not miss the opportunity once they swing back around the gong, finding themselves another kill. Now Akira's position given away, and Yakubu can act in that direction, but doesn't really have the util to actually flush out that player, unlike maybe Straws has with the Lear, but Worthless is the potential danger for him here. As he gets spotted out by a recon bolt, now will get swung by two, and he misses the fight against the first. Yakubu swings to Akira, manages to take him out, but Time in and time out here, Neon. It's all Yakubu all day, and he's the last man standing. And once again, it's not for long as Worthless finds the kill.
Yeah, that's now 5 rounds in a row for CSP. That is tied with the longest streak so far in this match. Sac State took 5 on their attack. CSP takes 5 in a row on their attack. So, I mean, this game is very, very even. If it hadn't been for Sac State getting those really good 3 opening rounds, being able to win their bonus, as well as then what should have been a round for the flip side of CSP, it's been really good from CSP since then. They've done incredibly well since then, and this game is getting very close. Sac State, this is the time to start really getting worried. You need to find something this round, even if it's not a win, because this is a bonus. You have to find something. Remove guns, get a leg up, learn something about what the attack is doing. How do they like to play? Where do they prefer to go? Because so far, you've had nothing to learn about this attacking side because the adaptations just haven't been there. The mid-round adjustments have been poor.
I feel like this game of adjustments has kind of for both teams not been that strong. I like CSP's occasional rotation as they hit that transition period of the round, but they haven't really needed to hit the transition period of the round. Where they decide to hit, they stick to it almost every single time. They don't really poke A and then rotate all the way back through and then poke C and then go all the way back through it and then take control over mid. No, they poke B, wait, bait that they're going somewhere else, and then just stay there and then play the objective and get themselves a frag. It seems like a interesting way to play it, but at the same time, it's kind of greedy. And I think that if Sac State were to just realize that and adapt accordingly, then it would be a much easier round for them. But Uzi, realizing that the defense is now given away on the A side as he takes a step back, he knows that the attack is now rushing in to attack. Worthless plays in through Hell. He'll actually send a Recon Bolt and a Shock Dart in through Tunnel, and a Hunter's Fury will be utilized here as well by Rosario, and he actually finds one. Uzi with the shorty to Worthless. This has opened the round entirely up, and there may not just be enough time to actually go for the plant. Lear is sent, but Porg manages to stay alive as it's sent a little bit too far forward. Yakoba with a jump shot with the shorty, and there's no time to go for the plant, but it doesn't matter anyways. Rosario with a stinger to find out elusive elephants, and that's match point now for Sac State.
That was a round that Sac State went into with a stinger, a shorty, and a headhunter, and somehow found that round. There was a great adaptation there from Uzi. You saw that he jump peeked A short, saw a player there who didn't see him, and instead of sitting there with the shorty to try and get the opening pick and go 1-for-1, backs up, waits for his team to rotate, and then tries to go and get the pick, and does find a pick with said shorty in the smoke. I mean, that's some great, little in-game, I guess just great game sense from Uzi. Don't take the aggressive peek too early. You have the shorty. Sure, playing A short is great, but back up and play it with your team, and you may be able to not only net a gun for yourself that you can keep, but you can also net more kills because your team's right there to back you up and get the refrag off of you. Great adaptation from him, but now, this is an awkward gunfight.
Put the barrel back towards the door, please, Rosario. You had an option to give away yourself, as the Owl Drone can actually see the barrel as it pokes out of the nebula, but obviously didn't catch anything. He'll swing for a third, a bit too greedy this time around, as the third push is Worthless. Quite literally, as Worthless is the player to find the kill, but this one's not for long, as Straws finds himself the next kill, and it's a 4v2. Sac State with a numerous advantage in terms of numbers, but Rascal will do everything possible to cut that down to just one. Taking away Straws and removing the possibility for another kill, you'll see the Seekers employed by Rascal. The ultimate is expended, and that's the only one they really had, and it doesn't seem to do much as Yakubu comes up for the kill, and Kitsune finishes things off here for map 1 by finding the last of Pork. 13-9 is your scoreline here at the end of map 1. The CSP Golden Bears have fallen to the Sac State white side, and it was a bit of a banger. A return was attempted, but unfortunately comes up short. You played too many rounds in the first half.
I will say, though, that little streak that CSP had makes me very excited for map 2 and hopefully map 3, because that was a great, I don't want to say adaptation, but just a change of pace that they made going on to the attacking side. They didn't let the rounds in front of them deter them, and peeled off 5 straight rounds in a row. It was great from them. Sac State had a really strong attack, and I hope to see more of that going on to Icebox. But at the end of the day, Sac State just played an overall good game of Valorant. They eventually brought it back on defense, found a way to win, playing those close quarter angles, playing the aggressive nature that favored them, and they get the win on map 1 as we move on to Icebox.
We'll have to see how this continues to go through. Map 2 is Not necessarily ready just yet. We'll take a quick little break in between map 1 and map 2 to let the players have a bit of a break, talk things through, and as well as us to maybe get a drink of water or so. But make sure to stay tuned. Icebox is ready and raring to go in just a few short minutes. One second, I was muted there. Welcome back, everybody, to NECC. My name is Infernosis, and I am here joined with Neon Black. He probably wouldn't have messed that one up like I did, but, you know, I'm not going to risk it. We've got ourselves map 2 ready and raring to go. Icebox is on the chopping block. That could be a pun about ice sculptures or anything of the sort, but I think the pun, or maybe the joke, has been on, unfortunately, CSP's lap in the early stages of that first map. However, the recovery from them was fabulous, and I was very impressed with what they brought to the table. However, with them starting off on the attack here on the map of Icebox, they're going to have a lot to prove if they want to show that they need a map 3 to recover.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It was a really decent adaptation from CSP. We saw some good things come out on their attacking side. The bigger thing that I want to note is that they really weren't deterred by the big deficit in rounds. They were ready to jump right back into it. They took rounds in a row, and they didn't struggle in terms of building a pace going into rounds. Once they won, they continued to keep that pressure on Sac State's throat. They didn't lay off, and they really pushed straight into it. Excuse me, almost fumbled my words there. I was going to say, don't count me out on fumbling intros, Inferno. I'm known for fumbling intros, but yeah,
we got this.
Sac State, though, they did a great job recovering as well. They did a really good job at, you know, changing things up and bringing it home. And, you know, when they had that big of a lead, you expect them to bring it home. But we've seen some big comebacks. We've seen some big leads thrown. It's never surprising to me when we see big comebacks. And I think on this map, things might be much more even going into it, because it felt like later in map 1 on Haven, both teams started to recognize the patterns. They started to understand how the other team would play, even if it was just a little bit. There were some adaptations in utility. They were shifting things around. The attacks were poking and prodding more instead of just committing. There was a lot of different things going on from both teams, and I like seeing that. So I'm hoping that because of that, we're going to see a much closer early game here on Icebox. We're going to see some back and forth, some, you know, here and there, instead of just a streak of 5, and then the game's over. So I'd like to see a closer game. I don't know if we will, but another big thing to mention is CSP going on attack, which is where they played much better on Haven.
I really like the lineup we're seeing right now from both sides. The only thing I'm necessarily curious about is why a raise was being employed here by Porg. Porg left the first map with, I think, 11 kills, leading me to believe that Porg was based on utility, which was correct. There was actually some fairly well-placed utility in the KJ previously, but switching to having them be a duelist seems like trying to fill a gap with something that doesn't belong. Maybe like trying to put the square in the triangle hole in those kid games, right? It doesn't fit. Sure, you could probably finagle a way into it just by, like, turning it, you know, because you can put a triangle just by turning it and putting it in the square hole, you know. But it doesn't truly fit. It doesn't belong there. And I don't think Porg is the player you want to have in that position. I think Porg would be better suited to play this Sage. Rascal, strong on the sky, I think would be a good decision. Worthless could probably be able to pick up the Viper, and I think Elusive would actually be a pretty good raise if they still wanted to bring that exact same lineup. I just don't think the raise fits in the first place. I think maybe it would have been a better idea to bring that Jet, like we see the Sac State white side has employed here. But with him poking and prodding pretty early in the round, they'll go towards green and swing themselves out towards yellow and attempt to take control over this B side in this pistol round.
Things starting to heat up very quickly. Rasco will start to put the plant down early, and it's going to be a full 5v5 retake. Basically, this is going to be a really fast-paced attacking round. A limited amount of time for Sac State to retake here. They've got a lot of ground to cover, a lot of space to clear, and I think people forget that retaking B-site, there are so many angles you have to deal with, and when you have multiple people on each angle and all of this utility, it's going to be difficult. Akira will find one with a shock dart, Uzi with a refrag right back, Kitsune will find another one back on the Goosey, Porg finds one, Uzi with a trade back, it's literally trade, and Akira will find third on the round, but at the end of the day, it'll go to the defenders as they were somehow able to retake that bomb site with a swiftness. I mean, that was blink and you miss it retake. Swung yellow, took the fights B main, cleaned them all up in an instant, and stuck the defuse while there were still attackers alive.
I like your play-by-play there. Trade. I wish I could just do that for everything.
Trade.
Just be like, oh, trade there,
one of those
trade in mid, trade over towards green, you know, and just so I don't have to, like, actually, like, read. So just go through and just say trade for everything. That would be awesome.
I got really tired of just reading out trade.
I think I feel 24/7. That's how this game has gone time in and time out. But the first pick is gathered. This one's in favor of Sac State, and the second one will be too. Izuri and Kitsune, the first 2 players to do so, as they lop the heads off to the competition of CSP. It's now a 5-on-3, and it doesn't look like CSP are phased about heading towards the A site. They're still very committed, a very non-committal approach towards the defense from Sac State, though, as they have all relegated themselves backwards just a little bit, hoping that the hesitation of CSP is them rotating, but it's not, and it doesn't matter to them anyways. Izui finding another one. I should say Uzi, because that's what we called him previously, what he wants to be called. I don't know why I'm doing this again now. And Rosario finds the next 2. A very easy cleanup round for Sac State.
Yeah, that was just a really good gun round. They, instead of taking early aggression and trying to find the gunfights early, they just let CSP just roll into sight and then close down on them very easy. Abused the fact that they had the SMGs and the rifle there on the A site. Didn't really play any super aggressive angles, didn't lose a whole lot of guns, and now they're going to go into this bonus round being able to fully save, basically, only really buying armor and maybe some utility, and they're going to have enough to potentially win this round. Yoshi, though, playing in a little bit of an awkward position, trying to find that early pick with the SMG, playing in this Viper Org. If this goes down, we could be seeing a beautiful multi-kill or a shot right to the face. And Yakubo will actually come to back him up in this spot. The SMG rings out, but Port and Rascal will find 2 in the trade. Rakubu found 1, but Kitsune, who was trying to back up on the site, goes down. And now it's a 2v4, but they leave a gap. The shock darts are able to come in. It doesn't find the kill, but Rosario will find another himself as he finds Rascal in the middle of the site as Sac State in a 2v3 retake.
It's still a good position for the recovery of Sac State. They've managed to pick up a rifle, and there's probably a second there as well to use, but Uzi already has one. Throwing a cloud burst, fight goes for the reload, enforced by Porg, as running out of ammo in the clip is a poor situation to be in, but Uzi steps up for a second, tries to go for the third, but baits as Rosario swings instead, and they were Megamind playing that position, ready to double swing, waiting for the first shot to ring out, praying that Rosario wouldn't be one-tapped, and then they'd have both the pounds, but Rosario swings out on top. 6 kills to Uzi, 4 to Rosario, 3 to Kitsune. That is a solid starting 3 right now for Sac State, as they have rung themselves up 3 rounds in a row on the map of Icebox defensively.
Yeah, I mean, this has been... I mean, I would say that round was chaotic. That was not a methodical round. That was not a beautifully executed round. That was chaotic. But in that chaos, Uzi, Rosario, and Kitsune thrived in it. Well, Kitsune actually died. Not necessarily. Does have 3 kills, but not that round. But Uzi and Rosario played excellently in that chaos. They just kept going, kept fighting, kept finding the angles to play off of. And now they've forced CSP onto a very uncomfortable bye where, hey, we saw CSP do this last map. They won off of ecos, but it's going to be difficult on Icebox. Akira will find one onto Rosario. Just like that, man advantage is starting to go the way of the Deagle Demons. Uzi, though, will find a refrag onto Rascal, and a 4v3 ensues as Sac State trying to find their footing against these lighter weapons.
With a player down, Sac State are kind of in a bad spot, especially when you're considering the weapons that CSP has brought to the table. But the weapons that they've lost, or Sac State has lost, aren't really recoverable by CSP. So they're still kind of lagging behind with these SMGs and or only having a couple forefront runners available with rifles. So the question is truly, can they utilize them to their full efficiency? Uzi up towards the side of Rafters, hanging out on the outside stairwell as 2 players on site, one coming through mid, ready to fight through screens. It's worthless, but only with a sheriff. Could swing out. He's got great coverage from behind, but Yoshi just fails to properly control Yakubu and will pay the price as his teammate is taken out instead. Yoshi forced to now fight a little bit vicariously. Gets up close, will actually win the fight to Worthless, and it's a 1v2. Player set up for the lineup, though, and Elusive Elephants is trying to be everything there, and thankfully, with the bait and switch by Yoshi, Uzi swings out for the kill. 3 to their name in another round, absolutely dominating for Sac State White.
So Akira, oh, I feel so bad. Akira actually almost made an incredible play, backed his way into screens, and then played trigger discipline, and had 2 people walk right by him. But right as he went to shoot the first person, the second person checked his corner, and he ended up getting 0 kills out of that. That was so unfortunate from Akira, because it was almost a huge play that could have single-handedly won them that round. But that's unfortunate. It happens. But especially when you're down now 4 rounds, moments like that you look back on and go, wow, what if I had just shot the second guy first? And we're going to have a full gun round here, or at least near full. An operator being brought out by Uzi. Some lighter armors being brought to the table, but that's about it. The op shot will ring out, but doesn't find anything early.
It's just a game of poking. That's what the attack does come down to for most maps, and right now, the poke can become a bit of a jab if you're not too careful. As there's an operator, you can hear it ringing out in the distance if you're CSP, so each and every angle you have to be very wary of, and they'll start things off by sending out the Seekers, hoping to create some space on the A side. It was very successful in doing so, but they haven't actually flushed Rosario out just yet, and he's able to pick up one of the process. Uzi and Rosario, each tag teaming for one, but they'll also lose two in the process. So CSP and Sac State even across the board, and the post plant goes down. Viper's Pit employed for CSP, and it's still readily available. Worth is quite low, however, but Yasubi is able to find themselves a kill. Worthless down, finished with the snake bite. Very nice toss out by Yoshi, and Elusive will hop out of the actual Viper's Pit for just a moment. Catches Uzi off guard on the defusal, and Elusive is in quite a nice spot to continue to play around this one. The integrity of this smoke has been super strong, and there it goes, a 3K to Elusive as he plays in and out, constantly dominating and catching Sac State off guard. They were completely unaware.
That was beautifully played by Elusive. I really was thinking, like, when are you going to shoot out a molly? You have to shoot a molly. You have to draw them in, make them fight you. But he just plays it so passively and lets them come to him, plays to the advantage that his Viper's Pit allows. He knows that when they push him coming out of that Viper's Pit, he's going to see them before they see him, no matter what. So, oh man, beautifully played. You don't even have to break it down to know that that was a beautiful round by Elusive Elephants. And CSP, they get one on the board, but other than the heroics of Elusive Elephants, that was still another round where they almost let things slip away. And so I continue to say, Sac State, they're still running this game.
I think that's definitely still the case, at least for now, as they have definitely set the tone so far, but a toxic screen employed by CSP will cut the sightlines down. But this one, I think, is a little bit too deep in a lot of ways. Yes, you can get that plant down, and you can still place the ice wall for cover, but I still feel like this one provides too little coverage when it comes to an aggressive player out towards yellow. You have no actual direction, and when a Viper's toxic screen is used against you, passing through it, you're going to lose 30 HP off the top, essentially getting a buzz cut off your HP as you attempt to rotate, and it's just not the right direction. But you'll see CSP use the transition time to work their way towards mid. Kitsune gets a lot of information out of it, though, and can relay that to their team, and it will kind of let the rest of Sac State realize that A site's the intended avenue. And we can see that right here. 4 players ready, just seconds away from being able to step onto the A site, still leaving one behind towards B, but they'll trademark on over, give themselves a chance, as they'll also only be just a couple seconds away from fighting onto the site. Worthless being recon bolted out, same as Akira. There's just not enough time right now for CSP to safely make their way to site. Something has to give, and it's going to be Worthless up first. Nice shot from Yoshi from Rafters. Uzi will find one of their own, but it's a refrag from Rascal, but they got themselves a trade in the process. They have to get that spike as well. Not really having it in time. They'll hop to it for a second. The ice wall goes down, but Yoshi still finds the kill. Elusive will get the spike planted, but will lose their life instantaneously after, and it's just Akira left standing in the 1v3, allowed to make it a 1v2. The plant being diffused. Akira's gotten themselves a 3K, but Rosario will deny the possibility of an ace, and the objective will be diffused, and Sac State will find themselves another round win.
I mean, we nearly had back-to-back 3K clutches, but I do want to illustrate there. CSP made quite a few critical errors during that round. The first one was just one that happens sometimes. The Viper wall was not put down perfectly. They aren't able to hit B site because of it. They fall off. But the bigger problem here is that they show 3 people mid to Kitsune, and then after showing 3 people mid, they then decide to continue to commit A site, which isn't a bad idea. If you watch the minimap, some of the defenders after that thought, okay, we gunfight the mid, they're going to have to go back B, and so we actually saw some players move towards B, but then Akira jumps up on Belt and tries to take an aggressive gunfight so early that it immediately tells the defense, okay, it's going to be A, and by the time the attack gets there, it's already too late. Worthless will find one on a Kitsune, and it's going to be a 4v4. I will say, some of the best rounds for CSP have been these bonus rounds.
I have to agree. Their recovery has been fairly strong, but I mean, we saw how late the recovery came on map 1, and I'm hoping it doesn't take that long for them to find what works. But Unfortunately for them, that's seemingly the case. Sac State still haven't really broken through the attack yet, and thankfully for them, Rosario is going to do that. They'll lose Worthless, who was their poker in mid, and now it's just the 3 mainstay objective players for the CSP side. One player up top, Recon bolted away. A second one just planting. Pork, you need to hop off and defend yourself, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Rosario with a third, make it a fourth, hunting for the ace, and will be allowed it. Rosario has been on top, comboed with Uzi this entire game. It is a dynamic duo. 12-3, 11-3, and I guarantee the 1 assist from Rosario was off of a kill from Uzi. 6-1 is our game scoreline, but come on, these top 2 players are dominating in this field.
Yeah, it really just feels like Rosario and Uzi have been in tandem together, because whenever it's a retake, it's Rosario and Uzi on the retake. Whenever it's a site hold, it's both of them there, and they're making a lot of impact. These aren't just impactless frags that they're, peeking out and getting a freebie in the beginning of the round. They are genuinely holding down the bomb site, and then you see a big ace there from Rosario, not only to hold down the bomb site, but to, put to bed what could have been a very fruitful bonus round, or I should say an eco round for CSP. But Yakuba, he can play spoiler to the party here. We'll find one on the Rascal. Does he have a TP to get away? He does. Backs up, but it's not actually all the way back. It's just to the... Oh my, that was interesting. It just brought him back a little bit. Maybe it was because he wanted to re-aggress there. He wanted to surprise them, but it didn't end up working out. 2 kills go the way of Sac State, but just as I say that, CSP flood the site, get 2 of their own. Yoshi with a refrag. That'll make it a 2v2, but Poor trying to entry in the site with the showstopper. Finds Yoshi, but the rocket miss! And Yoshi's right there. Worthless gets the trade, and now it's going to be a 1v1. Worthless trying to find space to plant this bomb. Uzi's been incredible this whole game, and he finds the final kill to put number 7 on the board for Sac State. Or will it go the favor of Worthless, trying to put that second round on the board, trying to find some space for CSP to work with? Because just as last map we saw, when Sac State gets going, it's hard to make them stop. Worthless will find his 4th of the round onto Uzi. A big clutch out of him and a huge recovery from CSP in that round. And I apologize that I stole that entire round.
No, you're good.
Inferno.
You're good. You can feel the game sense from Worthless in that state, right? Worthless decision to peek every one of those fights. Some of them I think were kind of hit or miss decisions to peek and swing and get those kills, but if you're able to come up on top, even if it does require to bait a teammate, take those opportunities, because right now they've been few and far between for your side. One of the big things I will point out is Worthless's wherewithal to actually take the transition through center of orange instead of going back towards yellow and defending in a bit typical defensive position for a post-plant scenario, and instead it tried to go for one that was a bit more advantageous, and that's exactly what worked out for them, and you can't really give them any sort of negative in that decision. It was just a solid round overall, but this next round will be one that CSP will also definitely need to win, as Sac State are already guaranteed that they'll break even in this half no matter what, as they're at that 6-2 scoreline. But the fight having to go on towards the site. We're having a little bit of a screen problem, so we're doing that. But a kill obviously has dropped. I can tell by the audio cue. That's gone through. Yoshi finds Akira. Owl Drone will be sent. An Elusive will combo with somebody to clear that out quickly, but a Shock Dart's going to be sent as well, and Elusive will take the brunt of that first initial hit. A secondary player tagged as well. You'll see Rascal opt to go for the Ice Wall, but this one's going to get cleared down fairly quickly, not really giving a great spot to plant, and the Snakebite burns away the HP of CSP, and Sac State have been able to buy a huge amount of time. The cushion has been met, and they're kind of forced to take a step back. This isn't a simplistic IKEA brand cushion. This is one with some oomph, and they're not able to get through that padding.
Oh, the lineup. Uzi head level shots. ADS doesn't matter when you're popping heads. Won't be able to find the third, but leaves Porg on such low HP. You can only hope that there's a Sage heal coming his way, but that man advantage ripped to shreds for CSP. They're running to the A-bomb site. They might not even have time. This might be the time to save. Honestly, they have 5 seconds to put it down. Rosario's right there, finds Porg, and just like that, oh, never mind. Rascal will find one, but it's not enough and doesn't have the time to save the weapon. Yoshi will find it, and that's 7-2 on the board, and another eco most likely to come out from CSP.
This is one of those situations where you have to constantly wonder what CSP have to do to bring things back. You mentioned it last time. We had a bit of a thrifty possible round for CSP. In fact, was a thrifty. We saw a single rifle bought and used, and it didn't really work, but we also have commented that we've really liked CSP's Thrifty rounds, and we've said that some of their best rounds have been their Thrifty rounds. We've seen it today earlier with TSM versus Gen G on Haven, where Gen G managed to make a huge comeback, almost going into OT. I mean, the game was 13-11, but Gen G made a, like, 8-round comeback off the back of eco rounds, where they quite literally just had one person with a rifle and held on. And I think that's what CSP is attempting to do. They'll have one rifle, and it completely opens up this map for them as they cut the head off too. Kitsune's an Empress, and the timing for this is unfortunately going to dissipate at some point, but Yoshi is there with the level of assistance necessary to facilitate something forward, and Kitsune needs to clear the player out from below. A Viper's Pit is going down. They'll clear out the player in corner. Yoshi almost doesn't double swing that position, and Worthless loses the fight. Kitsune, a fabulous recovery from Sac State, and they just need to keep at it. Another kill gathered for Yoshi and Kitsune. The wombo combo of these two, they decisively finished this round in favor of Sac State. It started to look dire, and they just absolutely ruined all of CSP's chances.
Yeah, I mean, that was well, how do I say this? I mean, they lost that round. They truly did. It was 3-5. Weapons were picked up. Considering that was an eco, that should have been CSP's round. They had done everything right. But then the methodical retake. Yoshi and Kitsune came up in a massive clutch, finding everything they needed. It was incredible, honestly. And I mean, Kitsune, we haven't even said his name in quite a while. He went, what was it, 3-3 in the first few rounds, and then we haven't really heard anything since. But in that round right there, cleaning out the required angles, finding all the players in a nice, methodical fashion, and a timely one, leaving plenty of time for the defuse. Excellent retake from Sac State.
A great position set up for Sac State. They 3-stacked over towards A, and you can see the desperation from CSP as they pop the Seekers really early. Haven't even stepped out of the gates leading up through that A lobby, but they'll get through. They'll even find a kill, make it a second with Worthless onto Kitsune, and they have spiked out, forcing the time constraint and putting the side of Sac State in a bit of a poor position. This could be at least a guarantee of a third round for CSP, which is usually the opposite of what you see in terms of this map. Usually the attack takes something in a higher regard, but still holding on. Yoshi finds himself a kill, make it a second as he swings towards the elbow side. Poor gets a refrag back to Kubu, though, and now it's just a matter of getting that defuse down and getting it done safely. Uzi sticking this for as of the current moment and gets it done. A clutch that also gives them their Blade Storm in this next round. This was major for them, as though they get to guarantee at least a 9-round half, and CSP have to pray for the 9-3 curse.
Yeah, I mean, that... really, I don't like the point blame. I don't. But in a round like that, you have to break it down. You have to say what went wrong, where were the errors, who fumbled the ball. And I think the first person that I have to look at, and again, I don't like doing this, but Akira on that Sova, right? You gotta get the dart out earlier. You have to try and, poke and prod at that spike, especially when it's planted deep like that, because your duelist is up close trying to take gunfights, but you have to be the one responsible with your information gathering of saying, okay, they're on the spike, we need to take space, or they're not on it, let's, fall back, let's not quite. And the dart came out way too late. Shock darts were non-existent. I'm not sure if there was a drone available or any other, maybe there was an ult available, but it didn't get shown. And that's just a huge fumble in the bag. And again, I really don't like to solo in on one player. It's a team game. But at the end of the day, people have to play those certain roles. And sometimes the Sova just has to do what Sova does best.
What's that information? I mean, is yours
well for Sova? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
It's been staticky. That's why I was ranting a little bit.
Yeah, we're kind of in a weird spot. We'll just try and do as best as we can, but
there is a Hunter's Fury going off.
Yeah, we hear that. Blade Storm went off. Uzi finds a kill. There's a resurrection. This is the first resurrection we've seen. That's how much CSP have kind of been getting drilled into the dirt too much. So it just kind of goes to show. So we hear Showstopper. It gets employed. Poor goes the wrong direction with it. Misses entirely. But Akira will pick up the slack later. Finding themselves an opportune moment for a kill. It's Yoshi and, of course, Uzi. Well, I shouldn't have said his name. That was kind of a bad moment. Akira finds the kill and will find the third as well. CSP split that round wide open and give themselves a 9-3 split. The cursed split, but I just don't think it's going to be the same level of cursed as what it typically is in the higher levels. I think this one may just be Sac State continuing.
Yeah, I could definitely say that, but I will say CSP had a decent comeback last map, and it's a 9-3 curse. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it could. Now's the time where you can laugh, Inferno, because that was a joke. At the end of the day, this is a really good map from Sac State. They're playing really well on this map. That's fair, honestly.
I'm not going to lie. No. If it was
fair.
funny, I would have laughed.
That's fair. That's fair. That is fair.
I'm just kidding. It's fine. I do think that... I think that there's a possibility we see CSP get close. Maybe 5 rounds picked up, 6 rounds picked up, but I just don't think... I don't think there's a great chance for them to make the full recovery. I think Sac State's going to take this, especially when they're on the attack. Typically what is considered the better side for this map because of the aggression that can be brought on the attack. And we're seeing that here. Round 1 of the second half, and a plant's gone down, and they now have a setup to put down the Toxic Cloud. They can snake bite it from their default spawn. We can see that rotation going through. Of course, there is a Sage that's kind of on the flank, but if they catch that, which they should as they're coming that direction, then there's definitely a chance for it to continue to pound onwards. Yoshi does find Rascal, so they catch the player on the flank. Now they're going for the defuse. Toxic Cloud is sent. He's got to jump onto this. This got to go. Got to find the kill. Saved by Uzi with a miraculous play with a tailwind on, and Elusive is just left alone now. Finally tagging the last shot needed onto Uzi. And now it's going to be Yoshi going on the flank from elbow, finding the opportune moment. They'll right-click 3 times to finish the job. And CSP got so close, yet so far. Sac State guaranteed their 10th.
So, I was going to say kind of the reason why I think Sac State has taken last map and why I think that there really is no chance for CSP here. But that round illustrated it perfectly. They're not only playing disciplined, but they also have just individual play from each and every player on their team that is constantly elevating their ability here. I mean, in a round that probably shouldn't have gone their way, CSP got on that site with haste. They put that bomb down with hate, or excuse me, other way around. But the retake was so quick. It was so fast. It was right there. I mean, that's just... It was a really solid round, and at the end of the day, it comes down to the individual play. When you have a player like Uzi who can just do something like that and make a play happen, you're going to win rounds that sometimes you probably shouldn't win. But once again, Sac State's going to go fast. They're going to play that disciplined, extremely fast style yet again, straight on the site. Kitsune clearing all the angles, and hey, I mean, site's clear. Yakuba will find his second. Uzi will find the 3rd kill of the round. And just like that, it's a 2v5 retake, and I think this is 11-3, and I am correct. Uzi will find 4 on the round, and that will be it. I mean, at this point in time, you're looking at a rifle on SMG round, so we're maybe going to 11-4, but then after that, rifle v rifle, and I think Sac State takes it.
Well, when you're talking about being able to SMG on an attack, typically you don't think about how far the defense is going to be sitting back. I guess that's the phrase I want to go with. You can kind of bum rush a site and do just that, and then play for the idea of contending up close by cutting that distance down as fast as possible. And typically your go-to site for that is B, but look at what CSP have attempted to do. Their B site control, they had 2 guarding green on a cut angle. That was an interesting strategy, but from the looks of things, it looks like Sac State want to still contend on A. Leave a lineup in the back, leave your Viper to contend, bleed out the toxic screen, and they'll do that late into the round, and then force the utility of CSP off the clock. And that's what they're trying to do as of the current moment. Uzi is the only player with a rifle for the Sac State side, and they'll go ahead and take one out of the hands of Elusive Elephants. Worthless with a quick swing, managing to take 2, finding SMGs at 12 HP, needs a bit more off the top. But Porg is the next player to find Rosario, but they'd already taken out Akira. It's a 2-on-3, and you can bring your Viper over to actually contend further back, but Yoshi gets caught off guard. Now it's just Uzi left standing, the one player that had a rifle. They'll take down one. Now, quick tailwind over. Worthless is at 1 HP, but Worthless on the run finds the kill, and CSP will find their 4th round win.
I'm not going to lie. I looked at that and said, Uzi in a 1v3? Yeah, it's doable. It's doable. Uzi has played incredible this entire map, and it's just at the end of the day, like I said, you have someone like that can do things like that, you're never out of the picture, you know? And I think that Uzi's playing at that, kind of advanced level right now where the game is moving at his pace, and the rest of the rest of his team and the rest of his opposition just have to try and adapt around it. But at the end of the day, that was a good execution from CSP. They got on site, they got everything, or excuse me, got on site on the retake, got everything down pat, got the defuse. I don't love the way that they're playing A. They're playing very pull off and wait and then we'll retake, and it hasn't worked great for them in the pistol or the bonus. But that could just be it's a pistol and a bonus, and now they're on the rifles, so they don't want to give rifles to the attack. So we'll see if they continue with that style on the A bomb site. But I have to say, I don't love it. I don't love the whole we're not going to play the angles, because there are so many angles on A that you can play, right? There's so many ratty angles. I said angles like 90 times. There are ratty corners. There are great peaks. There are all sorts of things you can abuse on A to hold the site, and they're just not really doing that. They're trying to pull off and then just retake off of that, which hasn't worked for them so far, except for that round, but they had the gun advantage.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a bit more on top, right, for CSP, especially when we talk about the defense now. They lost so much in that round that it's kind of hard to recover from that semblance of loss, right? You still have 2 SMGs. You have a Guardian, right? Defensively, that's just not it, especially with Sac State being the gunners that they have been. It just seems like the wrong play. I don't like that Rosario's leaving these trails, the Seekers, but, you know, it's whatever. One of them gets away. It's now made it escape. Kitsune may need to turn, and, barely catching it, but that gives Worthless all the information they could possibly need, and it pays dividends for them. Loss is now everything up as Worthless finds 2. Uzi able to take a nice operator kill, but the damage has been set by CSP. They have managed to remove out some fairly strong weapons at a Sac State side, and they could potentially pick those up. You've seen Elusive Elephants trying to be sneaky and taking one, but paying the price, and I think we may just see them save. Or what are they doing? They're stepping away from the A site despite the fact that they watched the toxic screen get employed.
Well, I mean, I guess the operator pick mid is enough for them to say they may not be going A. And admittedly, you can throw up a Viper's Wall pretty easily to fake a site, but to completely pull off A and try and play in a 2v3 retake, I just don't see that being a good idea. At the very least, leave one person there, let them get a 1-for-1, and leave your teammate in a 1v2? I'm not really sure what the play here is, but Uzi's up top with an op. It won't really matter. Finds the kill onto Worthless. Has to drop into the Viper's Pit. Porg will find one. Clearing a lot of space. Going quick. Tapping on the bomb, but the molly will come out early. That's going to leave him vulnerable. Jumps out. Able to find Uzi. The pistol didn't land, and now it's just a 1v1. Porg gets back up to full HP, but I imagine there is a molly queued up and ready for Porg's feet. It'll come out. The bombs have to. It's not quite enough, and Yoshi will push up to close out the rest of the round, and that'll put Sac State on 12.
Match point.
Match point, series point, Neon. That's really what this comes down to. Sac State have really given no glimpses to CSP. We saw the glimpses in map 1. We saw the recovery. We saw the adaptation. Yeah. We saw them adopt in a progressive approach that actually brought forth the idea of round wins. And CSP got it somewhat semblance of close. But Sac State in this map 2 have just said, yeah, we're not going to give it away to you this time. We are going to buy all, end all, give ourselves all the way through in just 16 rounds, match point, and we're going to continue to play at that pacing. Elusive gets quite aggressive inside green, and Rosario's quick to refrag, but they've lost a pretty hefty player for them. That's one of their main entries there, Reyna off the clock, and kind of hard to push forward when you're losing that kind of duelist. Jacobu will have to pick up the slack, doing just that, finding 2. Rascal will find their second, this one under Rosario, after they had managed to take an early one as well, but it's still a 2-on-2, and Zobos took a lot of damage in the process. He's sitting about 10 HP and has Spike in hand. I think they're going to bait the rotate. Maybe they commit to it, but they're going to bait the rotate, I think, for sure, and it'll be Uzi and Jacobu who are trying to play in for this last round on B side.
You know, if they're smart here, Yakoba would drop the spike to Jet and try and bait here because they know that they've baited out the rotate. So they're assuming at least one player has moved site. So right now, Yakobo should be taking these angles so that there can be a refrag. But now Yakobu, on very low HP, is just in a 1v2. Yeah, ideal way to take that is have Yakobo go first, give the spike to Jet, entry in, have him clear out all the angles, and literally have Uzi right on his tail, so that she can get that refrag, and then boom, 1v1, you know that the other player is most likely far off site, get the plant down. But at the end of the day, they just tried to clear out the angles their own way. It won't work out, and CSP will put the 5th on the board. But Sac State, even in a round that, they could have won, it was kind of 50-50, they're really not in a bad spot. They eco here, give up a 6th, and then boom, finish the game.
Bladestorm in the distance has been popped, and Uzi is on the approach. No mainstay rifle in hand, nor even a solid pistol, still the classic. And look at the information that's being gathered here by CSP. Sorry, not by CSP, by Sac State. It's a solid play already. They know there's a player towards screen. They know that there was one previously on the rafters, forced to kind of drop down, and Yoshi does a great job of actually flushing that player out. But Akira still managed to come up with one in an even trade. Yakobu able to trade back out, though, and Uzi with the Bladestorm collects for one more. Porg is aware that there was Uzi pretty close by, but really can't do anything about it right now. Kind of stuck in this facade of being able to help the team, and fortunately for them, this is a really staggered back offensive presence from Sac State for this post plant. They've completely stabilized back towards the actual entrance over towards AMA, and Alvin is completely blacked out in what could very well possibly be the very last round, and I think that's what it's going to be. Only one player left standing. Yuzi and Yakubu managed to collect for one, and it's just elusive elephants left standing, kind of playing around underneath the rafter side, and kind of just trapped within their own Viper's pit. No chance for the defusal. There could be a snake bite sent at any moment. They can just play for this one long, and that's what's going to happen. Uzi's going to run up with the classic and get the job done, finding themselves the last kill for match point, series point for Sac State.
I will say, one thing I really liked from CSP on the first map, when they came back and they gave us 5 straight rounds, right, was that they weren't playing scared. They weren't afraid of Sac State. They weren't afraid of the round deficit. But here on Icebox, I just didn't feel that same energy, especially trying to defend the A bomb site. Even when they had the gun advantage, they decided to completely peel off the site and try and play a 3v5 retake or 3v4 retake. It's just, you can't play so scared of your opponent, especially on a map like Icebox where retakes, they're not free. You gotta take space on your own. And on defense, you just can't give up that much space and expect to get it back for free. They tried, they failed most of the time, and at the end of the day, 13-5, that's the way it's going to go, and I think Sac State, they earned that scoreline.
Yeah, they are the team that comes out the victor, and to the victor go the spoils. You now finally have a positive to a degree. It's still 1-2, still technically negative, but you finally picked up your first W here for the season. So, record goes. Sac State, now 1-2, and unfortunately for Concordia, 0-3. So we'll have to see how their season continues to pan out. This was a fairly interesting game up till, I guess, the latter stages of Icebox, like you said, where it kind of felt like they lost a lot of the force that they had. And not like a tour de force, like with the Ultimate, but they just lost kind of the oomph that was behind their play. But that's all she wrote here for the NECC here on our second broadcast. The game has been finished, and to the victor goes its spoils. A good night's rest to prepare for school the next morning. So we'll see you guys in the next one. Stay tuned tomorrow for Rocket League, Wednesday for R6, Thursday for Overwatch, and Friday for League of Legends right here at the NECC.